All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here for SLO Days, our virtual experience. My name is Dale Stoker, pronoun he, him, his, and I am the Director for New Student and Transition Programs. So as the Director of Orientation, which oversees Open House, SLO Days, and Week of Welcome, I am the first to get to welcome you here today. So thank you for being here in this virtual space. We're going to spend a lot of time together today and hopefully set you all up for success for your journey as new Mustangs. Just some housekeeping things. You'll notice that your cameras and microphones are turned off. That is intentional. But we do have a Q&A function, so please feel free to use the Q&A for questions that come up today. Our team is standing by to answer any of those as they come up. Additionally, there is a Zoom help desk, so if you do need to leave this webinar and go talk to some of our staff in a more traditional Zoom space, we'll put that information in the chat here in just a second. But with that, we're going to get started with our formal program for today. So again, we are so excited that you are here for SLO Days. This is who I am, Director of New Student and Transition Programs. So I get to oversee SLO Days as well as Week of Welcome in just a few short weeks when we get to see you on campus. We are going to open our session today with a land acknowledgement. So Cal Poly sits on the traditional land of the Yaktitu Yaktahini Northern Chumash tribe of San Luis Obispo County and region. The Yaktitu Yaktahini have a documented presence in this area for over 10,000 years. The Tohini peoples have stewarded their ancestral and unceded homelands, which include all the cities, communities, federal and state open spaces within the San Luis Obispo County region. These homelands extend east into the Carrizo Plains, toward Kern County, south to the Santa Maria River, north to Ragged Point, and west beyond the ocean shoreline in an unbroken chain of lineage, kinship, and culture. It's always important for us here at Cal Poly to recognize the land that our university sits on and kind of honor the heritage of the Chumash tribe. So for many of you, this may be one of your first times reconnecting with Cal Poly since you've accepted your admit to attend this fall, and we are so excited to have you here for SLO Days. In fact, just getting to SLO Days is a really big accomplishment. Students, you're going to be a part of a class of just over 6,000 new Mustangs joining us this fall from almost 80,000 applications. So congratulations, just getting to today is such a big accomplishment. We want to celebrate that. My hope is over the next few years, you really find your second home here at Cal Poly, where you can grow as an individual, contribute to the Cal Poly and SLO community, and like our motto states, learn by doing. I've been at Cal Poly for almost 11 years as a staff member, and I absolutely love this place that I get to call home because I too have really grown as an individual, I feel very connected to our community, and I'm constantly learn by doing. Now, I remember my first day of orientation. I went to a small school in upstate New York, and I remember going to this school, not knowing anyone else. No one else from my high school went there, so I was all alone. And I remember at the very first lunch, I met another first-year student named Nicole. Nicole and I are still friends today, but I remember sitting next to Nicole, and she was funny and outgoing and confident, and I knew that she was going to make 100 friends by the end of that first day of orientation, but that wasn't going to be me. I was really starting to have some doubts if I had made the right decision, how I was going to make friends there, who was ever going to talk to me, how I was going to start to find my way in this new community that I had chosen. For some of you, you may have very similar feelings about coming to Cal Poly, coming to SLO Days today, coming into Week of Welcome in a few weeks. And I promise you those feelings are okay. And that's really what our program at orientation is set up to do, is really to help you start to get connected to the community, to our upperclassmen, to the staff, resources, to make sure this place becomes your home in the next few years. So I remember during orientation, I ended up playing some pickup sports with some other first-year students. Some people on my floor signed up for a community service project. And then during the very first week of school, I went to a club meeting to see what they were talking about. And by the end of that first year, I tried out for a varsity team. I did almost 200 hours of community service. And I had joined that club that I would eventually become a president of. But most importantly, I made friends. I just kept showing up, and it started in those first few days in orientation, the first week at my university, to start showing up and to make those connections, and the rest took care of itself. By my second year, my friends and I, we actually joined orientation. I got to move back to campus early, catch up with my friends, and then welcome in the new class of students into our university. By my senior year, I was actually one of our student leaders planning our week of welcome because I was just so excited to welcome in new students into my community, place that I had really found a home in. This is my actually senior picture for my orientation team. I always like to point this out because I have just fond memories of the people who I was in orientation with. I don't know if you can find 21-year-old Dale in this photo. No, I'm not the Cardinal. Some people have thought that, but there I am. But I graduated almost 20 years ago, so I have a little bit of hindsight compared to you all. But two of my best friends are two people that I met through my orientation experiences, my wife, Mary, and then my best man, Drew. And then just a few years ago, we got to welcome in our daughter, Daphne. And then my best friend, Drew, and I, we are both girl dads. This is a photo of us. So I share this because I had no idea that when I started this journey, as I just shared, I went to a university not knowing anyone, feeling nervous and unsure. And here I am years later, and I have made some incredible lifelong friends who have changed the trajectory of my life for the better. And it all started through those initial connections at orientation. Now, I have no idea what this is going to look like for you all. I'm not saying you're going to find a future partner, but maybe through slow days or wow, you may end up finding a future roommate, a future lab partner, maybe someone that you're going to join Week of Welcome at the end of the year. There's just so many possibilities, and those connections are really going to start here today with slow days. And today you've all shown up for slow days, and I promise you that is not only a big milestone, but it's a big responsibility for us here at Cal Poly. We know that no one can really thrive here by themselves. It really takes a community and these connections. So the faculty, advisors, staff, and even some of our upperclassmen that you're going to meet today and through Week of Welcome, they are really going to have an impact, and they're going to help you be successful here at Cal Poly, and those connections are hopefully going to start today. So for today, this is a little bit of a snapshot of what you can anticipate. You're going to get a lot of information from our presenters today. You're going to hear from some incredible people who care so much about your success. I hope you take notes. I hope you take down their contact info and follow up with them. But I promise you, these individuals are going to be so important part of your journey here at Cal Poly. So we want to make sure that you have access to them today. So these are some of the topics that you're going to go through, and we'll have some fun opportunities later today for you to actually turn your cameras on and get connected to some other first year students and some of our teammates. So with that, I'm going to wrap up and say thank you all for being here. Congratulations on getting to slow days, and I look forward to seeing you all at Week of Welcome. And now with that, I'd like to introduce our Vice President for Strategic Enrollment Management and Student Affairs, Terrence Harris.
All right. Thank you, Dale. And welcome, everybody. It is so great to be here with you today. I'm grateful for you all joining us on this journey and being a part of the Cal Poly community. As Dale mentioned, my name is Terrence Harris. I'm Vice President for Strategic Enrollment Management and Student Affairs, and have had the pleasure of being a part of the Cal Poly community for my entire life. One thing that I know today and that I've always known is that Cal Poly is a place that thrives on this focus and motto of learn by doing. You are starting an important journey as a student here with us, and that journey will be highlighted by the learn by doing experiences that you will embark on throughout your time here as a Cal Poly student. When we say learn by doing, it's more than just three little words. It is a way of life. It's what our students thrive on. It's what our faculty and staff are committed to. And it is a major reason why our students have so much success, not only while they're here at Cal Poly, but when they leave Cal Poly. Learn by doing is something that will give you as many opportunities as possible to get your hands involved with your education, to connect the mind to action, and it will truly define what the academic experience at Cal Poly looks like. We want to see you thrive academically, and Learn by Doing will be a vehicle for you to be able to do so. When we talk about Cal Poly and we talk about your experience, we can go to the next slide. We are also talking about your journey as a Mustang. And it's really important that you all know that you get an opportunity to really help cultivate your own path and your own journey. Here we have so many dedicated faculty and staff, so many professionals that are here committed to helping make sure that you don't just thrive academically, but also socially and emotionally. And we want this to be a place that truly becomes a home for you. And we know that a major portion of making this place home, or what we like to call sense of getting that sense of belonging. It's based in how engaged you are with the campus. And so we're going to try and create as many opportunities for you, but we're going to ask you as a student to be a proactive partner in engaging on this campus. Creating your own journey means you stepping out, you taking initiative, you joining clubs, joining organizations, whatever it might be. There's a lot of research around the idea and the concept of sense of belonging. And what some of that research says is if you as an individual find something that you can get excited about, something like as Dale mentioned, the clubs and activities that he joined and being involved with orientation programs. But if you find something and someone that you can connect with, that will expedite your ability to feel that sense of belonging on campus. And we believe that it is a major portion of your overall college experience. When I talk to some of our university ambassadors, they talk about this all the time. In fact, many right at graduation this past June did some interviews, and they were asked the question, what would your graduating self tell your incoming student self? And over and over and over again, what we heard from the graduating students is get involved. Get involved. Don't be afraid to say yes to a new opportunity. Do something that get out of your comfort zone and do something that the campus is offering. We don't expect you to have to find all those opportunities on your own. What you see now is a website, now.calpoly.edu. We call this Cal Poly Now, and it is a resource for you. Whether you already know exactly what you want to get involved with, or whether you just want to go and explore, Cal Poly Now is a great tool for you to find your way, find your path, and find the things that speak to you. This is a great opportunity to understand more about events that are taking place on campus, what clubs and organizations exist. Again, there's going to be many more opportunities for you to learn about this, but in your own time, visiting now.calpoly.edu is just one way that you can find areas and spaces for you to connect. The last thing I want to talk about is something that we call the Mustang Way. The Mustang Way is about how you show up as a member of a community, how you show up as a Mustang, how you show up to be a part of something bigger than yourself. Learn by doing is undoubtedly the path here. It's our academic motto. But the Mustang Way is more about how you move through campus and how you engage with others. When we talk about the Mustang Way, we talk about your commitment to community. That starts with a commitment to yourself, to take care of yourself. But it also means that you look at the world around you with curiosity as opposed to judgment, that you look at the world around you as a part of a special community that we move through together. We want you not only to take care of yourself, but we want you to look out for your roommate. We want you to look out for the other folks in your residence halls. We want you to look out for the folks in your classroom. We want you to communicate with respect with your faculty and other members of the Cal Poly community. And we also want you to remember that when you leave campus, whether it is going out into the San Luis Obispo community or somewhere else, you represent Cal Poly, and we want you to engage in ways that positively reflect on our campus community. Victor Glover, one of our most notable alum, came back to campus a few months ago and was having a conversation and presentation, and he was talking about his experience orbiting the moon, and he talked about what type of teamwork it took and what level of commitment the team, not just of the astronauts, but the other folks that are supporting them, what kind of commitment it took. And when someone asks the question about the best skills or the most important skills in order for that team to be successful, he went beyond the technical skills of what it meant to be an engineer and a scientist. And he talked about communication. He talked about an ability to communicate, to engage with others. You are going to learn so many skills here, but one that we hope that you practice as consistently as possible is communicating and engaging in ways that are respectful, that again are curious, and that create an environment around you where not only you feel that you belong, but where all the folks around you feel like they have their space to belong as well. That is the way that we want you to live the Mustang way. And we know that it is as important as the technical skills that you will learn in the classroom in order for you to actualize your best self, not only now, but into the future. That's a wrap for me. I hope that you all enjoy the rest of your time with Slow Days. And it is now my honor to introduce to you our student body president, Mr. Tanner Schinderly.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tanner Schinderly. I'm a fourth year political science major here at Cal Poly, originally from Sacramento, California, and I have the honor of serving as your ASI student body president. Before I share a few pieces of advice with you, I wanted to tell you a little bit about what ASI is. So, ASI stands for Associated Students Incorporated, and we are a student-led nonprofit organization that serves as the official voice for all Cal Poly students. Every year, we operate a nearly $20 million budget with the goal of making your college experience better. You can think of ASI as life outside of the classroom. We oversee many facilities here on campus, including the Recreation Center, University Union, and sports complexes, to name a few. We provide funding for clubs and organizations, host events, including comedian Sal Vulcano from Impractical Jokers, who came last year, musicians like Sway Lee and A Boogie, who have come before, and much more. We run the Children's Center here on campus for students and faculty with dependents. We host fitness classes, run all intramural sports, and host Poly Escapes, which takes students on different outdoor trips throughout the year. ASI also runs the Cal Poly Rose Float, which is the only student-built float in the entire Rose Parade every year in Pasadena. All of this to say, ASI is here for you in every way we can to make your college experience better. One thing you'll hear a lot at Cal Poly is our motto of learn by doing. ASI is one of the best examples of what that actually means. We are a completely student-run organization, meaning that our student government serves as the official corporate board and voice of a nearly $20 million nonprofit. When I began writing this speech, I kept thinking of what I wish I would have been told 3 years ago when I came to Slow Days. If I could give you one piece of advice, it's to get involved. As cliche as it sounds, it's the truth. Freshman year, I was scared to get involved. I didn't know what I wanted to do, and joining anything felt like a big commitment. But looking back, I wish I would have just done it. I spent so much time telling myself that I would get involved eventually. I remember walking into my first ASI meeting not knowing a single person, and I was extremely nervous. But that room is the reason I'm here today. My other piece of advice is to keep an open mind. College is one of the few times in your life that you'll be surrounded by thousands of people who come from completely different backgrounds, have different interests, and want to try different things. Take advantage of that. Keep your dorm room open, buzz your hair if you've always wanted to, sign up for the random club, go to the beach at sunset with people you just met last week, say yes to volleyball at midnight on the YTT courts, rent a zip car, and drive to In-N-Out in Arroyo Grande. Some of my favorite memories and closest friendships came from the experiences I didn't plan for. But keeping an open mind only works if you're okay with being uncomfortable. Everyone arrives at Cal Poly feeling a little bit out of place. You'll walk into rooms where you don't know anyone, you'll sit down next to strangers, you'll introduce yourself over and over again. There will probably be a night in the first few weeks when you call home wondering if everyone else is having it easier than you. They're not, and they're wondering the exact same thing. Before coming here, I thought learn by doing was just a slogan. At most places, students spend 4 years preparing to do things. At Cal Poly, students are actually doing them, and that requires being uncomfortable. Students here build the Rose Float. Students run and create businesses like Jamba Juice, Yerba Mate, and Giuseppe's, all of which were made by Cal Poly students as senior projects. Students conduct research and lead organizations. None of these opportunities happen because someone feels completely ready. They happen because we're willing to try anyways. And last but most importantly, get a good mattress topper. There aren't many promises I can make, but that one matters. The last thing I want to leave you with is this. I remember coming to Slow Days 3 years ago, thinking Cal Poly was not the place for me. This wasn't a school I had considered, and I didn't know if I could find my place here. Today, I have the privilege of being here as your student body president. Not because I had some perfect plan, but because I said yes to opportunities, got involved, met incredible people, and allowed myself with being okay with being uncomfortable. I don't know what your Cal Poly story is going to look like, and it won't look the same as anyone else. When you talk to Cal Poly students, each of us will tell you a different story we've had with Cal Poly, but all of us will tell you there's something unique and special about this place. So try new things, talk to new people, look at the over 400 clubs and organizations that exist on this campus. Go to events, be willing to learn, and be willing to be a part of a community. Cal Poly is so special because of our shared commitment and love for each other. If you see me around campus during the school year, feel free to say hi or ask me any questions. If you scan this QR code, it takes you to the ASI President Instagram account, which I encourage you all to follow to stay up to date on all events happening around campus and how you can get involved. With that, welcome to Cal Poly, and I'm now excited to introduce to you the Cal Poly orientation team.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olivia Hayes, and I am the lead coordinator for new student and transition programs. And I'm very excited to welcome you all here today. I mentioned myself, and next to me is Emily May, our other program coordinator for new student and transition programs. Now, here is our amazing graduate team, Kelly, Shane, who was visiting us over the summer and is now back in New Jersey, and Madison, who have been such rock stars and helping in all the behind the scenes work to get Slow Days up and running so that way we can give all of the information to you and make sure that you are well informed before starting your time here at Cal Poly. Now, if you have your phone nearby you, I highly encourage you to pull that out, scan this QR code. It'll take you to our virtual app guide, and we have quite a few different offerings here that will help you during your time at Cal Poly. We have our Cal Poly orientation app. We'll have our week of welcome schedule on there when you arrive to campus. We have ASI Access, which will help you get into the rec center. Cal Poly Now, that'll keep you connected to all the events that happen throughout the year on campus, hosted by clubs and different organizations. Some others, Grubhub is a really great one to have if you're going to be eating on campus. It's great to put your order in while you're in class, and then it'll be ready for you when you're done. So I highly encourage you to scan this QR code and browse around to see how these can be helpful to you during your time here. Now, if you have a few minutes as well, if you can scan this QR code, that's going to take you to our 2026 pre-Slow Days survey. Your voice really matters to us in helping shaping the orientation experience at Cal Poly. It only takes about 2 to 3 minutes, and it is completely anonymous. So if you have a moment, please feel free to fill this out. And that does close on August 10th. And now I'm going to hand it over to one of our members of our orientation leadership team to tell you about our orientation leadership team who has been doing all the behind the scenes work to help make Slow Days the best experience possible.
Awesome. Thank you, Olivia. We're just going to go through the five different kind of sects of the orientation leadership team. The first one is going to be the training and programming team. This is Valerie and Marco. They're lovely people. Valerie's a fourth-year computer science major. She's she, her pronouns, and Marco's a third-year business admin major. I believe he just declared his concentration as HR, so go him. That's awesome to hear. Next up, we have the AdLog team or administration and logistics. First is Alice Pitts. She's a fourth year business admin, also in the HR concentration. She's a she, her pronouns. And Carlos, he is also in the Zoom call. So hi, Carlos. He's probably answering some Q&A questions. He's a third year architecture major and he uses he, him, his pronouns. And then equity and belonging team, these two are awesome. We've been piloting a Spanish supporter track program over summer for a lot of the in-person parents. So that was really awesome. But it's ran by Diego Puga Escobar. He just graduated with a communications or a bachelor's in communications and a minor in Spanish. He's he, him pronouns. And Nayeli Lopez Turan, she's a fourth year child development major. She's got two minors in Spanish and ethnic studies, and she's she, her pronouns. And then, whew, who is that fine fellow off to the right-hand side? That's me, actually. My name's Aiden Varga. I am a fourth-year civil engineering major. I'm going into my fourth year. And I use he, him pronouns. I'm from Redding, California, so shout out NorCal people. And then my co-chair, Rita Norvis, she also just graduated, just like Diego, with a bachelor's in business information systems, and she's going into the master's program for higher education, counseling, and student affairs. So she is awesome. And then last but not least, this is basically the fun committee. This is recruitment and engagement. This is Clara. She is from Brazil. Fun fact. She's a third year econ major, uses she, her pronouns. Erica, she's a fourth year EMP major or environmental management and protections. Uses she, her pronouns. And then Sam Reddington, she's from Boston. So kind of a good spread here. She's a third year history major and she's she, her pronouns. That's our orientation leadership team. We do a lot of the behind the scenes. We've done a lot of programming for in-person and slow days. And then this, we didn't do as much, but for Week of Welcome, we've been doing a lot. But that's all I have to say. I hope y'all get some good Q&A questions in. I'm going to pass it off to Joy Peterson, our very first presenter, who's going to talk about student life essentials. So Joy, please take it away.
Hello, thank you for having me. Let me just get my screen going here, and it looks like we have over 770 of you out there. So I'm really excited to be with you this morning. I'm Joy Peterson. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Associate Vice President for Strategic Enrollment Management and Student Affairs. And I'm going to be talking to you about some things I think you should know to be successful in your journey here at Cal Poly. And there we go. Okay, so a little bit more about myself. I'm a SLOcal, so for those of you who haven't heard that term before, I was born and raised in San Luis Obispo, and I went away to a small private liberal arts college in Southern California, and I did a lot of things that I do not recommend, and I'm actually not talking about drugs and alcohol. I brought my car to campus. I came home every weekend. When I didn't come home, I was visiting my friends from high school at UCSB. I didn't go to office hours. I had an off-campus job, and so I wasn't on campus very much, and I didn't play any sports or join any clubs. And when I graduated from that institution, I was very dissatisfied, to say the least. I never wanted to go back. I didn't think anyone there would remember me, and I certainly didn't want to give back. And shortly after I graduated with my undergrad degree, I came back to SLO and I started working at Cal Poly. And that was over 20 years ago. And I was working with students who were having these incredible experiences. They were joining clubs, they were doing research with faculty, they were having internships and getting amazing jobs, and they were making lifelong friends and having mentorship. And when they graduated, they would come back year after year to visit me and other people that they were involved with while they were here. And they would give back to the programs that they were a part of. And I really saw what a college experience could be. And that's what I want for all of you. I want you all to have the best possible experience you can while you're at Cal Poly, and you're going to get out of it what you put into it. So, like others have said this morning, you're going to have to put yourself outside your comfort zone, try new things, meet new people. But the good news is everybody is in it together. So even though you might feel like you're the only one who doesn't know what's going on or haven't figured it all out yet or haven't made a lifelong friend, I have done this job long enough to know that that is a very common experience, and that is normal and absolutely what you need to be doing to be successful here. This slide came out kind of wonky, but we do have a QR code to follow us on Instagram, Cal Poly DOS, that's the Office of the Dean of Students. And we post all kinds of tips and resources and events and fun facts and ways to get involved. And we highlight a lot of other resources on campus. So feel free to follow us. And I also like to tell folks that my daughter, who is going to be a freshman this year, so she's part of your class, has been following me for a long time on Instagram, and she likes to judge me based on how many people follow me during slow days. So I will be evaluated at the end of this session by my daughter. Okay, Jason Mockford is not with us here this morning, but he's the Senior Director for Leadership and Service. And a lot of the programs that I'm going to talk about this morning fall into his area. So he's a good person to know. I just wanted to at least introduce you so you have a face and a name in case you have questions about any of the programs that I share with you this morning. So, in addition to Jason and myself, there are lots of people here at Cal Poly who want to see you succeed. So, these folks are, many of them, located in student affairs, and I wanted to share with you what student affairs is so that you're familiar with our division. We promote student success throughout the Cal Poly experience by providing learn by doing opportunities, delivering innovative student-centered programs, supporting personal growth, encouraging lifelong connections, and empowering all students within a safe, inclusive, and supportive environment. We always offer the highest quality support services, resources, and experiences for students. And like I said, I'm going to share some of those with you right now. Before I dive in, I just want to mention a few things that we offered here that you may have been involved in while you were in high school or before you got to Cal Poly. So if you did community service, had a leadership position like ASB, played a sport, worked or had a job, were part of a club, or did any of the fine arts like theater, dance, or band, we have all of those things here at Cal Poly, and those are a great place to start if you're looking for connection. So just imagine, what you enjoyed doing and what you were successful at before you got here, and try to make it a point to find those things when you get here. Okay. I'm going to be sharing some programs around our core values, and those are leadership, community, social justice, advocacy, and student success. So let me talk about leadership first. Approximately 20% of students are affiliated with fraternities and sororities. This fall, there are 37 different organizations on campus that each provide a unique experience while connecting students to a larger community network. Annually, our fraternities and sorority members raise over $400,000 for philanthropic causes and engage in over $60,000 of volunteer community service. So lots of our students are part of fraternity and sorority life. The other program I want to highlight is the Center for Leadership. The Center for Leadership is located in the heart of the University Union, and this program offers a leadership certificate for emerging leaders. It's a great way to learn about leadership opportunities and grow your leadership skills, and students don't have to be part of any official leadership position to be involved. Community, I want to talk about community because on a campus of over 20,000 students, it's important for students to find a sense of community within our larger community. Many students find their community in housing, their major, a club, band, or other areas on campus. These are places where you can let your hair down and know that other people have your back. We have over 500 clubs and organizations where students can connect with other students who share their same interests. Last year, clubs hosted over 15,000 events, and that averages to about 67 events per day, which is pretty amazing. Among them, we have a very strong club sports program with 30 recognized teams, and our club sports compete nationally and rank extremely highly, including taking home multiple national titles last year. If we don't have a club that you're interested in, you can always start one. Student development and belonging offers many centers and spaces that provide opportunities for all students to connect with others around identity, culture, gender and sexuality, and other shared identities. These include the Multicultural Center, Latinx Center, Native and Indigenous Center, Pride Center, Gender Equity Center, DREAM, Black Academic Excellence Center, and Men and Masculinity. These centers provide welcoming spaces and host educational events around identity exploration, cultural expression, and intersectionality, and they are open to all students. We have a very strong social justice component that share with you a couple of programs here. We have our Alternative Breaks program, which takes students to New Orleans every winter break and on an international service trip over the summer. So Alt Breaks was created by a passionate student over a decade ago. And this summer we went to South Africa, and next summer we're going to Peru to do service. OWN is our original women's narrative series. And several years ago, our students created this series of monologues to replace the tradition of performing the vagina monologues at Cal Poly. Students, faculty, and staff write and perform narratives from our own campus community that explore important topics such as gender, feminism, race, ethnicity, culture, body image, sexual violence, love, power, and privilege. We have a strong tradition of advocacy at Cal Poly, and we have programs that provide professional advocacy as well as peer-to-peer advocacy for students. The picture on the left is our SAFER space in the University Union, and SAFER provides programs and services related to sexual assault prevention, recovery, and advocacy. We have full-time professional staff who are confidential SAFER advocates who support survivors and others, and our SAFER office is leading the way in universities in violence prevention. On the right is a picture of our food distribution happening on campus. We have student volunteers who staff our food pantry and provide peer-to-peer advocacy for food and housing insecure students. And of course, student success is our entire reason for being here. We all want to see students thriving and succeeding at Cal Poly and beyond. All our programs and services are geared towards your success. The Center for Military Connected Students is a welcoming place for our student veterans and dependents of veterans. They have an amazing crew of staff ready to assist you with resources, guides, and answering whatever questions you might have. And I also recommend checking out their wealth of knowledge on their website. The Disability Resource Center has access specialists who help registered students with various accommodations for them to be academically and personally successful as well. So as you can see, we have a lot of ways for you to get involved, and these are only some of the programs and services that provide opportunities within student life. Research shows that students who are engaged have greater rates of satisfaction, success, and graduation. Our programs and services are award-winning and some of the best in the country, but more importantly, we are here to help connect you and foster a strong sense of belonging and community while you're here. We aim to help you achieve your goals, grow, and be well during your time at Cal Poly. Now, at times, we know that you might experience extenuating circumstances that impact your ability to be successful, either academically or personally, and you might need some extra support to help navigate the fast-paced learning environment at Cal Poly. If you find yourself struggling or not sure where to ask for help, or you're feeling isolated, please reach out to myself, Jason, or one of the other resources here at Cal Poly. As I mentioned earlier, we're all here to support you and your success. This is another slide about Cal Poly Now. Terrence, our vice president, mentioned this earlier in the webinar, but we just want to be sure you know where to find all of these events and activities that I've mentioned. So again, that's now.calpoly.edu. And I encourage you to go there and check out all the events and clubs and organizations that are available to you. And last but not least, I know that the orientation team has been answering questions in the chat as we go along. And I'm always happy to answer questions if anybody wants to reach out to me. But I just want to encourage you to ask questions. Nobody knows everything about Cal Poly, myself included, and I've been here for over 20 years. So don't be afraid to ask questions. There's a lot to learn, and I look forward to seeing you in the fall.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Joy Peterson. That was awesome. Getting some good Q&A questions. Keep those rolling in. We would love to hear some more, especially while she's here. She knows a lot about these subjects. So, if you have any questions specifically for Joy, drop it in the Q&A. Our next presenters are going to be Ashley and Gracie, and they're going to be talking about, I believe, the journey to academic success. So they will likely be from, I believe, the Mustang Success Center. So, please take it away, Ashley and Gracie.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Gracie. I am an advisor in the Mustang Success Center. My colleague Ashley is here to help with the Q&A. I have a couple of other colleagues um, in the room as well. Let me pull up the presentation so I can get it going. Just a second to get it into presenter mode here. Okay, I don't know if this is going to go into presentation mode, but I should be able to switch it around. Here, my computer's giving me a hard time today. There we go. Alrighty, so I'm gonna go through your journey to academic success right now. So we're gonna look at a lot of really important academic stuff, who to talk to when you have questions about your academics and so on and so forth. If you do have questions throughout this presentation, um, go ahead and write them down. I am going to encourage you to hold off on questions until our next presentation, because immediately following this, we're doing our toolkit presentation. And a lot of the questions that I see come up during Journey are answered during toolkit, because it does go over a few things in more detail. And also, if you have any questions pertaining to your specific situations, please hold off on those questions until you can come and meet with an advisor. All right, so to kind of get into what we're going to be going over today, in this presentation, we're going to talk a little bit about academic advising at Cal Poly as a whole. We're going to talk about the academic transition to college and specifically to Cal Poly. We're going to break down kind of your major requirements, and we're going to discuss your fall classes and kind of what that looks like. So we'll go over navigating your Cal Poly portal, finding your transfer credit and how to identify that, your fall class schedule details, and a few academic tools. Most of the academic tools we will cover in the next presentation toolkit. So advising at Cal Poly, your first year advising center is the Mustang Success Center. You can do a lot of things when you come talk to us. You can pretty much come to us with any question, and if we don't have the answer, we should be able to send you to whoever does. But typically, what we're going to be going over are academic questions. So, things pertaining to your schedule, your transfer credit, adding a minor, changing your major, um, declaring your concentration, that kind of stuff. Whereas if you have questions about like finances, that's not going to really be our department. There's a couple of other things where we would refer you out to another department, but this is us, this is our team. And so I don't expect you to remember all of these faces, but if you come into the Mustang Success Center, you're going to see one of these lovely people helping you out. So here at Cal Poly, in the Mustang Success Center specifically, we have four learning outcomes. These are essentially the four things we want to make sure that you're able to do by the end of your first year independently. Today, we're going to kind of focus in on this first one, identifying the appropriate advising center to utilize based on your year at Cal Poly. Um, we'll touch a little bit in on those academic resources. Registration tools, that's going to be more the toolkit part of things, and then a little bit about academic policies, but it's really those first two that we're kind of looking at today. So here in the Mustang Success Center, we do have some programming that we do. So any of these types of presentations, workshops, etc., that you may attend, these are the ones that are run by us. So our block schedule info sessions, I'll have some more information on those. Those are essentially some online sessions that are going to go over how to make changes to your schedule if that's necessary for you. Week of Welcome. During Week of Welcome, we do have some presentations that we do, intro classes if your major has an intro class. So, for example, like your intro business class or some of the engineering majors, lots of these majors have them. Your instructor may have someone from the Mustang Success Center come in and talk to you, give a quick presentation on what we do, and just some important information. Class registration workshops. These are workshops later in the year for how to register for classes because going into your second year and possibly even just your second semester, you will have to register for classes on your own. And finally, change of major info sessions. Those are if you're interested in changing your major, whether you know what you want to do or you don't, you can attend a change of major info session. I will be running two of those during Week of Welcome, and then there will also be two during fall. There we go. All right, so the academic advising structure at Cal Poly is going to be different than what you experienced in high school, more than likely, and it's probably going to be even different than what maybe some of your friends who are at different universities or colleges have experienced and shared with you. Um, so the Mustang Success Center, that's where I and my colleagues who are here helping answer your questions work. We are your first year advising center. So all of your advising questions for the most part are going to come to the Mustang Success Center, and we're going to be the ones kind of helping you with this transition throughout your first year. Starting in your second year and also transfer students. We'll go to your college advising center. So at Cal Poly, as a university, there are six colleges. One of those colleges houses your major. So if you're a business, econ, ITP major, you're going to be going to the College of Business. If you're an engineering major, College of Engineering, so on and so forth. That's where you will go starting in your second year and beyond. So in your first year, MSC, Mustang Success Center, in your second year, and then the rest of your time at Cal Poly, it's going to be your college advising center. Faculty advising is available to students at all levels. Some departments do have faculty advisors assigned, so you'll have a specific faculty member, a specific instructor, professor who you go to. And if you don't have that, then you may just have, make a connection with your intro instructor or just one of your instructors, and they're available to kind of help with more major specific, departmental specific advising, if you kind of have those questions throughout your first year. All right, so we're gonna do a little bit of a sharp left turn here, and we're gonna talk about your major and degree requirements and how to find kind of what classes you need to complete. So if you are on your device and can open up another tab, or if you want to pull out your phone, tablet, whatever, it is a little bit easier on a computer. But if you could go to catalog.calpoly.edu, this is for my kinesthetic learners who need to kind of follow along, have your hands on while you kind of go through all of this. Once you go to catalog.calpoly.edu, up at the top, you will see where it says programs. You want to click that, and then you want to click um, your program. So that's going to be listed in alphabetical order. So scroll down to your major, click it, and then click requirements up along the top. I'll give just a minute for those of you who are following along because we don't have a ton of time, so I don't want to spend too much time kind of letting you pull that up. If you're still pulling it up, that's totally fine. But once you click requirements, you're going to see something that looks like this. It's going to be a live document. What you see, this is a downloaded PDF version, but essentially this is the curriculum requirements for your program. So you're going to see um, your major courses, your support courses, and then down there at the very bottom, you will see like your general education outline. So we're going to start with your general education. So your GEs, as we call them, there are 6 subject areas, areas 1 through 6. And each area or most areas have sub area requirements. So you can see like area 2 and 6, it just says 2 and 6 under because it's just that one class that's required for that area. But the other 6 areas have breakdowns. So area 1A, B, and C, etc. So you may be asking yourself, why do you have to take these general education classes? There are 4 main reasons that all students are required to take these classes. And this is kind of also to give kind of a positive outlook on what these look like and why you take them. So first, it's going to help you to build your critical thinking and problem solving skills because it's going to give you a lot of different perspectives: English, math, history, art, humanities, all of that kind of stuff. It's going to also build those life skills, writing and public speaking. It's kind of like real world skills in a lot of these classes. Connecting the dots, you're going to make deeper connections to your major. You're going to be able to utilize what you do in English or communications in your major pretty much regardless of what it is. There's going to be writing involved, or maybe it's math, and there's going to be math involved in your major depending on what it is. It's also going to give you a more creative understanding of your field, your major, your department. And finally, it's going to give you the opportunity to try new things, explore new interests, hobbies, possible career paths. Um, I love this line that you might even discover a passion you didn't know you had because that is what happened to me when I was taking my GE classes. I had 2 GE classes that I loved so much that I double minored in those areas. And so, and I utilize that stuff every day, all the time. I'm utilizing that information that I gained in those classes, um, especially in I minored in communications after taking that class, and that's something that I feel like regardless of career, I do. All right, so switching over from your GE courses, if we look at your major courses, there are a few different sections that you're going to see on your major in the major courses section. So first, you're going to see a list of classes. You really want to look over to the right where you see a number. That number is the number of units that is required for you to take. You also will have electives, and you'll notice that kind of the big difference here is when you look over to the right there, there's only one number, and it says select from the following there at the top. So that means that from this section here, you only need to complete 3 units. And when you select one of these ITP classes, in this case, this is a major curriculum requirement sheet. Once you pick one of those classes, that section is completed. There at the bottom, you may see concentration, and then there will be a list below. Doesn't fit on this little screenshot. It is a little bit separate. Some majors have concentrations, not all majors do, but if yours does, it will say that there. So if we look a lot closer at that top section, what you're going to see for every class in your major area is you're going to see the course code on the left. This is typically what we are referring to classes as. So you're rarely going to hear one of us in the Mustang Success Center call a class like Career Readiness 1. We're going to refer to that as Biz 1100. And then if you look over again at the right, you're going to see that each one of these has a number. So that means that to complete that section, you have to complete that number of units, which is going to happen automatically. Like Biz 1100 is going to be 1 unit. Biz 2206 is going to be 1 unit. Biz 2207 is going to be 3 units, etc. So once you complete each of those, they're going to be checked off and that requirement will be met. So again, I kind of already jumped into what these electives look like. So it's going to be the same thing. You're going to see the course code on the left, the name of the course in the middle, and then over on the right, that one number because it says select from the following. So once you take one of these, doesn't matter which one, you could take 3330. Once that's done, that requirement is checked off. So support courses are courses that support your major. So these are going to be classes that aren't in the same department as your major. So again, in this example, we're using a business degree curriculum sheet. So the support courses, you're going to see economics, math, statistics. These are courses that are not business classes, but they are necessary for your degree. So sometimes when you take a general education class, it's going to also count towards a major or support class. So if you look again to the right, where you see all of the numbers of units, you will see there may be 1 or 2 that say 0. That doesn't mean you don't have to take that class. That means that it's built into your major. So next to GE Area 4B here, you see a 0, but in parentheses next to the area, it says 3 units in support. So if you go and look at your support courses, where it says Econ 2001, you can see that in parentheses next to that title, it says 4B, meaning that once you take that support course, you have fulfilled that GE requirement and don't need to take an additional GE in that section or in that area. So, a bachelor's degree requires you to complete a minimum of 120 semester units. That is made up of your general education units, your major units, your support units, and for some majors, free electives. So that's going to equal the 120. So what a free elective is essentially anything that you can take. So if your major support and GE total units does not get you to the 120, that's when you have free electives. Majors in architecture, engineering, there's a couple of others that they're high unit majors, they already meet that 120. So they don't have these free elective requirements. But like business in this example, those don't quite make it to the free elective area. So you need 5 to 12 additional units to get you to that minimum 120 units. So in that case, you can take anything. You can take bowling, you can take beekeeping, you can add a minor depending on how many of those you have. If you only have, 3 or 6 free elective units. You're just going to take a couple of classes. You don't necessarily need to add a minor, but some majors are going to have 24 units or something like that. And in that case, adding a minor, those minor classes are going to contribute to those free electives. So you can kind of help supplement your degree that way as well. So again, if you are following along, we're under programs and requirements. And I want you to look at your degree requirements. I know we can't necessarily raise our hands, but if you kind of think about it, I want you to see if you can identify that under your GE section, you have a 1C requirement. I'll give you just a second to check. I do see a couple of virtual hands popping up. Yeah, look at your hands go. Perfect. Yeah, you guys should all have a 1C requirement. That's required for everybody. Perfect. Thank you guys for doing it that way. All right, so another little pivot, we're going to talk a little bit about your fall semester classes now, what scheduling looks like, and all of that good stuff. Maybe. There we go. All right, so for your fall semester, you're going to receive what we call a block schedule. I know some high schools have block scheduling where, you're scheduled in blocks. This means that you're going to be blocked into your classes. It's something completely different. So you're going to be enrolled in classes for fall. You're going to receive your schedule, and the Office of the Registrar has a block scheduling team. They are going to create your block schedule based on your major and degree, like your department, your student interest survey, any transfer credit you have, all of that kind of stuff is going to be what your block schedule is consisting of. You will receive a minimum of 12 units. And you may already be seeing classes pop up in that schedule. In fact, you likely have already seen classes popping up in your schedule, but just note that it's not finalized until tomorrow, August 5th at 5 p.m. So whatever your schedule says in your student center or your portal by tomorrow at 5 p.m., that's what your schedule is going to be. There's going to be more details at your academic toolkit presentation. That's not tomorrow. It's happening immediately after this. It just says tomorrow because that's how we organize our in-person presentations. But you're going to get a lot more information on that. So if you have questions about your specific block schedule, please come and talk to an advisor rather than trying to get the question answered here. We're not going to be able to answer those types of individual questions. And then if you have really any questions pertaining to the block schedule, hold off on those until the end of toolkit if you're able to, or during toolkit, because a lot of those questions are going to get answered in the next presentation. So academics at Cal Poly, college academics, I'm sure you've heard, can be a lot different than high school. So classes on the semester system, like I said, you're going to get a block schedule for both semesters during your first year. And they will be different classes each semester. So that's kind of the big difference between this and high school is each semester is a different class. It's not you taking the same class all year. You're going to receive a partial block schedule during spring. And what that means, because we get a lot of questions on what that means, is you're going to receive anywhere from 0 units to 18 units, or 16 units, excuse me. You will be given a schedule likely, but it could be a part-time schedule. It could be a full-time schedule. It could be really anywhere in between. So just be prepared that you may have to kind of build your schedule up in spring. But in fall, you are receiving like that full block schedule. So 15 units per semester on average is what is recommended to complete your degree in the allotted amount of time. Most degrees, that's 4 years. A couple of them, it's 5. That number is based on students who are coming in with 0 units of transfer credit. So 12 units is minimum to be a full-time college student. But if you're coming in with little to no transfer credit, that's totally okay. You're just wanting to average about that 15 units. Most classes are going to be 3 units a semester. There's a few that may be more, there's a few that may be less. But based on that, you're going to be averaging 4 to 6, maybe 7 classes every semester. to kind of keep you on track. So a Cal Poly schedule, a college schedule is going to look a lot different than your high school schedule. I talked about that high school block schedule where it's, you're in class from this block to this block, and then you have a break, but you're going, from 8:30 to 3:30 or 8 to 3 or whatever your high school schedule was. Whereas in college at Cal Poly, you may have classes kind of all over the place. Oh, sorry. Um, and it's going to be really spread out like throughout your day. So, essentially, you may have these blocks of time where you don't have class. Like in this example, this Wednesday, class from 8:40 to 10 a.m. and then not again until 6:10 to 8 p.m. on that day. So what are you doing during that time? Making sure you're taking care of yourself is extremely important. You know, if you have that large break, take a nap. Make sure you're getting a good breakfast, lunch, and dinner in if you have the time, depending on the day. Um, and you can really utilize that time for studying, which is what you're going to be using a lot of time for in college. So I want you to think about how many hours you studied in high school. You feel free to put your answer in the chat. You absolutely do not have to do that. Um, it just kind of can help us gauge kind of what you're thinking. Give you just a second to think on that. Zero, one, two, couple that are a little bit more. I personally was a zeroer. I did not study in high school. All right. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of those low numbers, which is totally cool. And I'm gonna move on to the next one. So now we're gonna kind of stop on that question, and now I want you to think about or answer in the chat how many you think you're gonna need to study during college. 40, 100, 15 a week. I'm seeing a lot of that, like 15 to 20. Cool. All right. I am now going to present you with the answer that is backed by science. This has been researched, studied, etc. 25 to 35 hours a week is what has been proven to help most students be successful. Again, not every student is going to fall into the same category, but typically 2 hours per unit per week is what is recommended and is where students tend to be successful. So I said, 15 units per semester is average. So if you're taking 15 units, that's 2 hours per unit per week. That is 30 hours of studying a week. If you're at that 12, that's 24, but that's on the very low end. There may be times when you're taking, 18 units, that's 36. So that's kind of where that 25 to 35 comes from because you're typically taking 12 to 18, which is the 24 to 36. All right. So what does studying mean? That doesn't mean you're sitting there with a textbook all day for, 30 hours a week. There's a lot of things that this can be. So just to kind of break it down briefly, that may be reading the text is part of it. That may be partnering with your advisors, more specifically your faculty advisors. Maybe you are attending a study group, tutoring, or a supplemental workshop. Those, we do have actually like programs for those things where you can join a study group. You can join a workshop where you're meeting once a week with people from your class. You can attend tutoring, office hours. Go sit with your professor for, 5, 10 minutes and just make sure you're fully understanding the material. Solo study, maybe you are just working by yourself, whether that's reading the text, doing practice problems, whatever that may be. Review your notes. Make sure you're taking good notes in class and then go back and read them to make sure you are kind of understanding them. You can also find related YouTube videos. That can take up a lot of time because sometimes some of those videos are pretty long. That can be your however many hours a day. This also can count the time that you're in class depending on what's going on in class that day, but a lecture is a part of that kind of getting that information in. Alrighty, so the Mustang Success Center, just a quick reminder what we do, who we are, what we're here to help you with. We're here to work as your partners. We're not here to give you the answers, to tell you everything. We're here to guide you, maybe to clarify some things, to refer you to the proper department if necessary, and to empower you to really kind of gain independence through your college experience. So when you have questions, before you come to an advisor, we expect you to come in having checked these two places. success.calpoly.edu, that's our website. If you click the FAQ at the top, there are a ton of questions, like common questions that are answered there. You can also find information on your block schedule, registration, help, that kind of stuff, all on our website. And also the first year advising Canvas page, you're going to hear us encouraging you to check this a lot throughout your first year. You may or may not have already received an invite to this, but make sure that once you have access to your Cal Poly email, you're checking that because that's where you're going to receive your invite to this page. And this page is going to have a lot of important information about a lot of different things. There's a module on if you want to change your major, if you want to make changes to your schedule, how to find your proper classes, like the classes that you need, how to interpret your transfer credit, all of that kind of stuff. And a lot more. Our assistant director does this page and she is so thorough and there's so much good information on there. So you really want to make sure you're checking that out before you come talk to an advisor, especially during our busy times. If you come in, ask us a question that is clearly answered on the first year advising Canvas page, it just makes it a lot easier on us not to have to answer those questions during those times. You can also connect with us on Instagram and YouTube. We're kind of revamping our YouTube right now because you may or may not know this is our first year on semesters. We've previously been a quarter institution, and so a lot of the stuff that was on our YouTube was kind of using that quarter language. So we are working on getting that updated, but there are and will be like recorded workshops from the past, some tutorials, that kind of stuff. We do have a few that are already revamped up there. And then also our Instagram, you can follow us at Mustang Success Center. We're not lame, we're really cool and funny. But we do have like some reels and stuff that we post. But more importantly, we are posting reminders, important information on there that is relevant to your first year. And so, important dates, reminders, our information is going to be on there. So pretty soon there will be like a post that pops up about when the change of major info sessions are going to be during week of welcome. I am going to give you that information here in a second, but that's just an example of something that you may see. So definitely follow us if you are on the gram. All right, so what's next? Essentially, this is what you're going to look at in your toolkit presentation. So again, if you had questions on any of this, if you held off, great. If you can continue to hold off until toolkit, these are going to be answered. How your transfer credit applies to your degree, how you can see that, how you can find that. You're going to review tools on how to plan out what classes you should be taking. You're going to look at how to keep track of your progress, and then you're going to dive more in depth into your fall block schedule. So thank you very much. Again, in the next presentation, they're going to give you more information on dates that are coming up, reminders, all of that kind of stuff. I'm going to go ahead and hop into the Q&A if there's any unanswered questions and see if I can kind of help out my colleagues who are working on that. Thank you guys.
All right, perfect. We've been getting a lot of questions in Q&A. We're slowly working through those. Thank you all for asking questions. That was a fantastic presentation. The Mustang Success Center is a lovely resource. I used them when I was a first year. They're super friendly. They're doing a lot of the block scheduling and they're doing a fantastic job, even though right now is a little bit hectic for them. That was a lot of information, and we are going to be running through the Q&A for a little bit more, but we're just going to give you all a bit of a break so we can all catch our breath. We're going to be going on break until about 10:30. So we'll reconvene at about 10:30. We'll still be here answering questions, but we'll see y'all in about 15 minutes. So thank you.
Hello, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed your break. Right now, I'm going to introduce Cynthia from the Mustang Success Center to present about the journey to academic success.
Hey, Nayeli, good to see you. Hi, everybody. Let me share my screen. And are you all seeing the slide right now?
Yes, we're good.
Awesome. Thanks, Dale. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Cynthia Avila Alfaro. I'm one of the academic advisors in the Mustang Success Center. Let me get all my tabs here lined up because I was answering some questions in the Q&A. Yeah, my pronouns are she, her, ella. Again, I'm one of the academic advisors on the Mustang Success Center. I did see some comments about some people missed the first presentation, so I'll do a kind of in-depth about the Mustang Success Center here today. So within the Mustang Success Center, we are your first year advising center. So any student, no matter their major, what department they're in, we are going to be the ones working with you guys. A little bit about me. I'm originally from Northern California, up in Napa, born and raised, and then moved down here for grad school and have been here ever since. Advising looks like a partnership here with us in the Mustang Success Center. You guys are now college students, so there's kind of a different level of responsibility we expect you guys to have over your own academics, right? So we're here to partner with you and to guide you. A lot of the topics that we cover in our one-on-one advising meetings are going to be like change of major. Of course, class scheduling is always a big one, but things like studying and time management are also things we talk about with students as well. I've seen a couple of questions in the Q&A. We do not work on appointments, so we are a first come, first serve drop-in style. That's how our office works. We do virtual over Zoom. We do in person in our office. But no appointments are needed. You can just hop into the Zoom and an advisor will be with you in the order that you come in with us. Okay. Okay, so for today's goals, we're going to go over your Cal Poly portal, your degree tools, which allow you to have questions about transfer credit and how to see that. We are going to talk about your block schedule, so we'll get there, and then other important dates and deadlines. So since you guys are all on a computer or device, if you want to follow along, which I would encourage you to if possible, you can kind of switch back and forth between maybe the Zoom and following along. But to access your Cal Poly portal, all of you should know this by now, but you're going to go to my.calpoly.edu. And then from there, this is what your portal looks like. Layout will be a little bit different if you are on a phone or something like that. Let's see here. And then you'll see all of these apps on the left side as well. So a lot of people have been asking, where can I find my email? Right here under email and calendar. Let's see, what else do we have here? Mustang Jobs. Someone was asking about jobs earlier. And then the bigger ones are going to be Student Center, which we'll dive into in a bit, and the Academics tab over here at the top as well. So this is the Academics tab is where you're going to be able to access a lot of different tools. This includes your curriculum requirements and your flowchart. And so here we have the trifecta. These are going to be your best friends over your time that you're going to be here at Cal Poly. So we've got your curriculum requirements, which is basically going to be your checklist of everything that you need to complete for graduation. Then you've got your flowchart, which is going to be it's basically another version of that, but it's going to help you plan when and where to take these classes, like at what point in your progress, right? And then we've got something called your degree progress report, another one of your best friends. It's basically a checklist. It's a version of the curriculum requirements, but it's personalized and it's live. It's a live tool. It's personalized to you. It keeps track of what do I have done? What am I currently taking? What do I still need to do so that you don't have to manually like do it on paper. So it keeps track of that for you. I see a comment about the screen being black. Okay. I think we're okay.
Yeah, Cynthia, your screen looks okay on my end.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we've got, this is our curriculum requirement sheet. So this is going to be the breakdown of everything that you need to get a bachelor's degree, which is, why you're coming to Cal Poly. Let's see. So your bachelor's degree is a 4 to 6 year program, right? That consists of approved general education curriculum, your major specific curriculum, and some support courses here at Cal Poly as well. So your curriculum requirements, first of all, are going to be listed with your major requirements up at the top. So if we're using this curriculum requirement sheet as an example, this is a business major. So all of your business courses are going to be up here. They're, for your major. We've also got something called support courses. These are going to be complementary or supplementary or supporting your major. So for this student, for example, they're a business student. Econ isn't necessarily a business class, neither is math or statistics. However, it is important for a business student to have this knowledge. It's going to help them in the rest of their business courses and in kind of the long-term, long-term career as well. And then we've got your general education courses, which Gracie talked to us about a bit. These are kind of general education courses are really important to make you a well-rounded individual as well. We've got your critical thinking in there, being able to, problem solve. We've got your writing, important that you know how to write, right? But we've also got things like ethnic studies and, American institutions to make you a well-rounded individual. So that you're not, you have kind of this scope of knowledge as well to work with. So everything on this curriculum requirement sheet is required for you to graduate. And then, yeah, okay. So to find your flow chart, you are going to go back to your portal. Then you're gonna, excuse me, not your portal. You're gonna go to the catalog so that you can find that catalog.calpoly.edu. You're then gonna click on programs up at the top to find your bachelor's degree. You'll then click on that bachelor's degree. For example, again, we're looking at business here. And then there'll be a tab up at the top. You'll click on the one where it says flowcharts. Okay, and then this is a flowchart. Well, this is the start of a flowchart. This is year 1 of a flowchart. So the flowchart is going to show your suggested courses for the year and the term, and it is going to assume that you are not coming in with any kind of transfer credit. So the flowchart is going to assume that you are coming in with no dual enrollment, no community college credit, no AP, IB scores, right? So this could be different depending on, I guess, the way that you're going to follow this, depending on what are you coming in with. So something else about the flowchart is it is interactive. So if we click on Business 2215, we can learn a little bit more about the class. So the pop-up box that we see here, we've got our course prefix, our number, and our title. It will also tell you the amount of units. It will also tell us when is this class typically offered. So for example, this one is telling me fall, spring, and summer. Some of them might just say fall, some of them might say fall, spring. This isn't an exact thing. This is kind of up to the department, but it is a good timeline or a good starting point of kind of where to start. It's also going to tell us if a class has prerequisites. So prerequisites are something that you need to take before you can take this course. For this class, we're looking at Business 2215. The prerequisite tells us it's one of the following. So I cannot take this class if I have not done Business 2212 or 2214, right? I would have to complete those before I can take 2215. Then we've also got our course description. This is just telling you, what is this class about? What is it going to cover? Okay. Let's also look at Econ 2001. You'll notice that it has some parentheses next to it. This is going to tell us if a class is double counting for GE. This class, we can see, is counting for it's Econ 2001, Survey of Economics. This is a requirement within our, I'm forgetting the name of it, our curriculum requirement sheet, but it's also going to double count as GE for us. And let's look a little bit more into this course. So same thing as that last one, once we expand and interact with it, we can look at, okay, this is the prefix for it, this is the number. So econ is the prefix, 2001 is the number, title, Survey of Econ, and then it's telling us it's 3 units. Same thing, term typically offered. Last one we saw was fall, spring, summer. This one is telling us fall and spring. Because this one is a general education class, it is also going to tell us what GE category this class is designated as. So this one is telling me you guys are all on the 2026, 2028 or later catalog. This is telling me that for you, it would be GE area 4B. Okay, so that was a lot of information. Hopefully you're still following. So to summarize, the flowchart will recommend major courses, support courses, and GE courses, and it's going to be a general timeline of when to take each requirement. You'll see here, we're looking at first year, semester 1, semester 2, term, semester. Those can be used a bit interchangeably for now. Again, I'm in the catalog under flowchart. It's also going to give you a recommendation of about how many units you should be aiming for each term. So for term 1 for this business student, it's telling them you should be at around 13 units. You should be at about 16 units. Now, the one big thing I will say, it's kind of impossible to exactly follow what the flowchart is telling you, especially if someone is coming in with transfer credit. That's going to change things up a bit. So if someone is in, let's say you got your block schedule and you were not put in GE 1A, but you were put in GE 1C here in this first term, that's okay. Then in term 2, we can just kind of switch these around. So while it is a good guideline, I don't want you to be exactly kind of super attached to the flowchart. It's a good starting point, but just based on class capacity, based on stuff like that, you've got to be, that's kind of like building Legos. Like one block can go here, one block can go there. You can move stuff around, right? So I just want to tell you guys, like, don't freak out if it's not exactly, you'll be okay. We will figure it out. Okay. Okay. So we've got our major flow chart over on the left, which again was found in the catalog. And then we've got our curriculum requirements over on the right. So this is going to show you how same exact information, just kind of listed out in a different way. Okay. So you'll see here, we've got our business 1100, recommended term 1. So again, just kind of showing you how the flowchart is showing you when to take things, while the curriculum requirements is just kind of your checklist. Okay. So We're going to look at another tool. So that was your flowchart and curriculum requirements. We're going to look at another tool. This is a big one, so I want all of you to pay attention to this one. This is going to be your student center, another one of your best friends, and where anything related to registration, you're going to use your student center. So we're going to go back to your portal, my.calpoly.edu. On that left side where your apps are, you're going to go to Student Center. And then this is what your Student Center looks like, right? So some kind of things to note here, and then we'll do a deep dive. You've got your enrollment tab. This is where you can search for classes, build schedules. This is where you're going to find enrollment dates, be able to drop classes, swap them, stuff like that. You've also got another really important one. You've got your to-dos, tasks, and holds. Here you can check if you have any holds. I recommend checking this pretty frequently just to make sure that you're all good to go, especially right before registration season. Some holds can prevent you from registering for your classes, so just make sure that you're all good to go there. Then you've got your academic progress tab. Here's where you can look at your transfer credit and your degree progress report, which is the big tool that we're going to dive into next. Okay, so in your student center, you'll go to academic progress. Then you'll get a drop-down menu from academic progress. We're going to go into degree progress report. We call it DPR for short in our office. We love our acronyms here at Cal Poly. So if you ever hear DPR, just know that we're talking about your degree progress report. Okay, so once we click on degree progress report, it should look something like this. The kind of upper tabs should all be the same, but obviously if you're not a business student, this is going to say your own major. So because your degree progress report is live and is specific to you, let's go through what these components look like. We are going to focus right now on general education requirements. So this highlighted box. And again, here you see kind of the general tabs. We're going to focus on general education requirements. So then you should get another kind of drop-down menu. It's going to show you the major categories of your general educations, your GE courses or GE areas. So you'll see 1 through 6. Another note is this should look similar to what we were seeing on the curriculum requirement sheet. So if we go into the GE area 1, we can then see subcategories. So you've got your 1A, 1B, 1C. So this is the GE category. This is the name of that category. So written communication, critical thinking, oral communication, and then it will have any notes. So you'll see minimum of grade of a C- is required. Perfect. Okay. Oh, let me go back real quick. You'll also notice on here that there's different colors. That's the nice thing about the degree progress report is because it is a live tool, there's kind of, it takes the guesswork out of things. So anything that is red with an exclamation mark, not satisfied means that you still need to take that. Anything that is green that says satisfied, at this point in time, if you see any green satisfied in your degree progress report, we know for a fact that that's your transfer credit because you're a new incoming student and haven't taken any classes at Cal Poly yet. So if you're looking through your degree progress report and you see any green, we know that that's from your transfer credit. Anything that is yellow that says satisfied-IP is going to be from your, basically it's telling you this is what you're currently taking. For right now, because you guys haven't started your classes, fall hasn't started, obviously, we know that this is going to be from your block schedule. Okay, So let's dive deeper into transfer credit. A lot of you had questions about this in the Q&A, so listen up. So we're going to go into our portal again, and we want to look for our poly profile up at the top. So we'll click on poly profile. It will then bring you to your poly profile. You'll have to scroll down a little bit to get to a section called Additional Higher Education Credits. Then there will be a tab that says Additional Higher Education Credit Details. You'll click on that. Oops, what did I do? Okay, it will then bring you to something kind of similar to this. Okay, so if you did dual enrollment, if you've taken classes at a community college at a different, higher education institution, this is where that will live, assuming you've turned in your transcripts, right? So we can see here on the left side, it's telling me what is this giving you credit for here at Cal Poly. You'll see Cal Poly over here on that left side. And then external institution. So this student in particular took classes, it looks like at Ventura College up here at the top. So that is telling us, this is what they took over there. Okay, if any of you took AP or IB credit, there's also, if you keep scrolling down in your poly profile, there is also a test credit section. You'll click on test credit details. And again, it should look something like this. Oops. Okay. And then same thing as the last one, Cal Poly credit is over here on this left side. And then the exam or test credit is over here on this right side. So we can see from this student here that they took AP Spanish language. It will tell you the year. It will tell you the score as well that you got. And then we can see that this particular student got credit for Spanish 203 and for Spanish 201 and Spanish 202. Okay. We can also see that the student took AP English Language and Lit combo and scored a 4, and that they got credit for English 134, some transfer credit, and some GE credit as well. Okay. Oops, hold on. Keeps doing that. I don't know. Okay, so let's take a look at how can we tell if your transfer credit was applied correctly. So for this student within their general education area 1, we're going to look at that. And again, this is our general area 1 category. So we want to look at the subcategories. So I'll click on that. Okay. And I'll have you guys look at that for a second. And remember what I said, anything in green at this point is going to be from your transfer credit. So we can see that this student in particular got credit for their 1A because, how do we know that? It's marked as satisfied. You can also look at further details in your degree progress report, DPR. So if you click on view courses, you will then be brought to another tab and it will tell you as well that this was transfer credit from test credit. So this could have been from, AP for the student, for example. Okay. So what if my transfer credit is not showing up in my degree progress report? Usually this happens because maybe, you forgot to send in your scores or something like that. Resend it as soon as possible. Or if you know for a fact that like, ooh, I have some AP credits sitting in College Board in my College Board account that I haven't sent over, do not wait, send it as soon as possible, okay? If, you were taking a class and you forgot to send the transcript over from a community college or dual enrollment or something like that, send that as soon as possible as well. Okay, a lot of you had questions about this one. Let's talk about your block schedule and understanding your block schedule for fall at Cal Poly. So again, a reminder, block schedules are going to be finalized August 5th, 5 p.m. I'll say that again. Your block schedule is not finalized until August 5th at 5 p.m. The Office of the Registrar creates your schedule in partnership with your department. So give them some more time. Final edits are probably being made as we speak, but it's not finalized until August 5th, 5 p.m. Okay. So students will be receiving a full-time schedule for fall semester that consists of degree applicable classes. And so we often get asked, oh, why is it recommended that I not make unnecessary changes to my class schedule or to my block schedule? It's because those classes have been, those are degree applicable classes. You're being put into what you need to take. Spring semester of your first year, you'll receive what's called a partial block schedule. So that could be anywhere from 0 to, I believe, 18 units in spring, but we can get into that kind of next semester. After your first year, you don't get a block schedule anymore. So after your first year, you are responsible for getting yourself into classes and going through the registration process. So your block schedule is really a gift from us. Well, I say us as Cal Poly. Our office does not make your block schedule, but from Cal Poly to you. So take that gift. Let's see here. And that's why we go over a ton of information, like your degree progress report, how to go about making, understanding your degree requirements, because after your first year, it's in your hands at that point. Okay. Last thing I'll say about that, again, block schedules finalized August 5th, 5 p.m. They are created in partnership with your major department and Office of the Registrar. They should take into consideration your answers from your student interest survey and transfer credit as long as it was received in time. Yeah. Okay. So where do I find my block schedule? I don't know where to find it. You're gonna go into your student center, which again you can access through your portal. And then that student center tab on the left. And then you're gonna click on my schedule over on this drop-down menu. You'll see a version of this. You might see the list view actually, but to get it to this view, you'll click on the little calendar icon up at the top. So this is an example of someone's block schedule. But that's where you can find it under my schedule in your student center. Okay, and we'll get into changes real quick, okay? Okay. Lots of you have questions about this, so listen up. Making changes to your block schedule. Most of you are not going to need or want to make changes to their schedule. So if you have a block schedule and you're like, this looks great, awesome, ready to go, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to go in and confirm. You don't have to, approve it. You don't have to do anything at all. There are some reasons that you might want to make changes to your schedule. That could be if you want to take more units. Typically, a block schedule that we're seeing right now is going to be about 12 to 15, maybe 16 units. Full-time enrollment at Cal Poly is 12 units. If you get an email from your department and they're recommending that you take a class, check your email. That's also another reminder, check your email. But yeah, listen to them. If your department is recommending that you take something else, definitely don't ignore that. If you earned credit for a class that you got blocked into, let's say you took, I don't know, for example, let's say you took AP English and got a high enough, test score, and you were put into your that same English class that you already got credit for. If you know that for a fact, you're going to want to make a change to that schedule. Reasons to be cautious about changing your block schedule. If you just don't want to take a class that's in your schedule, listen, I get it. However, it is a degree applicable course. And, you can talk to upperclassmen here at Cal Poly. Registration can be a bit rough in the future. I had someone ask me the other day, like, I just don't want to take ethnic studies right now. And while I get that, maybe you want to prioritize a different GE that you're more interested in. Ethnic studies can be a tricky one to get into in the future. So just be cautious about stuff like that. Also be cautious if you want to take less units, especially if you want to go below 12 units. So if you want to be a part-time student versus a full-time student, also be cautious about that. There could be implications for financial aid, time to degree progress, stuff like that. So if you're also just unsure if a class's degree applicable, which again, they all should be, but we're human, we make mistakes, right? So if you're just unsure and want to double check that your classes are degree applicable, these would all be great reasons for you to come and talk to us in the Mustang Success Center, okay? Okay. Other tips and information, you should attend a block schedule info session if you are considering making changes to your schedule. You should also use a swap function. Don't drop your classes. Once you drop a class, that's it. Like you can't, there's no back button, there's no undo button. Once you drop a class, that's it. If any of you are ARCE or ARC majors, so architectural engineering or architecture majors, don't change your studio class. Okay, do not change your studio class. And I'm just checking on time real quick. Okay, we're good. Some of you are asking about change of major. Change of major, we typically don't recommend that you make changes if you're interested in changing your major. And the reason for that is a couple different things, but I'll share some information in a bit about a change of major info session that you can attend. Or you can come and talk to us, but change of major, I'll get to you guys in a little bit. Okay. Some other need to knows. I quickly want to explain course numbers versus section numbers. So course numbers are how to identify what a course is and what the topic of the course pertains to. So course numbers are what will be listed in the catalog and on your curriculum requirement sheet and how you identify that class. So, for example, Stat 1510, that's your course number. And then within courses, there are sections. Section numbers are alphanumeric, and they will let you know where or how a course is being taught. So, for example, a class can be pre-calculus, that's the course, but there can be multiple different sections of pre-calculus. Maybe one section is online, maybe one section is 7 a.m., one section is 1 p.m. So there are different sections to a course. And also to dive a little bit deeper into section numbers. So sections are going to be associated with a particular location, and you are going to have the ability to filter your search for courses by location. Really, you guys are just going to use main campus typically. So that is going to be S01 through S99, and you'll see in class search and schedule builder. So these are some tools that you can use to find classes. It will ask you what campus that you're looking for. The other one I want to note here is virtual courses. So this is synchronous, asynchronous, or a combination of the two. So your synchronous is going to be, your Zoom. So you still have a Zoom meeting. Asynchronous is going to be fully independent and online, usually through campus modules. Those sections are going to say V, okay, in front of them. Okay. So this is just a quick example of what I'm talking about with section numbers. You'll see the class up at the top is Business 1100 Career Readiness. And then you can see that there are multiple sections being offered of this course. One more example. We've got Business 4418A Marketing Research Project, but there are multiple different sections being offered of this course. These ones are telling me that these are online or virtual, right? Because they have that V in the section number. This one at the top is telling me that these are held at the main campus because they start with an S. Okay. And if I can move forward. Okay. You typically won't have to worry about this, but just as a quick kind of FYI, again, because you'll be choosing main Cal Poly campus, just an FYI, H is telling me that this is an Allen Hancock course. That's one of the local community colleges here in San Luis Obispo. And then our main campus, again, has that S as a section number. One more example. Oh, why does it keep doing that? Okay. One more example. This is going to show us cross-listed courses. And so cross-listed courses, this class is showing me it's ES, Ethnic Studies 3350, Gender, Race, Culture, Science, and Technology, but it's also listed as honors and as Women, Gender, Queer Studies 3350. That's what cross-listed means. Same course, just kind of different titles that it's being listed under. Okay, when are you allowed to make changes to your block schedule? If you need to, right? Because usually they're not going to be recommended. Round 1 is going to be between August 11th and 13th. However, you are going to get what's called an enrollment appointment. And the word appointment is used in it, but it's not an actual appointment with like an advisor or with our office in the Mustang Success Center. Really what an enrollment appointment is when does the registration system unlock for me? Okay, so how you find your enrollment appointment, and you can't see this yet. It should be posted within the next few days. Office of the Registrar posts those, but give it a few days. But how you are going to find it when it is posted in the next couple of days is going to be, again, in your student center under enrollment dates. And then you should see something here up at the top that says enrollment appointment. And so for this student in particular, you know, their example is May 23rd, 8 a.m. So you are going to want to set an alarm or put it in your calendar, right? So that if you are going to make changes to your schedule, that you go in right at that time to get kind of the best chances of getting the changes that you want to make. Okay. Again, if you don't see your enrollment appointment up at the top, it's just because Office of the Registrar hasn't released those. Give it a couple days. It should be in the next couple of days. I see 8 a.m. on what day? You're gonna get your own. This is just an example, right? You're gonna get your own enrollment appointment. And again, it's not an appointment with us. It's just when does the system unlock for you? Okay. If you are thinking about making changes to your schedule, I want you to take a picture of this. This is our block schedule info sessions. We're going to go over with you guys kind of considerations again and how to make changes to your schedule. So we're going to have a session on August 5th at 10 a.m., which at that point, so that one's tomorrow, but remember, that can kind of be like a pre kind of thing if you're thinking about it. But remember, your block schedule isn't finalized until August 5th, 5 p.m. Again, if you're not seeing an enrollment appointment, it's because they haven't been released yet. Give it another day or two. Okay, so take a picture of that. Okay, a lot of you guys were asking about changing majors. So what you can do now, so we have our policy here at Cal Poly is that you can't start the change of major process in your first semester. So that means you guys are, if you're all, whoever's thinking about changing their major, you're not going to be able to start that process until spring. What you can do now until spring is I want you to look at the first year advising Canvas change of major module. I want you to also review the policy for change of major and what those steps are so that you become familiarized with them. I also would like for you to attend a change of major information session. There is going to be an in-person one during week of welcome, during WOW week in Spanos. You can also take a picture of this. Actually, I have another slide that you can take a picture of for that. If you're planning to change majors or if you're just kind of thinking about it, we really don't encourage you to change your fall schedule. Okay, you can always come talk to us in the Mustang Success Center, talk to an advisor for personalized recommendations. But in general, we don't recommend that you change your schedule based on interest in another major. Okay. If you're planning on changing your major, I want you to take a picture of this as well. There's going to be a change of major info session Friday, August 21st during WOW week. And you can RSVP via your Cal Poly portal as well. Someone's asking, why don't you recommend changing your schedule? Lots of different reasons. One of the big ones is change of major is not a guarantee here at Cal Poly. So we don't want you to put all your eggs in one basket and just switch all your classes to that other major that you're thinking about and then not get into it. And then you're, behind in your current major. But there's always kind of things that we can do to kind of help you prepare. So you can always come talk to us in the MSC. Okay. Also, if anyone is interested in studying abroad, particularly during your first year, let's see. There is a newer first year Go program. It takes place in Spain in spring 2027. It is particularly designed for first year Cal Poly students within the College of Liberal Arts and the College of Business. However, it is open to other students. It just, it was kind of designed for them. It works the best with those colleges. So areas of study, you can see there. There are going to be some info sessions during, let's see, that has passed already, but you can always get in touch with the study abroad office for other questions about it. And then this is kind of just, if you are thinking about the first year Go program, these are what's offered. And then if you're blocked into these courses for fall semester, we can chat. And if you are interested in the first year Go program, chat with study abroad office, okay? Okay. Hopefully you have nothing left on your to-do list, hopefully. But let's talk about math real quick. So you all informed admissions of your math experience via survey in the spring. That survey then informed each student's admissions to-do list. And so you were either told to send your college transcripts, to send test scores, to take the math placement exam, also called the MAPE, or that no action was needed, okay? So if you still have that to-do item on your checklist, to complete it as soon as possible. If you have completed your to-do list item, but it is still there, you need to talk to admissions. You can visit the math department website, math.calpoly.edu, for information on preparing to take the MAPE if you haven't done so. So MAPE is going to be, to get you from either like pre-calculus into calculus. It can't lower your placement. So if you don't do as well as you hoped on the MAPE, no harm, no foul, right? If you have questions about retaking a class that you have credit for, so a lot of questions that we get is, I have credit from AP for Calc 1, but I feel like I should take it again so that I can really prepare. You can come and talk to us. Generally, what we have found though is that those students do well in those classes. If you still have to do your to-do, do it as soon as possible, okay? And if you are interested in potentially changing your major, be sure that you check the required math courses and prerequisites needed to take that specific math course for the major you're interested in. The MAPE can only get you as far as Calc 1, 2 is the other. Okay. So at some point between now and August 7th, you should do some of the following. So I want you all to review your curriculum sheet for your major. I also want you to look through your own DPR, degree progress report, that was in your student center to look at your transfer credit. And the biggest one is to review the first year advising canvas. Most, if not all of your questions can usually be answered there. If after you look in the first year advising canvas, you should have all been added to it by now. If you can't find that answer to the question that you have, then you can come and talk to us. But we really, really appreciate when someone does their homework first and looks through there. That way you're also familiar with policy stuff and kind of know the right questions to ask an advisor in a meeting with them, so that we're not starting from like ground zero, right? If applicable, you're also going to RSVP for the block schedule info session. If you still need to, take the MAPE and check your admissions to-do list. You'll attend a change of major session during WOW if you're interested in changing your major. And if you are interested in that first year GO program or just interested in studying abroad at some point, complete the study abroad module. So when you go to study abroad, abroad's website, there's going to be like, before you can talk to a study abroad advisor, you need to complete a module beforehand. Okay. And again, here's that big thing. So you are college students now. So now that you're Cal Poly students, we do expect you to take responsibility in trying to find answers to your questions. We are here to help, but again, it's always super helpful and we can tell when someone has done their research and has done their homework. A session just tends to go a lot more smoothly. So the first step is going to be to check that first year advising canvas. If you can't find the specific answer to your question there, or if you still have more questions or need clarification on any of the wording or policy stuff, then you can come and talk to us in the Mustang Success Center. But please, please, please use this canvas first. And just a quick demo for how to access the first year advising canvas. You'll go into your portal, go to Cal Poly Canvas, and then there should be a tile that says first year advising. If you haven't received an invite for the first year advising canvas, give it a couple more days. And then at that point, if you haven't, you can always email us. This is what the first year advising canvas looks like as well. You'll go into modules and that it will have a huge drop down of like a bunch of information that we want you to review. If you just have questions on like change of major, you can just look at that module and kind of look over the information. Okay, we also want you to go think back to your first year learning outcomes. So from Journey, these are kind of going to be the key components to get you prepared for being a second year in the world of advising and for you to feel confident about stuff like knowing where to go, what are your resources, how do you navigate registration. So these are kind of our goals, right, within your first year to teach you so that you're set up for success in your second year and beyond. And a couple more slides. I know I'm running out of time. Quick picture of this one real quick. Block schedules finalized August 5th, 5 p.m. Round 1, August 11th through 13th, but you'll get a specific time and day, also known as your enrollment appointment. Then you've got WOW. Remember, August 24th is your first day of classes. Okay. Last thing, how to connect with Mustang Success Center. We have virtual drop-ins Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. We've got in-person drop-ins Monday through Thursday, 10 to 4, Fridays, 10 to 1. We're in building 52, room D37. And then you can also just email us success@calpoly.edu. And there's our information. Thank you, everybody. And I'll leave that up for another minute, maybe.
All right, well, thank you, Cynthia, for that presentation. Next up, we have our One Community presentation given by Paul.
All right. How's everybody doing today? All right, we'll keep moving forward. So next presentations from the police department, generally about Cal Poly public safety and how we can help you guys. Just a quick overview. We'll give you the essentials about who we are, how we're structured, and how we can help you guys out and stay safe. Public safety here is broader than just police services. We work closely with our partners across the campus to keep this place safe, more prepared, and a more sustainable community. So, our goal is not just to respond when something bad happens, but to prevent problems and to support the students here and make sure everybody knows where to turn in case you do need help. And that is collectively with our partners in the community in law enforcement elsewhere. So San Luis County Sheriff's Department and San Luis Obispo PD, who you will hear from a little bit after me. What do you need to know here? So we include 4 departments: Transportation and Parking Services, sometimes abbreviation is TAPS, Cal Poly Police Department, or Emergency Management and Public Safety Business Services. Each team plays a different role, but we're all here to do one job, which is to keep us safe and to help protect our property and to help us get around on campus very efficiently. Start with the police department here. This is not like a security guard model, so I want to explain to you what it is that we do here. We're a full service police department, California Post accredited police department. We're sworn police officers and dispatchers and professional staff serving the community 24/7. We respond to 911 calls, medical emergencies, fire alarms, traffic collisions, theft reports, Title IX related stuff, major events, and any other calls for service. We have our own 911 dispatch center here on campus. So when you call 911 from campus, our dispatchers know exactly where you are and where you're located. If you need to pick out a landmark or a building, you can give that to them and we'll know right where you are and we can get to you quick. Our hope is that you never need us in an emergency, but I hope you would feel comfortable using us if the need arises. And feel free to say hi when you see us out and about on campus. Some of the services the police department will offer you guys are property registration, Mustang patrol, and then alternate ways to get a hold of us if say your cell phone isn't working. Property registration is free. It helps us return bikes, laptops, and other valuables if they're ever recovered, lost, or taken. You can register property in person at the police department, or you can do it online using the Mustang Safe app, which I will talk about on the next slide. Mustang patrols are nighttime walking and escort service, Sunday to Thursday, 7 p.m. to 11, and Friday and Saturday from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m. And you'll be, if you needed an escort somewhere, a Mustang patrol would show up. They're student employees, and they'll walk with you from one campus location to another. We also have the blue phones across campus, just like the picture shows. It's kind of like a large blue painted pole. It has a blue light on it, or a blue box attached to the side of the building. So if your phone's dead, you lost your phone, you need to summon some help, you can use one of those phones, and it'll take you directly to the 911 center. Mustang Safe app. This is a great tool. It's one of the easiest ways to keep your public safety resources available to you right in your pocket. So from the app, you can contact Cal Poly Police using the red bar. You could press that one. You can use that as property registration. You could report a concern to environmental health and safety. If you saw something that wasn't maybe a police issue, but something that was dangerous, you can make a report to that department there. You can request a Mustang patrol. You can access all of our emergency plans that we have made with our Department of Emergency Management. You can look those up and see what our response to an emergency would be, how we have it laid out. You can use the mobile blue light and set up a virtual walk home. Mobile blue light would be, I want somebody to be aware that I'm moving from one location to another. So I'm going to go ahead and use that virtual walk home. I'll press it. you'll be in contact with our dispatch center, say I'm walking from this location to my dorm. And then they can actively monitor your progress as you make it to campus. And when you get to your location, you click on there that you made it, and then they're disconnected. You can also use the same feature, but not using the police department, called Friend Walk, where you can press that. You can let somebody know that you're leaving and when you arrive at your location. And there's also various support resources available on there. Talking about what we call micro mobility devices, scooters and skateboards. So right now, not allowed on campus. This campus has a lot of terrain, heavy traffic flow, and as of right now, we're not allowing them. I'm not saying like it won't be allowed sometime in the future, but for right now, not allowed. So we've had a lot of problems related to safety, traffic collisions involving the scooters, and then just people crashing and being injured as a result. So you can use a traditional bike on campus or a traditional formatted e-bike to get around. But for right now, the best place to put this is either at home or leave it in your dorm for use off campus. Well, the most common crimes we see on campus are crimes of opportunity, minor theft. That keeps us very, very busy. So laptops, bicycles, backpacks just left unattended. So if you're going to use a bike lock, please use the U-lock style. The chain locks don't really serve that much of effectiveness if somebody who's intent on taking it. Also, if you're going to use the rec center, please put a lock on your locker. So I've had a high incidence of this last quarter and now semester where people are just not locking their stuff up to the gym. Somebody will go through there and look for an open locker and take it. So, alcohol and drugs, please make smart choices. So obviously there's not a college campus in the nation that doesn't deal with this issue. But it is very serious, and it's different nowadays than it was in the past. So there's things like fentanyl out on the street. It can be mixed into any sort of illicit drug that you could maybe find, and odorless, tasteless, and you go from attempting to have a good time to medical emergency in a very, very, very short amount of time. So please make smart choices, use a buddy system, and stay safe. There are Good Samaritan laws in California that are in place that protect somebody from calling for help. So if you're in a location where there's illegal substances going on, somebody is experiencing a medical emergency, please by all means call for help. So we are far more interested in saving somebody's life than writing a low-grade possession ticket for something, whatever it may be. Always, please prioritize safety over anything else that's going on. That'll be priority number one for us if we arrive on scene. So don't be afraid to call for help. Please use this as a resource. Okay, parking, some of the highlights. What do I need to know? Transportation and parking services is a self-support department. So it means tuition and state tax dollars do not pay for parking operations, maintenance, technology, staffing, utilities, or construction. The parking is funded by people who use it. So your parking fees that you pay for a permit go directly to making sure that the parking lots are available, safe, and up for the lottery. So we have about 7,000 parking spaces for students, employees, vendors, and visitors, which is far less than the number of students that we have on campus. So that's why you have a parking lottery system that rewards the upperclassmen first, and then down the line. And that's a big reason why first year students are allowed to have cars on campus, because we simply don't have enough parking spaces for all of them. Because the demand is greater than supply, that's pretty much the reason why your first year students aren't allowed to bring the vehicles. And even after the first year, permit's not guaranteed. So just remain flexible, and I want you to be comfortable and familiar with different ways to get around the campus. So the Mustang Express, Mustang Shuttle, bicycles, bike lockers, SLO Transit, Regional Transit Authority, the Zip cars, and Amtrak. So Mustang Express will help you students travel during academic breaks to different parts of California. So it'll be a way to access off campus to some of the major cities during break time. The Mustang Shuttle on campus here, move students around campus during the day and the evenings. It's available as a preset route. It's available very late in the night, I think until around midnight. So we do have thousands of bike racks and bike lockers available for use all around the campus. SLO transit is free for students. Partner at SLO PD, we'll go into a little bit more of that here in a second. But with your college ID, that is free. So you can have access to the great bus system in San Luis Obispo City at no charge to you. If you are a licensed driver with valid insurance, you can set up an account and use the Zip cars. Zip cars are short-term rental cars that are available on campus. So that will greatly enhance your ability to access the area, do some recreation around the area without having to have a car here. And it's very, very affordable. And Amtrak service is also available through the Cal Poly stop. So the main point I want you to take away from here is that you have a lot of options to get around, so even if you don't have a car. Emergency management, they do a lot of work behind the scenes, but there's one tool every student family needs to know, and that's the Poly Alert. Poly Alert is Cal Poly's emergency notification system. Emergency management coordinates planning and response with our campus partners, local and state, the federal agencies, especially during incidents that may affect the broader university. So the first priority is life safety. So while also helping the university continue its academic mission. So Cal Poly will send out an urgent alert during emergencies or other situations that require immediate attention. So students will already be enrolled in public Poly alerts, but if you want to add your family members or your support members into the system, please feel free to do so. You don't get any sort of marketing or spam calls from Poly Alert. So if you receive an alert on your phone, stop, read it, and then follow the instructions so you can be aware about what's going on. Basic contact information. So if you have an emergency, just like anywhere else, call 911. If you're on campus, you will get the on-campus 911 center. If you have a situation that you're not sure if it's an emergency or it's definitely not an emergency, but you still need to summon police or ask a question, feel free to use the non-emergency line, 805-756-2281. Feel free to screenshot this and keep it add it to your list of contacts. Okay, and that kind of brings me to the end of my section. So I want to shift from campus to the surrounding San Luis Obispo community. Cal Poly and the city of San Luis Obispo, we work closely together, and our students are part of both communities. So what you do off campus matters just as much as what you do on campus. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. Hope everybody is having a great day. I am Christine from San Luis Obispo Police Department, and I'm going to be sharing with you a whole bunch of information about off-campus living. So first up, we are the off-campus law enforcement agency. We work very closely with Cal Poly Police Department and San Luis Obispo Fire. You will see us out in the neighborhoods. You'll also see us on campus on occasion for special events and so forth. And we are very great partners with Cal Poly PD. So if you are on or off campus, you're going to get great service. As you transition to the community, please lock up your stuff. Lieutenant Uhl talked about this a little bit, and we're going to reiterate it. Window smashes, property theft is pretty common in San Luis Obispo. We need folks who are bringing their bicycles to Cal Poly and to San Luis Obispo to ditch those cable locks and always use U-locks. We need to make it a lot harder for folks to steal your stuff. Window smashes are fairly common. Please, when you do end up bringing a car to the community, we encourage folks to not use your car as a storage unit. Super important to be bringing all of your valuables into your residences at night. The center photo on the screen is a picture of a whole bunch of laptops, backpacks, an airsoft, a gaming system, a TV, and a puppy that were all stolen in one night from unlocked cars and properties off campus. We got lucky, and our friends to the south and AG were able to get all this stuff back. And it was a couple of weeks prior to finals of quarter, and we want to make sure that folks have all of their belongings locked up safely. Parking off campus, there isn't any. For those that are off campus, residential parking districts surround the university, and you may only park in those residential areas by permit. Permits are required and only 2 are granted per property. So if you're going to be living in the residence halls on campus, please do not play the game that you're going to go park in the neighborhoods. It's very impacted, and tickets start at $40 each. Vehicles also can't be parked for more than 72 hours, or they're at risk for getting towed at the owner's expense. So leave your cars at home this year, folks, and we will share with you more information about public transportation. Personal safety, please use the buddy system. We've got really wonderful neighborhoods, but there are nefarious folks in our neighborhoods, and we want to make sure that you are safe. So please use the buddy system if you're out enjoying social time in the evenings. For those of you that are using rideshare apps, please set your safety preferences to the highest possible level. Make sure that the driver that you have called is the driver that is picking you up. We've had instances of folks posing as Uber and Lyft drivers, looking to victimize folks in our community. So setting those safety preferences improve your general safety. Please always charge your cell phones before you go out at night. We recommend that folks always have them set or charged at the highest levels possible. There are times when folks overindulge in alcohol, and we scoop folks up off the sidewalk. We really don't want to take them to jail, but if we can't get in touch with a friend via their cell phone, then they do end up going to county jail. So charge your cell phones. City laws to be aware of. Noise, unruly gathering, public urination, and open container are often violations that we find students to be in violation of. Fines for these range from $350 to $1,000, and 3 times a year these fines double for safety enhancement zones. Those include start of school, Halloween, and St. Patrick's Day. The start of school safety enhancement zone starts on August 18th and ends on August 31st. So as move-in begins, you will be subject to these safety enhancement zones. State laws to be aware of: minor possession of alcohol, possession of fake ID, drunken public, and DUI for alcohol, weed, and other drugs. At the very minimum, these are misdemeanors, and the arrest goes on your permanent record. And for several of these, it's an automatic loss of your driver's license for 1 year. So please definitely be aware, make good choices, and if you are going to be utilizing cannabis or alcohol, never, never, never get behind the wheel of a car. Also, please note that off-campus actions have on-campus consequences. Off-campus arrests and citations are reported weekly to Cal Poly Student Affairs. So we're not Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. And that's actually not true anyway, because everyone has social media. But please know that off-campus violations do get reported to campus. Generally speaking, like Lieutenant Yule said, make good choices. Not everyone is coming here to get crazy. And for those of you that do want to get crazy, please party smart. If you end up needing assistance, please ask for it. There are many resources available both on and off campus that are available to you. Many of the off-campus resources are found through the website respectslo.com. Please don't hesitate to reach out. San Luis Obispo Fire Department is your on and off campus fire and emergency medical services. There are 4 stations in San Luis Obispo. You will see folks both on and off campus. There's a lot of training that our fire department does on campus because Cal Poly has some of the tallest buildings in our county, and we have a couple of ladder tiller trucks. So you will see us on campus often. You will see folks receiving medical care if EMS services are required. So please don't be surprised when you see us there. Open space safety is super important. Our community is surrounded by a green belt, and we've got 40 plus miles of hiking and mountain biking trails. Again, use the buddy system. If something happens to you, we want to be able to get to you as quickly as possible. And that is often most helpful when there is a friend that's able to call for assistance. Stay on the trail. We've got a lot of poison oak out there, and you will not get it if you stay on the trail. Always take water and a charged mobile phone. Don't leave valuables in vehicles at trailheads. Window smashes do occur there fairly often. And we've got a lot of critters in our open space. Please don't mess with them. We've got snakes and bears and mountain lions and all of those things. So stay on the trail, and you most likely will not ever have to deal with them. Fire safety is very, very important to us here in San Luis Obispo. Like I said, San Luis Obispo is surrounded by over 4,000 acres of designated open space. Please, no fireworks. Put cigarettes out completely if you do smoke. Be extra cautious with candles and call 911 immediately if you see or smell smoke. We know a lot of students are coming here from areas that have been ravaged by wildfire, and we are very concerned with the safety of our community. So please, please, please help us out and be fire safe. Trains and bikes, respect the railroad crossing. We have had instances of students get hit by trains, and it is very scary and very tragic. Bike lights are required at night. You need to have a bright white and a flashing or still red on the back of your bike. Please put on a helmet, even though you are 18, most likely, and not legally required to wear one, but they do save lives. And please use the bike lanes. We'll talk about more about bike lanes here in a moment. Buses, bikes, and downtown parking. Please take a moment to download the SLO Transit app. Students ride SLO Transit for free with your Poly card. The app works in real time and can show you exactly where the bus is in comparison to where you are at your bus stop. And you can download both at Google Play and the App Store. Our buses are equipped with bike racks. Bikes under 55 pounds can be secured to the bike rack. If you're on an e-bike, you must get that bike weighed and certified at Bike SLO County at 860 Pacific Street in downtown SLO before you can put it on the bike. They are a great partner to us as a nonprofit that promotes cycling in the area. So if you're going to be bringing your e-bike, please get certified. Lots of bike lanes exist in our community. We've got green designated bike lanes, as well as the protected bike lanes through our downtown. If bike lanes are present, you are required to use them per California Vehicle Code. They're just really much safer to utilize, so please use our wonderful bike lane system. Downtown parking, please make sure that when friends and family visit and you're driving downtown to utilize the parking garages. There are 4 of them in downtown. If you are lucky enough to find a space on the street, please make sure that you are using the Pay by Phone app or the kiosks that are spaced throughout our downtown to be able to pay for parking. Parking tickets are pretty expensive, and we want to make sure everyone can avoid those by making sure they get their parking paid for. Lastly, please consider following us on our social media Instagram accounts. All of the community information that I talked about is highlighted on each of these different accounts. In San Luis Obispo County, anybody can call 911, and if you can't call, you can text. Texts are received at any of our agencies. And our off-campus non-emergency number is 805-781-7312. Please consider saving that into your phone if ever you are off campus and need assistance that is non-emergent, and we will be happy to help. Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
Hello, thank you for that amazing, very informative presentation. Right now I'm going to introduce Heather from Cal Poly Housing. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much. I am Heather Young, staff member with University Housing, and we're going to talk about, well, you guessed it, housing. So let me get this screen shared. All right, so I'm so glad to be here with all of you today. And so this session is designed to help you as incoming students understand what the next steps are. I know some of you nervous about going to school for the first, away from your family for the first time, really excited, but you don't know what to pack, what to bring, roommates, all those things. So I'm hoping that we can go through and answer a lot of those questions. So I am going to be talking about room types, room changes, move-in, and other things as we go along. I do have some staff members here with us today. There's Emily, is one of our student housing ambassadors. She'll be dropping links in the chat as I go along. So when I talk about our website, so drop in a link. We have Tiffany, who is part of our residence life team. And Elise is on our assignments team. So she does all things assignments, room spaces, all the things related. So they'll be in the Q&A to answer questions. So if you have any student related questions, make sure um, you ask because Emily can help with that. And then after I talk, I'll try to keep it 10 minutes or so. Then Dining will be on to present and answer questions as well. And I know they're here. So if you have dining questions already, you can drop them in, but they'll also be presenting as well. So, first, your neighborhoods. I know you're familiar with these. We just want to kind of bring it up there again. So, of course, North Mountain, South Mountain, which we call Red Bricks, the Towers, Sierra Madre, Yosemite, and Yakushitu, as well as Sierra Vista Apartments. So, I'm not going to dive too far into or much more into this because all of you have an assignment. If you did not room select, you can go into your housing portal now and you'll see your room assignment. And if you are girl, for sure. So you'll have your full year housing exhibit in your housing portal, and then you can see any roommates that have been assigned to your room. So if you didn't have a full room before this week, then you may have a full room now. So you can check that in your housing portal. So room types, again, just kind of gloss over this because you already have a space. And then support staff. So this is a big one because we want to support you. That's one of the things that we offer here for on campus housing is support staff. So it starts with our resident and community advisors who are students in their second year and beyond. They live on each floor with our first years, and so they're able to help guide them. With roommates, so roommate agreement, roommate disagreements, mediation, um, things to know about campus. I was an RA when I was in college, and I really enjoyed being able to help students learn what's available to them on campus and moving through like all the things they might need to know when they go away to college. I even taught some of my students how to change tires. So there's lots of support. Is whatever support we can give, then that's what the resident advisors do. And they are trained, so they're going to be moving in soon and getting trained before move-in. And then up above the RAs and CAs are our coordinators of student development. These are professional staff with master's degrees who live in campus housing along with our students. So they're throughout all our neighborhoods, there are professional staff who have apartments in those buildings. And they supervise the RAs and their additional support for our residents. And often if they call us, especially if it's roommate related, we do ask if they've talked to the RA, CA, or coordinators of student development before we get involved, just because there's different avenues and we want students to be able to feel empowered to deal with things on their own, but we're here to support them when they do need additional support. So some of the perks, Wi-Fi, streaming TV, and one that I really want to highlight here is the self-service laundry. So it's at no additional cost. So you don't need quarters or any kind of payment. Just bring your laundry detergent. And then for your room, so all the residence hall rooms, when you walk in your door to your room, that's your responsibility to keep clean. And we have vacuums and cleaning supplies available at our front desk. And then for those who are in service apartments, you are responsible for everything when you walk in that front apartment door. So the kitchen, living room, the bathrooms in there, as well as your bedrooms. But everything that's common spaces, we do have custodial support for, as well as maintenance. So if there's an emergency, we do have staff that can support in the middle of the night for something that needs something. So I won't be taking live questions, but do put your Q&A in the Q&A chat, and our staff will get to that. And I'm going to say afterwards as well to help answer those. So all questions into the Q&A. Room selection. So I know room selection has ended, and as well as self-service room change. So we do actually plan to move into whatever you're assigned to right now, because right now we're focused on getting ready for move-in. So we won't be doing any room changes until after move-in. So you can talk to your RA, CSD when you move in, and we also have a form that will open in your housing portal. Okay, so important dates. So the first date on here is last day to cancel housing to avoid any lack of notice. We're 2 weeks away from moving, so um, I'm sure you're all going to come. But in case something happens between now and then, and you're not able to attend Cal Poly, you do need to cancel your housing. So you go into your housing portal and cancel it once you've withdrawn from the university. And if there's anything else that you need support with, you can send us the email at housing@calpoly.edu. But if you don't cancel and you don't show up on move-in day, you're still going to get charged for occupancy, and all those fees will go in your student account. So we want to make sure that you're communicating with us if something happens. So, and then the housing fees are going to post to your accounts. Probably not tomorrow, it might be on Thursday, but you can start looking tomorrow. But likely it will be on the 6th where you'll see the fees for the semester. So we're posting the fees by semester rather than the entire academic year. So you'll see just one semester fees, housing fees on there, and you can pay the entire semester starting by September 1st, or you can make monthly payments. So it's 4 monthly payments starting September 1st. For spring quarter, those fees are going to go on your student account in December, so right around finals, and then the first payment is due February 1st. And then you can do all semester or 4 payments. And September 1st is that last day to make your first housing payment. So make sure that you have everything you need to do it by then. Oops, that didn't work. Okay, so we're going to talk about move-in. Emily will drop in the chat the link for you for Mustang move-in. Uh-oh. So sorry about that. I had something else show up my page. There we go. So these are our move-in days for new students. You cannot pick your day, but you can pick the time on your move-in day. So that first day, August 18th, is only residents moving into Yaki Tutu and South Mountain, or as we call Red Bricks. And then day 2, the 19th, are students who are in Sierra Madre, Yosemite, North Mountain, and Sierra Vista apartments. And so the appointment times did open in your housing portal today at 9 for new students. So you can go in and select your time. If it is slow and you're having problems having it load, just wait, because there's a lot of people coming in, and as people are able to select their appointment and get out of the system, it will alleviate. So just give it some time and refresh. And if you still haven't gotten in by the afternoon, which I guess it is almost afternoon, so in the next few hours, you give us a call and we can see if there's any issues. But it's mostly because there's so many people in all at the same time. And then the last day that you can edit is 11:59 p.m. on August 11th. So if you make a time today and they're like, oh, this isn't going to work, I want to see if I can change my time, you can go in and see if there's another time available. And sometimes people do change their time, so that you might suddenly have the time that you really wanted open. You can look and see if that's available. But definitely, on your move-in day. So you're only going to be able to see times on your move-in day of August 18th or August 19th. Move-in tips. So number one, stick to your Mustang move-in appointment. The way that move-in works. It's kind of airport style. So you're going to drive up to the drop-off zone and you'll be directed to where that is. And you'll have up to 15 minutes to unload your car into those green bins you can see there on the screen. And then your driver is going to take the vehicle and go put it out and to drive it to our short-term parking. And then we also have a shuttle that can bring them back. But at no time should your vehicle be left unattended because you could get ticketed and or towed, and we don't want that to happen on the first day. And then it's also a disservice to everyone else moving in because it really disrupts our flow and takes up a space that would have been for somebody else. So make sure you do not leave your cars unattended at all during move-in. And make sure you're using your Mustang Move-In map. On our Mustang Move-In page that Emily already shared, on there's links to the maps by day, and it shows where the flow, where you drop off, where you can park, and you'll notice that we do have part of our road through campus closed off, and that's just to keep that flow moving. So we're doing kind of more loops rather than going all the way through campus. So some of the neighborhoods are going to come in Highland Drive and others are going to come on Grand Avenue. But if you put your destination in your GPS, it could send you the opposite way because from where you're coming from, it might be faster to come Grand Avenue or come on Highland Drive, but that may not be where your community is entering from. So make sure you're taking a look at that. On our Mustang Move-In page, we'll be emailing it. So it's lots of places for you to see. And you can print that out, have it on your phone. Lots of ways to make sure you're getting to where you need to go. And no U-Hauls, trailers, or oversized vehicles because we just don't have the size for them in our drop-off areas, as well as some of those taller vehicles will not fit into the parking garages. So if you're bringing a bike, do think about taking it off the roof before you go into the parking garages. Seen some bikes hit those the bars when they've come in, and we don't want that to happen to you. All right, so college boxes. Today is the last sign up for them to arrive before move-in day, and I think the time for our distribution services already passed. But you can find that information on our Mustang Move-In page. And if you have any questions either for college boxes or for distribution services, please reach out to those companies directly, and the links to them are on our Mustang Move-In page. And then for mail, so we have like the ship to room options where they get delivered directly to your room, and there is a charge for those. And then we have mailing packages to yourself or to on campus. And so you can send yourself a box or two or order online, and it will be available to pick up in your package center. We ask that you not send like all your things, but a box or two we can handle in our distribution services packing centers. So you should have already gotten an email with your mailing address, which is not the same. It's not your room number. It's not your building number. We have a specific street address for you to use, and that was emailed to you by distribution services. And their contact is on our page if you have more questions. Pack sustainably. So I'm going to go over this quickly so we can go on to dining. We do ask you to use reusable bags or bins rather than cardboard disposable boxes. And part of that is to keep extra weights off campus. And then also like those great IKEA bags you can put under your bed and take up a lot less space. And we do have packing lists, which is coming up, what to pack and what not to pack. So I want to highlight a couple things on here really quickly. Fans. So buildings, our housing buildings at Cal Poly do not have AC. And that's because historically the climate in San Luis Obispo has been more mild year round. And so it hasn't been needed. We do have heat in the buildings, but not AC. So fans are great to put in the window at night when it cools down. I do this at my own house. I live up north of here without AC. And so I cool my house down in the evening time with a box fan, and then I close up the windows and the shades during the day, and that keeps it cooler. So box fans, or one of my students likes to recommend Wuzus that does a great oscillating, are great for helping circulate air and then also bring in the cool air in at night. Surge protectors, the students each have one in their rooms, but if you need additional, you can reach out to us or bring your own LE rated surge protector. Okay, well, the next one. So here's some of the things that what not to pack. And one of the rule of thumb is things that take more wattage um, or have a heating element are not allowed because of fire safety, but then also overloading the power systems in our buildings. So these are some of the things here. If you're going to be in Sierra Vista, you can have the 2 items on the right because you'll have a kitchen within your apartment. And then on here, so under the far right, it talks about personal irons. So we do have irons provided at each of our front desks. So you cannot bring a steamer, but you can check out an ironing board at your front desk. So I know many people want to make sure that they have crisply ironed clothes. We got you. You'll just check that out at the front desk. Okay, oops. Okay, and this is the QR code for the packing list. Emily's going to also drop the link in the chat if she hasn't already. And then this is our virtual tour. The words are over the QR code. So go to the website or to the link that Emily's dropping in the chat. So you can go through and see each of our rooms, the occupancy types, and in each building to kind of get an idea. And we also do have a measuring tool on the specific virtual tour, so you can actually go in and measure within each space in there. Okay, so this is our Stay Connected. So our website, email, and Instagram on there. So we'd love to have you stay connected with us. And I will jump in the chat and answer any questions that you have. We'll all be on a little bit longer. Thanks for being here. And I'm going to turn this over to campus dining.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll get my screen shared and we'll jump right in. So in our chat is Chelsea Poudry, and Chelsea can answer any questions basically as we get going. So just give me a second to get set up here. All right, so let's jump into dining. So our role, before I talk about meal plans, our role in dining is to contribute to student success through dining. Your first year, second year, third, fourth, you're going to spend a great deal of time in our facilities. And we have a very, very large operation that has a lot of places for students to hang out, study in. So, we understand how much time students spend in our operations and they are designed accordingly. So for one thing, we're very, very different than most universities, and we're a little bit non-traditional. First of all, we are a student-driven dining program in that we do basically what our students, through data, through surveying, what they ask us to do. And several years ago, they asked that this program move to an all retail format, and that's very unique. And what it's referred to is declining balance. So as you use money for your dining plan, basically the amount that you have within that semester reduces. And so it's very simple. As you use your money, your balance declines. It does require, some budgeting. We'll talk about that. And we have a lot of systems and processes that help students work through that. So let's talk about meal plans in general. So yes, they're based, there are 3 different meal plans. They are mandatory for first years. They're really meant to be built not just on, how much they cost, but really around lifestyle. That's really critical for us. So again, if you are a student who eats very light or maybe has family in the area or can get off campus for meals easier than some folks, the first year limited is not designed to cover 3 meals a day, 7 days a week while you're on campus. It is actually meant to be a little bit of a lighter plan very purposefully. And you can always add money to plans. We'll talk about that as well. The first year plus is more middle of the road. That really is for students, the regular student. I'm eating here, I'm living here. I want to be able to, pop pop into maybe one of the, coffee houses, plus eat regular meals, maybe grab something at the market. The markets, we have 4 of those on campus as well. I'll walk through that. And then the first year max is really for folks who honestly have a high calorie intake, or maybe they're athletes. They have more to consume. So again, they're going to be either bringing food back to their rooms, basically, or just getting larger portions or add-ons within their plan. And if you notice these are by semester. There is a total cost and there is a total spend. There is an administrative fee built into the meal plans. And what we do into the larger meal plans, we build in what we call bonus dollars into those plans. So we sort of, because in reality, what happens is on the bigger plans, it doesn't take us more people, it doesn't take us more, humans to do those. It just basically those individuals eat more, consume more. So we push those savings back into there and add some bonus dollars. Now, a couple things that are unique about our program: decline and balance at most universities, if it is in place, it's taken. It's either taken daily, weekly, or by semester. We actually allow rollover automatically of up to $500 dining dollars automatically from one semester to the next. You can also roll over 500 from year to year. And that is with the purchase of what's called a community meal plan, and they vary there for upperclassmen anywhere from $275 all the way up to a couple thousand. And the reason for that is pretty simple. Where we find that students struggle a bit sometimes with food insecurity is going from first year to second year, because they were under a mandatory meal plan. They kind of had, this, kind of amount to work with. And then sometimes as we get into our second year, there's a bit of a tendency to struggle. So what we found is if we allow rollover plus the purchase of a small plan, at least it allows students to have enough to get off into a better routine, especially going into their second year. Now, your plan obviously is already past time to change. Plans can change from semester to semester. And if you're kind of curious, like, how do we manage the whole budgeting process? Well, we send a great deal of information out and we sort of watch balances from afar. Again, it's our role to keep track of and make sure that we help students focus on why they're here, and that's going to school and studying and doing what they need to be successful in their journey here at Cal Poly. So we'll send out a lot of notifications to students. We also have a tool, balance tracker, on our website that really shows you on a given, wherever I am in my meal plan, this is where I roughly should be on my spend. And we're going to put a lot of tips out. But what we're also going to do is we're going to watch for students who not only are maybe spending too much or on a pace where they're going to run out, because the worst time to run out of money, obviously, is going to be during study week, which is the week before finals, or during finals. And what we always do, and it doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen, considering the number of folks we have on meal plans. If a student runs out of money, it's usually a bit in a panic. And the first thing we ask them is, hey, have you eaten? Let's get you fed, make sure you're covered, and then we will work with them on getting additional dollars put on their meal plans. It's very simple. It can be done very quickly. Highly recommend the Get app. The Get app is a separate app that really where student accounts keeps, where you can keep track of all your funds. So you, as a supporter, you can always be in there and helping your first year navigate the system a bit. Now, we're a large university, okay, and there's some strategies. Again, I said we're 100% retail, 47 plus venues. I'm old, but I'm quick. If I walk this campus, it takes me like an hour and 15 minutes to get to all the venues across campus. It's large. So again, it's also very geographic. It's broken up into neighborhoods. And so, where, as you come in, the beginning of campus is that Yaqui Tutu neighborhood. There's a very large complex there called Vista Grande Dining Complex. Yes, it is all individual restaurants, but it's in sort of a large food court environment. It has both an upstairs and a downstairs and a lot of room to sit and hang out. But the food can be, basically all of our food is primarily, in compostable or reusable containers. You can go where you want with it. You can stay in the venue and eat, or you can take it back to your room, or you can go sit outside. Obviously, our weather helps us a great deal with that. The center of campus is the University Union neighborhood. That's where 1901, again, our largest facility is. It's got multiple venues in it. It's also our largest, what we call kind of hangout facility. Students are always there hanging out, studying, because it's right in the center of campus. It's a bit of the hub. And so, we've always got folks kind of, in there studying, and then, obviously using our facilities. And then there are satellite operations in smaller neighborhoods spread throughout campus. all the way up at Poly Canyon Village, which is, that's not an area that the first years travel a lot to because it's a little bit of ways. It's about a 12, 13-minute walk up there and it's up a hill. So, but there are venues up there. There's a Taco Bell and Einstein's, a Subway, and some other areas. And then the Kennedy Library, we have a large coffee house in the library. Now, in our coffee houses as well, about 40% of what we sell in our coffee houses is food related. So we actually have a lot more food in our coffee houses than you would maybe out in, kind of the, out in the retail market. Now, mobile apps and Grubhub and Get. We're going to talk about Grubhub a lot, but I want to first get one context out of the way. So we use Grubhub very differently than the traditional Grubhub that is out in the retail world. First of all, we don't charge for it. There are no transaction fees. There are no upfront fees. We don't pass any of the costs on. So it's a special app that was developed for universities with Grubhub. And us being a 100% retail environment, if you think about it, we feed between 22 and 24,000 people a day on campus through our venues, plus another, 4,000 or 5,000 transactions a day through our markets. So if you think about managing that volume in a retail environment, we're making your food fresh, we're making it to order. And if you think about, you go to a restaurant, you go in, you're going to sit in a waiting room in a lobby, you're going to wait for a table. What we use Grubhub for is the way it's developed is that it's a virtual waiting room. So you can literally order your food ahead of time. Now, when I say ahead of time, I mean while you're getting ready, you're 30 minutes away from going to eat. Maybe it's in the morning, I want to get a coffee. You're going to order. It's going to tell you how long the wait is because, again, our volumes are very high. And then it's going to tell you when your food is being prepared, and it's going to tell you when you're ready. So what it does, it gives you time back, and you don't have to wait in a physical line. And students love it because it's doing exactly what it's designed for. It's allowing us to prepare food to order at the volumes we do without you having to stand in a physical line and wait for your food. Yes, there are peak times. Yes, it can get very busy. But it's really in given venue. So if you choose a venue that has, at dinner at Vista Grande at 6:30, 6:45 at night, there's a couple venues that may have a 45-minute wait, just like a restaurant would based on its popularity. Well, all this requires on your part is some planning. Hey, I want to eat at 6:50. I need to make sure that I order at 6:10. I'm going to go in. It's going to kind of tell me how long the wait is, how many people are in the queue is what we call it. And then it allows you to then hang out with your friends, do whatever you want, and then come in, get your food, get settled, and then eat. So it's how we manage our volumes. Week of welcome is really critical. So week of welcome, and I know it was talked about by that team, and Week of Welcome is like a training week, not only to get to know the university, but it's also how to navigate dining. So all of our venues will be open. You will be able to, your WOW leader will load Grubhub on with you. They will help you go through the two-factor authentication. It will link to your Poly card. And then that way, it's basically your form of payment. And it's like having a kiosk in your hand. All of our venues are on there. Everything that's open, hours of operation, all the menus, they're broken down. So it's literally like having your own little menu app in your hand. But very much part of Week of Welcome is the WOW leaders will help you navigate dining. So that way, when you show up on that Monday for the first day of class, you're already a pro and you already know how it works. Because then again, another 15,000+ people are going to show up and it's going to get significantly busier. But we found that this works very, very well. The Week of Welcome is really a lot for us, at least. It's helping students be prepared so that when, they're here during the regular school year, they're ready to go. So stay in the know. This is really critical. Our Dine on Campus website, we have a lot of resources. When I mentioned a little bit about we watch students' balances, we also watch students' balances for students who are not using their meal plans. That's a concern because it's not, as they've stated, it's not easy to get off campus here within an hour to go off campus without a car and get back. It's not going to happen. So again, we're going to watch out for students who are not spending their money and making sure that they're okay. Now, we, of course, our contract is with the individual. We're going to reach out to them sort of indirectly. We're not going to invade their privacy. We're not allowed to, but we're just going to send out, hey, we've noticed that you're not utilizing your meal plan that much. Just want to make sure that you know what our resources are. We have a registered dietitian. We have a wellness office. It's on the first floor of Vista Grande. They're dedicated just to dining. Her name is Caitlin Gibbons. And, we're going to make sure that they understand that they have resources if maybe they have a schedule issue or, maybe just there's something we don't know, that we just need to assist them with. But that's our role. And we encourage students to sort of own their own success when it comes to dining. They just need to come talk to us. If there's an issue, we want to know about it. We want them to come talk to us, and then we're going to work through it. We are also the largest employer of part-time associates on campus, i.e. students. We employ up to 850 student associates through the course of the year. That actually it's actually around 1,000, but some schedules change. So it's a great place for anyone who is looking for work. We work basically 4-hour shifts. The recommendation for first years is not to work more than a couple a week so that you can focus on, being successful the first year. But it's a very flexible schedule. It's based on a grid system when you are available. And, again, we're used to teaching people. It might be their first job, might be the first time they've ever been employed. And we understand that. And we're very good at teaching people. And we're going to work on, hey, this is, proper uniforms. This is, you have to cover your attendance. All those pieces are really critical, and it's something that we're very good at doing, and we're super fun to work in. And you get a free meal that doesn't go against your meal plan when you work as a dining associate. So our dining website, ton of information. Caitlin's contact is on there. All of our team's contact. Again, we're a big staff. We have 37 managers, 165 plus full-time associates, plus 850 students. We're a working team. You will see us in the venues. You will see us out there. So again, if you ever have an issue, just feel free to jump in and seek us out and have a conversation. Follow us on social media. We're always going to be sharing what we're doing. We also do a lot of fun events, and we do that very purposely in that even though, we have a lot of venues, the reality of it is, you're not going to eat at all 47 venues. You're going to have your favorites. So we do a lot of things to sort of, pop-ups and special events, and some vendor partners come in. We do a great deal to sort of just bring some fun, and we do some events basically all through the week, all through each semester, just to really honestly break up the monotony, because in reality, you're here for 240 plus days. We try to bring in the fun a bit. Subscribe to our newsletter for parent supporters. This is critical. First years are automatically enrolled. That is really critical. We're going to share deadlines. We're going to share dates. We're going to share critical timeframes to, hey, meal plan selection for next semester needs to be completed by this date. Here are, some keep track of your balance, here are some special events. So I highly recommend that you scan that, and that, you basically keep track of. It's a great way to stay in the know of all the special events we're doing, but also some critical dates. And basically, that's really what I had. And I think Chelsea's still here. We'll stay on to answer any questions. But I think I will tell you our very clear focus is very, very simple. When I say contribute to student success, I will tell you our number one priority here is food safety, period. We can have discussions with students or with first years about, any student about, hey, I wish you had this. I wish you guys did this. Why don't we have that? We love those conversations. Our role is to meet and talk to students, but what you're not going to have to be concerned about, again, is we have incredibly rigid standards on how we handle our food, how we cook it, how we prepare it. It's an incredibly large operation, and you can't feed the numbers of people that we do by winging it. So you're going to see that, there's always people taking temperatures of food, and, we do a lot of things around food safety. For us, they're really, really, that is our highest priority, is that you have to know that your first year is going to be an environment where the food that they're served is, is safe, it's hot, or if it's hot food hot, cold food cold. And again, ever having issues, we just encourage you to come talk to us. I always get concerned, and let's be honest, right? We're operated by over 1,000 people. Mistakes happen, things happen. That's reality. And so we just encourage people to come talk to us, because sometimes, let's say, hey, yeah, I had this thing happen 3 months ago, and I'm like, man, why don't you just come talk to us? We could have handled that really quickly. So we just encourage people to come talk, speak to us, and you'll see us in the venues, and we're excited you're coming, and best of luck. You'll see us all over Week of Welcome and all the time. Thank you.
All right, everyone. That was our presentation on housing and dining. Next up, we're going to have a lunch break for you all. So if y'all want to go ahead and grab something to eat or take a little break, we just ask that you return by 12:45 so we can continue the rest of our presentations for the day. Thank you.
Okay, hello everybody. I hope you all had a great lunch, enjoyed the little break. Next up, we have talking about mental health with Tyler and Conrad.
Hello. Hi, I'm Conrad Mendoza. My pronouns are he, him, it. I want to start by welcoming you to campus. I'm so glad to be here with you today. I remember very well when I came to Cal Poly, finding new places, meeting new people, learning about this university. There's so much to navigate. And I came back in the 90s when I was a student. None of you were born, I'm sure. Um, and so campus has changed quite a bit since then. But we are here to help each of you. With me, I have a representative from CAMP's Student Assistant Outreach Program, so I'll allow them to introduce themselves.
Yeah, thank you very much for the intro. My name's Tyler Reisig. I use really any pronouns, so call me whatever. I'm good with that. I'm a student assistant with CAPS Outreach Program, and I handle the marketing and communications for health and well-being, but mostly just the health center. So if you log onto the Instagram, you'll see most of my work there. And I graduated last quarter. I have the diploma right next to me to prove it. But yeah, I do have a dog near me, so hopefully it won't be too loud. But we hope that you'll find Slow Days super exciting and an opportunity to just get to know your future home.
Thanks, Tyler, and congratulations. I'm really happy for you that your diploma already came. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So our goal today is to share that mental health is important for all of us, whether you're experiencing a mental health concern or symptoms or not. It's important to invest in your mental health and well-being. This is often not discussed and still is surrounded by stigma and shame for many people in many communities. Our hope is that by talking about mental health more openly, we can connect with this aspect of our humanity, acknowledge that we all are struggling at times, and that by learning about mental health, we can be more prepared to address it for ourselves and others. We hope you also hear today that your experience matters. Okay if you have a strong response to something difficult or painful in your life. That's being human. There's more to college than academics, and yet it can be hard to balance academics with everything else.
Sorry, one
Uh,
second.
it's okay. So we care about you and we care about you and we'll be here to help you if you need it. So, we are on slide 3. So let's talk about mental health. Mental health encompasses a lot. The dictionary definition states that it's a person's condition with regard to their physical, emotional, psychological well-being. That's a good start, but there's more to it than just that. At Campus Health and Wellbeing, we think of mental health as a broad domain of our health that impacts all the other parts of our health and well-being. Mental health is informed by our environments, our biology, what we are exposed to or ingest, like social media and 24-hour news cycles, the coping mechanisms we learned, habits and tendencies, and our life experiences and identities. Mental health can be supported by noticing and responding to your needs, which we'll talk more about in a moment. Building a supportive community, utilizing medication, and reaching out to a variety of resources. And if medication's not for you, that's okay too, because there are different ways that we can help out. Um, along with therapy and then some physical stuff that maybe might work for you. At the same time, there are a number of things that can cause us to experience emotional distress as well. So I'm going to let Tyler talk about that.
Thank you, thank you. So click the raise hand button if you've ever been stressed before. Wow, that is shooting up. So we got, I would say at least 100. Well, now we do have 100, I should say. You can feel free to put those down now. Looks like a lot of us, maybe most, but sometimes you're just not near the computer, have experienced stress. Stress is a very normal part of life and isn't always bad. In fact, sometimes stress motivates me to stop procrastinating stuff like homework or studying for an exam. In fact, the stress surrounding these experiences can motivate us to do the things we want to and need to do. However, while we expect certain events to cause stress, like registering for classes, midterms, finals, and adjusting to general college life, we also want to note that microaggressions, sexism, and racism can cause deeper levels of stress too. All of these stressful factors compounding over time can move our typical stress into distress. Distress is when stress is no longer a motivating factor, but becomes really debilitating. When in distress, we feel overwhelmed, miserable, and likely rely on others for support. Coming to Cal Poly can be both exciting and stressful. If you get back to campus and start to feel anxious, stressed, overwhelmed, uncertain, homesick, or lonely, please know that you're not the only one. Everyone is experiencing this environment for the first time, and it's all right to feel overwhelmed. You're adjusting to a new place to call home. One of the best things you can do for yourselves this time is to choose positive self-talk, and we'll go through more exercises on how to practice that. Reach out to friends and navigate support if you feel like you need it. We have great counseling resources and many on-campus organizations that can help you adjust. We understand that it can be difficult to navigate seeking support if you've never done that before. On the next slide, my lovely friend Conrad will share some insights on when an individual may be experiencing distress.
Yeah, thanks, Tyler. Here are some of the physical signs along with the emotional and cognitive signs, or the things you might feel or think when distress is taking over. You can go ahead and read that screen or just graze over it. Stress affects us all differently. In general, when we are experiencing stress, our bodies release chemicals to help us deal with perceived threats, leading to a fight, flight, or freeze response. You may feel fatigued or worried. You might not be able to focus or remember things as well as you used to. You may feel alone or nauseated. These are your body's warning signs or cues to be curious about what's going on. I think that not being able to remember things as well as you used to or as you feel like you should really happens to a lot of us during maybe like test times, you know. Um, the first step in managing our stress is to recognize when we are stressed. This can be challenging for us because we don't always pay attention until our bodies send us a significant signal. So, for example, if you see a bear while hiking, your body is going to prepare you to try and survive the encounter by increasing your heart rate and your breathing and by tightening your muscles. However, our bodies can often misinterpret or have outsized responses for the stressor we are really encountering. For example, during finals week, your body may respond as if you're seeing a grizzly bear all week long. So, when we notice these symptoms, what will we do? We will judge ourselves and will we judge ourselves and push ourselves even harder, or will we respond with self-compassion?
Some great questions. Let's see if they have some good answers. As a former student, I've tried many different strategies to effectively manage stress. Some strategies work better for others. It's largely, personal and perspective. And I've learned what strategies help me best practice self-care when experiencing emotional and or physical signs of stress. When figuring out when you may need to support and nourish yourself in your life, there are many different forms of self-care that you can explore, as you can see on screen. Physical care is a great way to manage your stress. We all have physical needs like sleep, nutrition, and just movement in general. For example, during midterms, sleep is one of the first things students cut back on by pulling all-nighters and just studying for exams. What they may not know is research shows that sleeping instead of studying through the night helps you be more successful academically. So if you're worried about exams, remember that taking care of your physical needs may help you be more successful. And that's coming from somebody who is graduated. So, I need to get off my high horse a little bit. Anyway, um, emotional care is all about checking how you feel, asking yourself, what have I been feeling lately? Is it new or different than typical for me? How do I feel about myself? Self-care is designed to be fun, and emotional care can be an activity you do for yourself that makes you feel good inside. Cognitive and intellectual care is all about thought patterns and how you can direct them to be more supportive. For example, thinking, ugh, I'm gonna flop, I'm gonna fail this test, all my friends are gonna hate me for this, whatever, can set yourself up to do so, but shifting those negative thoughts to more optimistic ones, like I've studied for this test all night, I know I'm gonna do super well, I did super well in the practice tests, I'm gonna do super well, I'm gonna do great, can impact your performance for the better. One way I like to care for myself cognitively is through reading. There's my book. Um, I read a lot of fantasy. This is the one I was reading today, if you're curious. And it just allows me to kind of take a break from the real world, escape a little bit, but also still work on challenging myself through knowledge and everything like that. That's just my example. I guarantee you're probably not doing that if you're watching this, but well, logistically, majority speaking. But we all have our escapes and we all have what we need to fix those cognitive patterns. Relational care is all about relationships, whether that be family, friends, or communities. It's taking the time to ask yourself, am I feeling heard and validated? Both are huge and important. If you have thoughts and feelings that you're not feeling seen for who you are, there will be many, many, many resources shared about therapy and listening spaces for you to navigate relationships. And lastly, spiritual care is all about the connection felt to what gives life its purpose, whether that be religious or secular. Different forms of self-care are intended to give you a snapshot of understanding yourself and what's important to you. Whether it be acknowledging signs of stress and what action you can take to support yourself, or if it is checking in emotionally with how you're feeling. Some forms of self-care may feel more relevant to you than others. By understanding how to best support yourself with self-care, you will also be able to identify how to support yourself if stress turns into distress. And I'll turn it over to Conrad.
So I do see there are some questions in the Q&A, and I'm sure that our team will answer some of those. And I want to let you know that we will get to them during our program or at the end. We should have time. So next, it can be hard to be a human and a student. It may feel difficult to appreciate our limits and needs because of a lot of us have this belief that we are supposed to be superhuman to be successful. This belief can make it hard to take the time to tend to our needs. What we often hear from students is that when they come to Cal Poly, they stop behaviors or practices they helped them be successful in the past because the pressure of not having enough time becomes too much. We encourage you to think about what those things have been for you and find ways to incorporate them into your Cal Poly experience. So if you've been doing something that's been helpful and led to your success, keep doing it, especially with academics. My friend said to me, excellence does not require perfection. And so you don't have to be perfect to be excellent. The hardest thing about investing in ourselves is allowing yourself to believe that it is okay to take breaks and give yourself time to notice and respond to your needs. Rest and reflection allows us to come back stronger than if we just continued along on our empty tank. And there will be times where you need guidance. when you feel stuck, overwhelmed, or when you've been doing a bunch of healthy behaviors, but still things aren't feeling right. If you're struggling with something, you're not alone. We're here to help. In the US, about 25% of all adults have symptoms of mental health concerns in any given year. Take a moment to think about that. 1 in 4. Think about what that means about the community of mental health concern or commonality of mental health concerns, excuse me. This statistic reminds me that struggling with mental health is a typical human experience and is nothing to be ashamed of. You're not broken nor have done it something wrong. This is common. Either you or someone you know will have at least one mental health challenge in your lifetime. Talking about our emotional health or going to therapy can be an important and normal thing to do, just like we go to the medical provider for physical health needs. Counseling and Psychological Services, which is Cal Poly's counseling center, sees more students than the national average for college counseling centers. This is because the Cal Poly students before you advocated diligently to have more access to these therapeutic resources on campus to ensure that they have a place to invest in their mental health. We're very proud that the Mustangs work hard to make their well-being a priority, and you'll find many people on campus are ready to talk with you about mental health as a normal part of life and your academic experience. Anxiety and depression are the most common concerns we see on campus. Often people can feel nervous talking to their friends about their experiences, believing that they are the only ones going through this. But more often than not, when people start talking about their experiences, they find others who have or are going through something similar.
Totally, totally, totally. Let's imagine that you notice your friend has been experiencing some swift behavior changes. They're distracted, constantly tired, and have stopped eating. How would you let them know that they're not alone? In this upcoming video, we have some ideas on how to start those conversations. But before the video plays, I do want to give a quick content warning. This video contains language surrounding suicide and mental health concerns. So please feel free to take a moment to, if you need to get away from the computer for the next 3 minutes, we understand. Just come right back once that's done. And let me know if the audio works. It's been iffy a few times, but I think I got it.
Cal Poly students have a lot going on. Academics, clubs, sports, relationships, activities, and spending time with friends. It's an exciting time, but sometimes it may seem like too much to handle. If you know or suspect that one of your friends is thinking about suicide, you can make a real difference by following these 3 simple steps. See something. Pay attention to your friend's behavior. Students thinking about suicide might seem more sad or anxious than they usually are. You might notice they're withdrawn, have been spending more time alone, haven't been going to classes, or seem to be sleeping all the time. You might notice that they seem hopeless, stuck, or even talk about death. Whatever you've seen, it is important to respond to their emotional distress or noticeable changes. Even if your friend isn't thinking about suicide, your willingness to help can have a huge impact. Say something. When you notice the signs of emotional distress, don't ignore them. If you choose to approach a friend you're concerned about, or if someone reaches out to you, here are some things to keep in mind. Offer your support by asking if your friend would like to talk. It's usually best to have these conversations in private, unless it's uncomfortable for you or your friend. Talk about what you have observed and your perception of the situation. Be direct and honest. It's okay to ask directly about suicide and other serious topics. Getting these issues out into the open is the best way to start dealing with them. Engage in active listening and stay focused on your friend's concerns. Be careful not to take the focus away from your friend's experience by talking too much about your own story. Do something. You can give hope by helping to explore options such as faculty and staff, family, spiritual or religious advisors, and counseling professionals. If you don't know how to handle a specific situation, check in with a faculty member, advisor, or counselor. Cal Poly Counseling Services is a free resource that can help students with all kinds of concerns, including thoughts of suicide. You are not alone. Be sure to get support for yourself as well. If you have immediate concerns about your friend's safety, call 911 or the university police. You are not betraying your friend's trust by getting others involved. Their safety is the most important thing. Overall, conveying your concern and willingness to help is the single most important thing you can do for somebody in distress. Your attention, encouragement, and reassurance can help. See something, say something, and do something.
Okay, so our main three takeaways, what are they? Easy question. See something, say something, do something. These steps are about you, as in all of you watching and, the local university community, showing that you care and are just ready to support someone. Mental health concerns don't have to include thoughts of suicide to deserve attention. People should not have to reach a breaking point before receiving care. If you notice someone is struggling, it's worth starting the conversation early. And it may feel awkward at first, but approaching this conversation with empathy, non-judgment, or an intent to fix anything can make a meaningful difference in the conversation. Conrad?
Sorry about that.
You're
I
good.
was muted. In the video, they mentioned talking to a counselor. The counselors at Counseling and Psychological Services care about you, Cal Poly students. We want you, we want to help you be successful and to live your life in a way that feels meaningful to you. We don't want it just to be all about school. We want you to recognize that college is a total experience. It's a whole life experience, right? So all of our therapy services are free, are just for students, and are confidential and private. Counseling and Psychological Services has a variety of services to fit your needs, and we work hard to collaborate with you to come up with a plan of treatment just for you. Though we don't have session limits, we focus mostly on providing short-term therapy. If you're interested in longer-term treatment or ongoing therapy throughout your time at Cal Poly, we'll talk you through the best options given your resources. Insurance, family support, transportation, that will meet your needs. Whether that's here or somewhere else, we'll be by your side through the whole process. You're always welcome to come back if the plan didn't work out as expected or if you need something different later on.
Yeah. As mentioned, Counseling and Psychological Services, often shortened to CAPS, as you see on the slide, has a variety of services to fit your needs. A service we want to highlight today is group therapy. Again, as you see on the slide. Group therapy is offered on a weekly basis with sessions lasting between 60 and 90 minutes. The groups are facilitated and led by 1 to 2 CAPS clinicians, often supporting an average of 10 students. Group therapy offers a confidential space to obtain support, process feelings while receiving psychoeducation. Group therapy provides many benefits, including, as you can see on the side, greater frequency of sessions, building connections and community, validating and learning through shared experiences, building insight, practicing new behaviors with peers, receiving feedback and support from peers, Building self-awareness, I always rely on my friends in my community to build that. So it's really important to identify those blind spots and challenging unhelpful narratives and thought patterns that other people might see in you that you might not even want to hear from a clinician. But it's all your choice. It's all up to you.
So, as we talked about, if there are specific questions about CAP services, we would be happy to answer them at the end of the presentation, or you can email counseling@calpoly.edu. On this picture right here, you'll see some of the members of our team. We have had some changes and some inclusions, but this is our team. You can see it's pretty diverse. In the next screen, you will see Mabel. Mabel is one of our canine members of our animal assisted therapy. She is the partner of one of our clinicians here and is present at some therapy sessions. She's got her work limits, so she's not there at all times. So next slide. So there are three ways to connect to counseling services. The first is through our drop-in services. These include some group experiences like meditation and first-year support spaces. It also includes our weekly drop-in Let's Talk program, which is an informal and confidential one-on-one with the counselor. Again, one-on-one via Zoom or in person, depending on which Let's Talk you attend. This is a space for students who are not quite sure about therapy, who have a general mental health question, or have a problem they would like to talk through. This is a space where, like, say you get in an argument with your roommate, you get in an argument with your partner, boyfriend, girlfriend, or an argument with your parents. And you don't feel like, oh, I need to do therapy for this, but you have a question and you want to process it with someone. That's a great time to use Let's Talk. On top of our general Let's Talk, we also have Let's Talk specifically created for students whose identities have been marginalized and for students who utilize the Dream Center. You can find all our drop-in services on our website or on CP Now. The next way is to call and ask for an appointment. The first 15-minute overview appointment can typically be scheduled the same or next day. And this appointment will ask some questions related to what's bringing you into therapy and your therapy goals. And then we'll make recommendations based off your presenting concerns. Together, we will make a plan of action and get you moving toward accomplishing those goals. And lastly, we are here 24/7. You can call our phone number and either talk with the therapist right away through our crisis line, or during business hours, you can schedule a walk-in appointment or same-day appointment for urgent needs. If you are at all questioning if you should call or not, please call. Ask some questions when you call. We want to be here for you to navigate your urgent need or difficult moment. We are committed to providing high-quality clinical services. Our therapists are skilled, licensed professionals from a variety of theoretical orientations and specialty. We regularly continue our professional growth through continued education, certification programs, and consultation groups. For example, we have a bi-monthly group of our counselors that focuses specifically on growing in cultural humility. And we have a team that meets weekly, which focuses on increasing diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in our programs and services. We are dedicated to reducing barriers and obstacles to accessing mental health services, increasing access not only in getting students in quickly into therapy room, but also through connecting to the Cal Poly community, building relationships with other departments and student groups to provide well-being and guidance to those who desire it. We strive to be a safe space where each student can be their unique selves and feel supported in what they are experiencing. We so appreciate our students' feedback on what we can do better, so please let us know how we're doing and how we can support you better.
Yeah. So if you want to take a screenshot of this, I'm going to leave it up for a little bit as I'm talking. But counseling and psychological services is part of the larger campus health and well-being department, also known as the health center on campus or CH&W. You can't miss it. I'll get into why. The health center is comprised of, let's see if I can get through the list without stuttering. I've only been able to do it once, but we'll see. We'll see. It's comprised of doctors, PAs, NPs, nurses, pharmacists, therapists, safer advocates, food pantry fellows, overdose prevention and Mustangs for Recovery student leads, alcohol and other drug specialists, health educators, and Pulse peer health educators. Wow, we did it. Uh, in addition to our medical and counseling care, CH&W has an on-site pharmacy with at cost or lower goods and general prescriptions. You can pick up things like allergy medication. I used to pick up my Differin there. You could pick up like emergency deodorant, toothbrush, toothpaste, pill cutters for a very low cost. And it also has the food pantry downstairs. So if you have any food needs, definitely just swipe your card and enter your email, and you can just pick up some free stuff. Our building is located next to the gym's rock climbing wall. It looks like the Washington Monument, so it's hard to miss around that side of campus. To the right of that, in the brick wall, building 27. If you want to know more about campus health and well-being, there will be some breakout sessions and feel free to ask around if you have any, or you can also just put some questions in the Q&A. We'll have some time at the end to kind of go through that for a little bit.
And we did it. We made it to the end. Let's review 4 key takeaways. Mental health is a part of all of us, and mental health challenges are a part of human life. There are lots of stressors that Cal Poly students will experience, and paying attention to your body and responding with care is important. If you notice your friend is going through something, approach them with sincerity and non-judgment, and let them know there are people who can help. Campus Health and Wellbeing is available 24/7 to provide free mental health services to Cal Poly students. We care about you and we care about what you are going through and want to be there for you.
Yeah, well, it was super nice getting to welcome you all to orientation here at Cal Poly. I know I had a fun time here, and I know you will too. And you're going to graduate with flying colors. I just know it. We hope you were able to learn a little bit more about our school and just all the resources we have. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, thanks, Tyler. So please feel free to scan the QR code to learn more about our programs at CAPS and CH&W. Remember, you are not alone, you are worthy of love, and you are a part of a big Mustang family now. Your Slow Days team will take it from here to help us transition to our next activity, but we do have some time for questions. So if you have some questions, please pop them in the Q&A. As I said, I saw one there, and the question was about medication. So I'm going to go ahead and read the question. It says, if we've been diagnosed at any point in the past but struggle to be connected with the right resources with medicine, is that something we can get help with on campus? If so, is it free for students or do we have to pay? Medications are not free. That's something through the pharmacy that you'll go through. Depending on the medication you're talking about or what you've been diagnosed with, that is something also. We do not provide medication for ADHD, but we have a wonderful person whose name is Mel, M-E-L, Verdin, V-E-R-D-I-N, and she is our student healthcare navigator. And she's an amazing resource for people who have health insurance questions or trying to get connected with a provider in the community. Hopefully that answered that question. The next question. Hi, I wanted to ask how move-in will work. I'm flying into SLO and I'll be taking an Uber to campus on move-in day. I remember you all mentioned that you don't recommend using GPS and that it's better to follow the Mustang move-in map you provided. But since Uber makes you put in a destination on the app, I wasn't sure how that would work for my situation. What should I do? I'm in the Yakitutu dorms, by the way. That's a pretty easy one I would think for an Uber driver. I would actually put your destination, and somebody please from campus correct me if I'm wrong, but I would put your destination as Cal Poly campus. And the dorms and put the name of the dorm. It should come up with that. Tyler, did you ever use Uber when you were a student in the dorms?
I used it a few times, but I'm a Lyft person myself,
But did you
admittedly.
ever use either one, a rideshare type of thing during your time in the dorms, and was it able to find your hall?
It can be pretty difficult. You just have to be able to make sure to put the little, the little pin guy on the street in the correct place. So it might not be right in front of the residence hall. I know there's a lot of drop-off areas kind of by like Vista Grande or anything like that that are easy to access, but I haven't used it too much when I was on campus.
I believe there is a drop-off space, as Tyler said, right next to Vista Grande in front of Sierra Madre Hall, which is across from Yaki Tutu. It's also by the um, Performing Arts Center. So if you tell them that, just say it's the hall on the same side as the Performing Arts Center, right next to it. They should not have a problem getting you there. My computer froze and I couldn't come back for 5 to 8 minutes. I was wondering what I missed and if there are any penalties for getting kicked out. That I don't know. I don't think there's any penalties. I'm not going to penalize anybody. We're here to provide mental health services, and making you feel bad for something out of your control isn't something we want to do at CAPS. Is CAPS the group that those with neurodivergence or some sort seeking support on campus should contact? We do have a neurodivergent support group. We have one of those. We have therapists that can provide services for people that are neurodivergent. There's also the DRC, which is the Disability Resource Center, which I believe you should have somebody coming in to talk to you from, and they offer different types of support. Hi, I joined the Zooms last, oops. I joined the Zoom late, so I might have missed out on this if it was already answered, but how do I sign up for my move-in window for Yak? That I don't know, so I'm going to let somebody else get to that. Where's the address to change pharmacies for pickup on campus? I believe if you go on to our website, you can see the pharmacy address on there because I don't want to give you the wrong thing, but that would probably be the best thing to do. For the required TB screening, is it due before arriving to campus or can I do the TB test offered on campus? Again, I think I'm going to let somebody else answer that. Where am I supposed to go to get medical services and then pharmaceuticals? Building 27, that's our health services building. We have health services here and a pharmacy here. And let me tell you all, if you need pharmacy stuff, get it on campus. See if it's available on our campus. I get my allergy medicine there. I take Zyrtec. We have generic Zyrtec, and I get a 90-day supply for like $4. So it's a lot cheaper. And again, we do not provide ADHD medication. So if that's something that you're needing, then yeah, we wouldn't be able to take care of that. If my insurance is not valid in California, what is the process of getting my prescription on campus? I'm not sure. That might be a Mel question. As I mentioned, Mel Verdon. She is our student healthcare navigator. You can find her contact information on the CHNW website. Is there another way to submit my immunization records other than online? I'm having trouble with the file size. I'm going to let somebody else answer that one. I do believe that you can change the size of the file, but it looks like Kelly's on that. How do we know if we chose to get the healthcare plan? Again, that's somebody else's question, not for me. Any other questions? I do want to share we have a lot of really cool things that happen on campus and with mental health. We have a lot of outreach opportunities. You'll see us at different tables, reaching out to people, trying to connect with people. I am the co-chair of the Gender Affirming Care team. Our university has a wonderful gender affirming care program, which helps people who might be transitioning or questioning. We have health services for that, and we have psychological services for that. We do a lot of outreaching for that. We will be doing outreaching for suicide prevention during the month of September. We will probably be doing some national coming out stuff in October, and we continue to try to do all that stuff. This is definitely off topic, but for sororities and fraternities, when is registration due, and where would I find information to do with that? Looks like Alice is answering that question. Can you pick up all medications other than ADHD meds on the on-campus pharmacy? It depends. I think you'll want to look and see what is on their formulary, meaning what is their available medications. You can also call the pharmacy and talk to them there and get that taken care of. Where else? Go ahead,
Sorry.
Tyler.
To add on to that, we have a list, as Conrad was saying, of all the prescriptions and everything we offer on our website, and I do know for a fact they update that super often. We are very much focused on providing the right information. So that's always up to date, is all I'm going to say.
Awesome. Thanks, Tyler.
Yeah.
Where else can we get services for ADHD medicine? If you're in the state of California, I highly recommend sticking with your psychiatric provider or the person who's prescribing that medication and having them um, send that medication to one of the pharmacies in our area. There are multiple CVSs in our area. There's one downtown. The bus can get you there. There's one across town. There's one in the Marigold Center, one in Laguna Lake. And there are some other ways of getting it. I don't know if going through Amazon or anything like that, if they can mail ADHD medication. So that's something to check. Again, Malverdin is a wonderful resource for that. If I have a vaccine I'm getting newly, should I update the whole list if I uploaded or just email upload a single file for the new one? Again, I'm going to let somebody else answer that. If you are moving in early for core program, do the same exact movie and measures apply? Alice is answering that. Does a pharmacy accept insurance like Kaiser? No, we do not accept insurance. If you have Kaiser, you're going to want to check with Kaiser about their mail program for your medication. There is not a Kaiser provider in our area.
No, there is not. So, again, like Conrad was saying, I would talk to Mel Vedran. She's on our website. She's pretty popular. She's meant to talk to people like, anyone who holds Kaiser or anybody who has questions about insurance. So I would recommend just talking with her about that. But nothing in the health center, bills through insurance. So yeah, no worries there.
So it looks like we're winding down with questions and we're at 126. I think that you all will be moving on to your next place. Again, my name's Conrad. I look forward to meeting anybody as we do outreach. I see Andre's face on there and Jen's face on the screen now. And I work really closely with Andre and spend some time with Jen. So hopefully you all will have more great time to communicate with others and get some questions answered.
No, they're all mean. No, they're great. They're super fun. Yeah. We'll be hard to top, but it's okay.
Oh, what if I was wanting to get medicine for ADHD, depression, or anxiety, but not currently take any? Who do I talk to? Okay, so for the ADHD medication, again, you're not going to get that on our campus. We do some assessments. It's limited. Our psychiatrist on campus does not do that. That would be through CAPS. Depression and anxiety, you could do an appointment with any healthcare provider at health services. You can call and say, I'd like to talk to somebody about getting on medication for depression and anxiety, and they'll schedule you an appointment and you'll meet with them. I'm an architecture student, and Alice is answering that. What is the link for the medications covered at the on-campus pharmacy? I don't see it. Tyler, do you know that?
I'm pretty sure it's listed on this website somewhere. I know that for a fact. But if you still can't find it, just call the pharmacy. They're really nice. Even if you end up calling the wrong place, I literally just talk to people, well, I used to. I talk to people around the health center all the time. They're super helpful. Um, so they're super helpful. Everyone's just willing to hear you out and everything. So I would just say, call the pharmacy line if you can't find it on the website.
Yeah. As far as your Arizona insurance working in SLO, that's going to be something you're going to want to talk to your insurance company about. And yes, anybody who has insurance and wants to utilize their insurance can utilize Costco Pharmacy. Costco is across town from campus, but you're welcome to do that. I got my dog's flea medicine at Costco the other day and it was discounted. I love that. Um, Anything with getting a diagnosis. Not sure what that question means. Anything with getting a diagnosis for different things, it just depends. Like if you feel like you are in need of a diagnosis, my first question is, where's the need coming from? If you feel like you have some mental health concerns and you want to talk to somebody, then give us a call at CAPS. We do diagnose various things. It just depends on the clinician you're working with. So if you want to give some clarity on that question, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, our time's about up. We have like literally 30 seconds left. I'm going to stick around and try to answer any more questions during Andre and Jen's presentation, but thanks for having us.
Yeah, and last question on here is about a bike. I heard only athletes can have a bike. Not true. Everybody can have a bike. Thank you so much, and bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Tyler and Conrad, for this amazing presentation. Up next, we will be having the reality check presentation with Andre and Jen. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get our presentation up. Perfect, right? Okay, good. And I think I clicked on it for the sound. Again, this is Reality Check, navigating alcohol and other drug choices in college. We're going to be covering a lot of education today, some statistics around alcohol and other drugs here on campus that we've taken directly from our students. We'll be talking about our harm reduction approach, what to expect at WOW, and then also we'll kind of engage with a video that talks about Cal Poly's history. There will be a content warning beforehand by Jen. And we're going to really kind of dive in as to why you're seeing two alcohol and other drug health educators twice here at SLO Days and then during WOW as well. So we'll jump right in.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here with us today. I'm Jen. I'm one of the alcohol and other drug health educators, and I've been doing this work for almost 5 years now. And I focus on primary prevention. So my goal is really to prevent harms related to high-risk drinking, like binge drinking and cannabis use. And I work with a lot of groups across campus. So if you're living in the dorms, which you all are, or if you're in a fraternity or sorority life or athletics, you will see me again.
And my name is Andre Cias. I'm an alcohol and other drug health educator, and I focus on secondary and tertiary prevention. So a lot of primary, but also intervention and recovery focused. So a lot of that education piece that Jen does with a deliverable. So overdose prevention, we talk about opioid overdose while also providing Narcan, which we'll talk about in a little bit. We do Mustangs for Recovery, which is our collegiate recovery program here on campus. And then we also, both Jen and I, offer one-on-one appointments to engage with intentionality, moderation of substance, and just to see where you're at with your current substance use. So we've got some learning objectives today that I want us to really kind of focus in, setting the intentionality. So what are you going to learn today? We want you to feel empowered to discuss expectations, perceptions, and safety around alcohol and other drugs with each other. So whoever that may be, your support system, friends, family, a trusted mentor, being able to have this conversation and know that you can have this conversation is incredibly important to us. We also want you to apply an informed harm reduction approach to alcohol and other drugs, whether choosing to engage or abstain. We really want to challenge the confirmation bias that everybody drinks and empower students not to engage with substance if they really don't want to. But if they do, are provided some harm reduction to make sure that they're doing it safer. And then lastly, we want you to foster confidence in navigating environments and situations where alcohol and other drugs are present. So further with that intention setting space, it's really important that we ask ourselves why you're here at Cal Poly. So students, why are you here at Cal Poly? I'm sure it's not to engage in high risk substance use, go to the hospital, get arrested. I'm really, really sure that it's so that you can further your professional career by obtaining a degree from an incredibly academic, rigorous university, which is really cool. That's what we want to do. We want to support you in your well-being. So that's our question. Why are you here? And supporters, how do you want to support your student in navigating situations where substance are present? Whether or not they're going to engage with it, they may be around it, unbeknownst to themselves in these spaces, especially because we're going to talk about something in the next slide. But so how do we show up in that space? So Why are you getting to talk to us and hear from us twice in really large presentations with a ton of emphasis on alcohol and other substances? It's because of this well-researched phenomenon called the college effect. So it's the first 6 weeks where returning students and new students to a university engage in higher risk substance use and alcohol usage than their non-university attending peers. So this is a big reason, and we see this increase for a myriad of reasons. One being that students, their whole social support network is changing dramatically. Again, they're not in high school. The rigidity and structure and routine aren't there. It's now their own to make and engage with and maintain. There's also an ease of access. So they're around students that are of age, that have different levels of experience around alcohol, and it'll be potentially provided if they go looking for it. And so all of these things, especially on top of an academically rigorous curriculum, can increase stressors that may demonstrate or may show that, oh, I need a coping mechanism, but confirmation bias is demonstrating that, well, everybody's drinking in college. Maybe that's how they get through it, when in reality, that's not the case at all. And so that's why you hear from us for a lot.
So a couple quick questions for you all. Did more or less than half of Cal Poly students drink alcohol in the past 2 weeks? If you think it's more, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, I see a lot coming in. We're above 50 now. Awesome. Okay, we'll go to the next question. Did more or less than half of Cal Poly students use cannabis in the past 2 weeks? If you think it's more, go ahead and raise your hand again. Okay, we're hovering right around 50. Awesome. Okay, well, some of you got it right, and for some, we're going to correct those misperceptions. So I want to show you all some data real quick. So on the left, you see data from our ACHA, NCHA, American College Health Association, National College Health Assessment. We do it every 2 years, and it's a really big data set. We had over 1,800 people in 2026, and we saw that in the last 2 weeks, 55% of students did not use alcohol. And that is improvement from 44% in 2024. And similarly, cannabis, less than a quarter used in the last 2 weeks. 79% did not. So even though it's legal in the state of California, if you're over 21, not everybody is using. And one more data set that reflects that data as well is this Screen U, that pie chart. And you'll have the opportunity to do this at WOW. And what we see is that 54% of the incoming class last year did not use any alcohol. And I want to highlight that because if you're coming to college and you're in that 54% and you've never used before and you choose to experiment, we want to make sure that you're staying safe and taking it really slow because you don't know your limits, you don't have any tolerance. And this chart's also cool to me as an educator because most Cal Poly students are staying in a safer range. So we also have that 36% low risk, 6% already in recovery, and only 5% in the risky hazardous zone, which is where Andre and I focus a lot of our efforts. But no matter where you fall in this pie chart, we do have resources and activities for you at Campus Health and Wellbeing. So why do students drink? Why do they not drink? I've talked to hundreds of students at this point, and similar reasons come up basically no matter what population it is. They want to have fun, they want to socialize, they want to de-stress, they want to fit in, they want to be social. And there is still some of that misperception that everyone's drinking, like everyone's doing it, but we're trying to correct that today. But why don't they drink? Several reasons here too. Maybe they have family, personal, or religious values and they're choosing not to. Or maybe they're in recovery or have a family member who's in recovery and they just don't want to take that risk. Another possibility is that they're on a medication that doesn't mix well with alcohol. A couple that have come up recently are Accutane. I actually had a student just last month say, hey, I'm on Accutane, so I don't drink. Awesome, you're protecting your liver. Another big one is antidepressants. Over, I think, 10% of Cal Poly students are on an antidepressant. And for a lot of them, it just doesn't mix well with alcohol. The side effects get a lot worse. So they discover that they need to either cut back or not drink at all. Other health concerns come up as well. Just to give one example, say someone has diabetes and they're on insulin, it could be more dangerous to drink, so maybe they're choosing not to. So it's really important to respect everybody's reasons for not drinking. And my shameless plug, I do run a diabetes support group, so send me an email if you're interested in the details. We meet once a month. And last but not least, we have legal concerns. As Andre mentioned, you're here to learn and grow and ideally thrive in this rigorous academic environment. So maybe you don't want to risk that minor in possession or anything like that. So you're just going to wait till you're 21. And all these reasons are very much valid reasons. So just continuing this discussion a little bit, there isn't just one college experience. What we see is a lot of students who aren't drinking, that 54%, they're still having really meaningful social lives. They're involved in clubs and orgs, and they're going to the rec, and they're enjoying the beautiful Central Coast. Maybe they're hiking, maybe they're just laying out at the beach, wear sunscreen, whatever you might be doing. And then moderate social use is pretty common too. That was that 36% that we saw. And these students are doing all those non-alcoholic activities, but they're also maybe having a couple drinks with good friends and going to smaller gatherings and keeping it limited. And where Andre and I worry a little bit more is the high-risk drinking, which is about a quarter of students, at least here and there. And that is binge drinking, which for those assigned female at birth is 4 or more drinks in 2 hours, and male at birth is 5 or more drinks in 2 hours. And really, students are falling everywhere on this spectrum, but we're trying to keep them in the green and yellow, and you do not need to drink to have that meaningful college experience. And now onto that video that Andre mentioned. We are going to watch a video about Carson Starkey. He died from alcohol poisoning in 2008 during a fraternity hazing incident. And it is hard to watch, so please do take care of yourselves. And we are showing this to you not to scare you, but really just so you know what to look out for and that you know that this is fully preventable.
It seemed like any other fraternity party, drinking event, everyone having a good time.
Carson was given a fifth of rum to share with the boy next to him. There was also a bottle or two of Everclear that was passed around.
I remember looking over at Carson and just had this kind of glaze in his eyes.
I noticed that he was becoming more intoxicated.
I could tell that he wasn't all there.
His body was kind of going limp, and
then I saw him sort of like, kind of like drooling out of his mouth, and then I knew he wasn't all right. He wasn't even sick. He had had so much to drink that it was past that. It wasn't that he just needed to get sick. He needed help. I saw 2 people just pick him up and carry him out of the room. Don't think I'll ever forget that.
I raised him for 18 years, and in 20 minutes, he was unresponsive.
I know that they thought about taking him to the hospital and changed their mind.
I think they were just afraid that if they went to the hospital, there would be some sort of legal action against them and possibly him because he's obviously a minor, he's only 18.
They decided that they didn't want to get in trouble, and they decided that he would probably be fine.
And they brought him back inside and put him on a filthy, horrible, disgusting mattress on his side and put a trash can there and left him there.
At some point I asked, where did he go? The response was, he's inside on the couch. People are taking care of him. Don't worry. So I didn't worry.
Julia was coming down the staircase, screaming and crying that we had had a missed call on our caller ID from the San Luis Obispo County Coroner's Office.
Called home, and my dad answered. He just said Carson is dead.
I just fell to the ground right up next to a side of a truck and just started crying.
It was devastating. When you hear that your best friend died, it doesn't seem real. Everything just shuts down. You're not yourself for months.
I had assumed that he had made it to the hospital, so I was in utter disbelief.
When I heard of how he died, it was unheard of. I mean, I just didn't think it was possible.
It made no sense to me that someone like Carson would pass away from alcohol poisoning.
It was weird to think that Carson could die from something as dumb as alcohol.
A lot of
college students think they're invincible. We've seen people who puke and then wake up in the morning and they're fine. So we never think that, like, this is going to kill someone. It didn't have to be Carson thinking he was invincible, but other people thinking that he was. And I think it really comes down to that. The guys thought, A, we don't want to get in trouble, and B, oh, Carson's fine. Like, he'll just sleep it off and wake up in the morning. And, I mean, they were wrong.
The people in the fraternity who made the decision not to take him to the hospital ultimately, just made a really bad, wrong decision that ended up killing him.
They decided that they'd rather save their own asses than try and help Carson in that situation.
Like, look at what happened now, You thought you weren't going to get in trouble, but now the fraternity doesn't even exist. And worst of all, Carson died.
These kids are living with the consequences now of what they didn't do that night.
They started telling the story, and I said, okay, we need to bring in the dean of students, we need to bring in the director of the department. They continued to tell the story, and I said, I'm taking you down to the police station.
If you're in a fraternity, especially if you're an officer of a fraternity, and you plan an event like the one that resulted in Carson's death, you can be charged with a felony, and it can change your life.
It cost me and my family over $160,000 in legal fees, over $500,000 in civil suit settlements. It's hard to get a job when your potential employer Googles your name and a mugshot is the first thing that comes up.
Whenever, any of my friends now, if they get into that position where they drank so much that they're having a hard time talking and standing or doing anything, I just monitor it more. And I think that would have been something, someone should have just sat by him and watched him and not just left him there.
You gotta always have someone there just to watch them, whether they're fine or not. Because there's just like certain signs, like if their like skin or lips start to turn blue, or if their breathing pattern becomes irregular. That's something easy to notice if you're sitting with them, paying attention, which someone should have been with Carson that night.
Carson was someone that instinctively helped other people, and he died because other people didn't help him.
This event opened my eyes up completely to the issue of alcohol poisoning and that it's a real thing. It's not just something you hear about. It actually happens to people, and you need to be extremely careful and look after your friends.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, and the dreams that you dream of once in a lullaby.
As you all can imagine, Jen and I have seen that video quite a few times now. And it never gets easier to watch, so thank you for watching that with us. Again, as Jen said, we're not showing you this to scare you, but much like Carson Starkey's family and us here at Cal Poly know, alcohol poisoning is preventable. And had the students that night around Carson known the signs of alcohol poisoning, he would still be here today. So they created Aware Wake Alive, which is a educational awareness campaign so that students are aware of what alcohol poisoning looks like, using the acronym MUST HELP. So we're going to go over what MUST HELP covers today, and then we'll talk about which ones to focus on, because you're getting a lot of information today, so I want to make sure that you at least remember to, because we will review this again during WOW. So MUST HELP stands for mental confusion, unresponsive, snoring, gasping for air, throwing up, hypothermia, cold or clammy skin, erratic breathing, loss of consciousness, and paleness or blueness of skin. And again, those are a lot of symptoms, 8 of them up there, but if 2 are the only that you can remember, please be unconscious or not breathing. Because again, alcohol poisoning is preventable.
And we do want to make it easier for you all to call for help. So California has the 911 Good Samaritan law, and Cal Poly has the Alcohol and Other Drug Amnesty Protocol. So with the 911 Good Samaritan law, what it does is it provides limited immunity for minors related to the purchase, consumption, or possession of alcohol. And in order to get that immunity, you have to be the first to call for help, and you have to stay on the scene and cooperate with the emergency medical professionals. So just to give you a quick example, let's pretend Andre and I are both 18. We pregame a little bit, do a couple shots, and then we go to a party, and I pour myself a cup of jungle juice and drink the whole thing. I don't know how much is in it, how much alcohol is in it, which is what makes it dangerous. We go off, talk to different friends. It's been 20 minutes. Then what happens?
So I haven't seen Jen in a while, so I go looking for Jen at this house party. I see that she is unconscious from too much alcohol, but thankfully still breathing. So I call 911 immediately, tell them that I think my friend is in an alcohol overdose state, and I stay with her until EMS arrives on the scene.
And Andre just saved my life, and neither of us is getting in any legal trouble. Similarly, the Cal Poly protocol, you can see in green there, the goal is to call for help without fear of consequences. So in this regard, like we all have your back, and what it does is it removes punitive sanctions for first-time infractions involving alcohol or other drugs. So what does that mean? You might still have to talk to me and Andre, but you're not getting put on probation. You're not suspended, nothing like that, and it's just an educational process. So please, if you ever think anything's wrong or your gut's telling you something's wrong, call 911. Still me. So here we have some more data from that same survey. And that blue line is binge drinking in the last 2 weeks. And it's among all students. So you can see in 2018, it was around 45%. And it has consistently been getting lower. So now we're at 26%. So that's a win in terms of safety for you and your peers. And similarly, extremely high risk drinking or 7 or more drinks in one setting, and this is only among students who drink, that has been down to 10 or 11% for a good 5 years now.
And we're going to discuss all types of substances during WOW. However, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about cannabis. Cannabis has changed dramatically since we first heard about it in the 60s. Really, it's the isolation and increase in concentration of THC, which is that psychoactive, get high kind of cannabinoid, and it has this higher risk of misuse and dependence. And it also has a very dichotomous experience depending on who's engaging with this kind of concentration of THC. For some, they may feel euphoric, and for others, it may increase their anxiety and paranoia. In the same way that it might increase appetite for other individuals, it may actually increase nausea and vomiting. So don't just power through if you're starting to see some of those adverse effects if you are choosing to engage with cannabis, and also be very, very wary about engaging with cannabis with that in mind. If you're easily nauseous and or easily anxious, it's not going to necessarily help. But why does this matter? Why do we talk about harm reduction with cannabis, and why are we really highlighting it during SLO days? About 34% of Cal Poly students use cannabis in the last 3 months. And it really is reported that there's higher risk for less positive side effects. 5.5% of Cal Poly students who used cannabis reported that it negatively impacted their academic performance versus the 3.8% for alcohol. But why? It's because THC percentage has gotten so much stronger, about 300% since 1994, especially in products like vapes and concentrates, which can almost get to 96% THC and can become very dangerous for your brain development, which we will talk about during WOW. But why are we providing so much education also around some of the really negative impacts of substance? It's because we use this harm reduction model. So we want to make sure that students are safer and they're making informed decisions about their substance use should they choose to engage with substance. We really want to empower students that want to abstain because it is so important that those students know they don't have to engage with substance. They don't have to break their values, like Jen pointed out, for a couple that maybe they aren't engaging with substance for. However, we also know that just telling students no isn't going to solve the problem should those students choose to engage with substance. So we want to make sure that they are making informed decisions and educated about what's going to happen to their body, ways to say no around other substances, and engage in safer, moderate practices. So we give them tools to navigate peer pressure as well as practical strategies for using less, because ultimately we want to reduce this harm by using a harm reduction approach.
And here are a bunch for harm reduction, and a lot of these look pretty simple. So go ahead and take a look and see what resonates for you. But for everyone, let's do some of the simple stuff, like let's hydrate and drink water. Let's make sure to eat. Charge your phone. That one's been really popular with students recently because I talked to them. They're like, oh, I guess I shouldn't go out at 10% because then you can find the friend who wandered off, or you can call that Uber or Lyft or call 911 if you need to. And then if you're drinking in particular, eating before and while drinking has a huge impact. I can't overemphasize this. Andre and I have talked to countless students who what happened is they had dinner at like 6 or 7, but didn't start drinking until 10 or 11 and didn't have any food in between. And that contributed to them getting sick. So please eat, please hydrate with non-caffeinated beverages. Another really good one, especially if you're new to drinking, is stick to 1 drink or less per hour. And I'm going to jump down to the bottom one. Avoid mixing with other drugs. We talked about that a bit earlier, but this also applies to over-the-counter meds and illicit substances as well. So with cannabis in particular, if you have the two together, it increases the risk of greening out or getting sick from too much cannabis. Or if it's suppressing your urge to vomit and you need to because you drink too much, that's really dangerous too. And Andre, I know you're passionate about one of these.
Yeah. Jen and I see a lot of students who've gone to the hospital or have been arrested for one-on-one alcohol and other drug education. And a lot of the times we see it's because students are mimicking behavior that they're seeing other people engage with alcohol at their different rates. When they have very little experience around shots specifically, a lot of hard alcohol. And so don't go shot for shot with other people, especially if you don't have a ton of experience. There's so many different physiological factors that are necessary to take into play when we're talking about tolerance, whether that's developed or innate. So we really need to make sure that we're not matching somebody else's drinking just because we think that's the behavior that we should be engaging with. And just to answer a question that came in live, we will talk about the other interactions with other substances during WOW, and we do know that there are so many interactions with so many different over-the-counter prescriptions, medications, things that are prescribed, and also with cannabis. So it's something that we do go into detail more during WOW, but thank you for that question. We also have an opioid overdose prevention program here at Cal Poly. So fentanyl is an extremely potent synthetic opioid that is kind of in our drug network across the entire nation, not just in SLO County. So we started this program in 2021 where students can actively get trained on what an opioid overdose looks like, how to prevent it, and then they receive Narcan and how to use it, information about this opioid overdose reversal medication for free. It takes around 10 to 15 minutes. You're more than welcome to schedule it with myself or one of my 12 students who are capable of training. And it's at no cost to you. We want to make sure that all students are engaging with harm reduction and are becoming safer by having Narcan, because you never know where you're going to be and if you're ever going to need it. We've actually had students use the Narcan from our training, save other people at festivals in their hometown or even across anywhere across the nation. Which is really cool. And you can do this training at Health Center Lawn, Tuesdays from 3 to 5 or Wednesdays from 11 to 1 p.m. All of this information will be on Campus Health and Wellbeing's website under alcohol and other drug programming. Also, we have Mustangs for Recovery, which is our collegiate recovery program here on campus. It was started by a student in 2018, Davis Hennigar, who went to alcohol and other drug programming off campus, came back and saw that there wasn't a space for students like him. And so we have weekly meetings rooted in Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, Al-Anon, and we do socials and we engage with the community and other meetings as well. And we do one-on-one peer support. We do have a grant as well that is important to make sure that financial burden is not a reason why students are relapsing. Each semester we hand that out, and also we want to make sure that we are supporting those that are in and seeking recovery resources. Okay. It's really important that we understand how to talk about alcohol and other drugs. So please make sure that you choose another time to talk about alcohol and other drugs, especially if you have any questions, especially if you don't really know the answer, you can always email Jen or I. And we really want to make sure that we're having this conversation while sober, making sure that everybody is not under the influence of a substance. And we want to make sure that we're having a very constructive space where if you say something, it's not met with reactive fear and or worry or kind of anger. Because it's really important that this conversation happens more than once. It's okay to set your intentions and speak expectations around alcohol, and also just know that you have a bunch of people that care about you here at Campus Health and Wellbeing and all over campus as well. So if you ever need support, we're here for you.
And going back to a live question, someone asked how we can do this training. Andre mentioned that we do it on the Health Center lawn. And maybe Andre, you could put those boxes in the chat or the times in the chat. But we're actually doing it 3 times, including that Tuesday time, Wednesday time, and also Thursdays from 3:30 to 5:30, the first 4 weeks of school during our Party Smart pre-games. But we're going to tell you all this again at WOW. But we definitely have a lot of opportunities to get Narcan trained. And at WOW, we will go back to intentionality, and we're going to talk about how alcohol impacts the body so you all can make informed choices. And we're going to go over ways to say no because it can be hard. You're in a new place with new people, and of course, you want to make new friends and fit in. And we will go over strategies for use again, as well as reviewing must help. That's one of the biggest takeaways from today is let's prevent alcohol poisoning. And we will also do a quick Narcan training at WOW itself. So we'll teach you the signs of an opioid overdose and how and when to use Narcan. And then you'll get a quick refresher when you actually pick up the Narcan from us at one of these tabling events. And then, as Andre mentioned, we will cover other drugs and interactions as well. And with that, as we wrap up, please just know you're not alone. You have Campus Health and Wellbeing, you have Andre, you have me, you have your RAs. There's a lot of people here to support you as you join Cal Poly, and we're very excited to have you. And please just don't be afraid. If your parents or supporters, they try to talk to you about alcohol, they're trying. They have your best interests at heart. And talk to your friends too. It's totally okay to set those expectations and say what you do and don't feel comfortable with that. And with that, thank you all. And Andre and I will stay on for a couple minutes if you have any questions about anything alcohol or other drug related.
Thanks, Jen and Andre. I was looking at our agenda. Looks like we have a few extra minutes until our next presentation. So it got me thinking about a few questions that have come up in some of my conversations with other students, and maybe we just do a kind of an impromptu Q&A. We'll see what's coming up in the chat as well. But what are, from your experience, like what do you think are some of the primary reasons students are engaging in alcohol, drugs? It's just socially acceptable, it's accessible in the college area. They have curiosities, peer pressure. I mean, you all are kind of the content experts in seeing students going through journeys, some safely, some not safely. But what do you tend to see, especially for our first year students?
All of the above. Um, the one thing that's been interesting is a lot of the students I've talked to recently, the peer pressure isn't direct a lot of the times. It's not like, you need to drink, you need to do this shot. It's more that they see it around them and then feel like they need to engage. But a lot of it's to de-stress. A lot of it is that curiosity because it's new and they're away from home. And there are older students, especially if they're in some sort of club or org. So it really is multifaceted. But we have been seeing the numbers go down over time. And I am going to take the first question from the sidebar. And then
Yeah.
Andre, I'll let you take the next one or chime in with whatever. So somebody asked, how do you recommend talking to roommates about drug and alcohol expectations or usage? I think a big part is thinking about it before you come and like, what are your personal expectations and hopes and what are you planning to do? And then I think the RAs work with you on a roommate contract and thinking about that in advance. Like, what are you comfortable with? Like, are you comfortable? Well, you shouldn't have alcohol in the dorms to begin with, but um, basically, what are you comfortable with? What are you not comfortable with? And and this is where it gets a little tricky. No is a complete sentence, but also this person's your roommate. So some of you may have guessed I do have type 1 and diabetes. And it was helpful to like sometimes tell my roommates, like, hey, like I might not drink, like if my blood sugar is running low or something. And them knowing that created a lot of respect, and they never pushed me because they didn't want a medical emergency on their hands. And again, you don't have to explain all that, but you're going to be very close to this person. So giving them a little more context could help too.
I can answer the question in the chat. If we are caught on campus drunk or at a party, how much trouble would we be in? Much like Jen was talking about with our amnesty policies and things like that, if you're on campus and an RA sees that you're drunk, and they will basically assess whether or not you are in need of medical intervention, or if you are just intoxicated and can be left alone or with a sober individual, what ends up happening is you're most likely sent to the Office of Students' Rights and Responsibilities, wherein a university judiciary coordinator will communicate with you, assess whether or not this is something that you need more one-on-one work with or an online course to provide more education. And it's really case by case. And if you would like to work one-on-one with individuals like Jen or myself or students, you can always make sure to do that of your own free will before being sent to us as a mandatory meeting. And we're always available to chat, especially if you're like, hey, I'm kind of battling with some kind of substance misuse, and how do I navigate that? What are resources? We can get you connected pretty much same day with all health services, CAPS, and or Melvedrin to talk about off-campus insurance-based programming as well. So it's not necessarily like how much trouble you'll get in, it's very case by case. And as long as you are safe and okay, most likely you'll just get more education and support from the university.
And then I see a question, what should you do if someone is having a bad psychedelic trip? We talk about this in relation to cannabis at WOW, but the ideas are kind of the same. Get them to a quiet, calm area, like offer a little bit of water, maybe some crackers or something if they're up for it. But the thing is, if you start to feel like you're in danger or they're in danger, that is when to call 911. So for example, if somebody is having hallucinations from cannabis, we do encourage calling 911, or if there's really extreme anxiety, like panic attacks. And also, like you all are 18-ish, like it's not your responsibility to deal with these really hard things. That's what the professionals are for. Do you want to add anything, Andre? Okay.
One situation that actually came up, some other students I was connecting with is, what about maybe not yourself with alcohol use, but maybe a close friend and having maybe levels of concern of their use or a change in their use. This could also come up with roommates, right? As people are kind of being put in living situations where they may have different social agreements. So what are some advice you might have for those two situations?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you just being aware of all the resources that we have on campus is sometimes very difficult because there's so many resources. So what's really cool is if you get them connected, or even if you yourself reach out to Jen or myself, and you kind of explain the situation. I've worked with students that were actively worried about one of their friends. How do we navigate this? How do we set boundaries? How do we stop enabling behaviors that we're seeing as problematic? How do we have that conversation? And we've had very fruitful conversations around what's best for those individuals and the person that they're worried about. So we can do a lot of the how to have the conversation, what that looks like, how they may respond, just to prep students. We also have students of concern, which is a form that you can fill out if you're truly worried about the student needing better resources. It's totally anonymous. And also optional for them, but as long as they have those resources. So what ends up happening is that's sent to our care team, and they will be provided a care coordinator to reach in with them, check in with them, and make sure that they have all the resources that they need. Just making sure that if it is some kind of substance misuse dependency, if there's any other causes like mental health, physical health, academic stress, or even just like financial stress, that they're connected to those resources to alleviate that need for a coping mechanism. And then we do one-on-one work with students that are interested in quitting, or moderating, or even being more intentional with use. So as long as they can get in the door and voluntarily want to engage with that kind of intentionality and moderation, we have a very high success rate. So there are so many resources here on campus. Jen, myself, this whole building, building 27, you find someone, they know who to get you connected with.
Looks like Jen's taking the next one in the Q&A, though I'm also a type 1 diabetic, so Jen and I are both pretty well versed on effects of blood sugar, et cetera, when it comes to, well, I know what it said, that the effects of blood sugar when it comes to food and drinks and things you may not be versed in. So I think this is an experience, a time too, when students will start to see different effects with food and alcohol and other things as they come into a college experience. So just something to be really, really mindful of. Jen, Andre, anything else before we wrap up this session? Okay.
Or I'm going to answer this verbally instead of typing
Yeah.
it all out. So the question was, do you know any differences between what a type 1 diabetic will look like when they've been drinking, but also experiencing a low blood sugar compared to a non-diabetic who is drinking? So everybody's a little different. So this is my like very general answer. So I think they might show some signs that are less common from drinking alone. For example, if somebody has a really low blood sugar, they might get sweaty and be shaking, but I don't associate that with alcohol poisoning, for example. Some other things, they might just seem more drunk than matches the number of drinks. Um, and like where it gets really dangerous is that if they take sugar to correct the low blood sugar, it might not work or might not work as quickly because the body focuses on processing the alcohol first. So if you are a type 1 or have a friend who's type 1, I would recommend this summer just talking to your doctor if you are thinking about drinking and saying like, hey, is it safe for me to drink? If yes, how much? And then make sure your roommates have glucagon or know where you keep your glucagon. Basically, it's like Narcan, but for low blood sugar. And yeah, just take it slow, careful. And again, of course, choosing not to drink is a really valid, safe choice.
I've also noticed too is being open with my type 1. I know this could be for any autoimmune as well, but with those around me too. So if I'm with like my wife or a friend, letting them know I'm type 1. So if they do notice something changing, it may not be related to alcohol. It could be really related to type 1. My wife will notice that I will start sweating or start talking faster when I get those low blood sugars. That has nothing to do with what I'm eating or drinking, but it is a sign that I need to take care of myself with my type 1 diabetes. So it is, just being that, having that open conversation and having those be on the lookout for you is a really great safe practice.
And similarly, we kind of focused in on type 1, but this applies to a lot of other conditions too. Um, Basically, if you have an allergy, make sure your roommates know where your EpiPen is. If you have bad asthma, make sure they know where your albuterol inhaler is, whatever the case may be. And it kind of gets back to like that Carson Starkey video in a way, just look out for each other. And that's going to look different in different situations.
Well, thank you all. I appreciate all the great insights and taking some time to answer some of these as well. We are going to invite Rita, who's going to transition us into the next part of our program. Thank you, Jen and Andre.
Hello again, everyone. So now feel free to take a break, and Dale is gonna be projecting some processing questions, so you can just like do some self-reflections. You don't really have to type anything or like share anything. So yeah. And just a final quick mention, the next presentation will be at around 2:30.
Check.
All right. It's 2:30. We're coming back from break. Hi, John. It's good to see you. You all remember me. I spoke this morning, but you don't know John. John is from Student Accounts, and he's going to be talking about paying for college. So, John, if you want to take it away, you are welcome.
Thank you, Aiden, and thank you, everybody. Good to see you, albeit large numbers and very, very small little squares on a screen. Let me get myself sharing what I need to share here, and we'll be off and running for to do that. So there we go. My name is John. I'm from the Student Accounts Office, and I am really happy to be here and be able to spend a little time with you. Today, we're going to be talking about paying for college, but really this is all about making sure that you are successful financially as Mustangs. And we have a lot to cover. We're going to go through an important rule of the road we have here at Cal Poly. We're also going to talk about some valuable resources that we have, both for students and for supporters. The next thing we're going to get into is a little bit of the nitty gritty, what to pay, when to pay, and how to pay. I am going to try to keep it pretty close to that 30,000 foot level though, because we can get really granular really quick here. And I think that might be a bit overwhelming considering you've already been hit with a lot of different stuff all day today. We do have a financial aid 101 checklist. Now, student accounts, which is the office that I'm associated with, is separate from the financial aid office. We work very closely together. We're actually in the same office section, the Shared Student Services Center in the administration building, but they are a very different office and they do a different part of the financial journey that many of you are going to be on. So we just want to let you know that right up front. However, they let me do their financial aid 101 presentation for you. And then lastly, but not leastly, we do have one slide in this huge deck. It's got like 40 slides in it, but we do have one slide that is your Mustang punch list. It's going to lay out everything you need to see and know between now and when the first day of classes happens later this month, and actually the first housing and dining payments, which are not due until September 1. So it's a lot to cover. And I know that you're getting a lot of information from a whole bunch of different places today. I'm going to try to make this super easy for you. If you get the first point I talk about and you get that last Mustang punch list slide, or maybe take a screenshot of that, and you miss everything else in the middle, you're still going to be way better off than if we hadn't spent this time together. And if you get anything that's in the middle, that's just going to be additional meat on the bones and more information for you to use to be a financially successful Mustang. So let's get into it, shall we? You all are starting a journey. And for the purposes of this presentation, we're going to start that journey in England. So when you fly into Heathrow Airport in London, and you land on the ground and hopefully get your baggage. And then you get out into ground transportation, you're going to encounter a rule of the road they have there in England that's kind of different from what we have here in the United States. And that is they drive on the left side of the road. The left side's the right side's the wrong side. And you can say whatever you want about that's so silly. I mean, the Americans, we know the proper side of the road to be on is the right side. But when you are in England, if you choose to go against that rule of the road and drive on the right side when everybody else is on the left, I promise you it is not going to work out very well for you. And we have our own similar non-negotiable rule of the road here at Cal Poly, and that is it's the student account. It is not the parent account. It's not the family account. Those may get tapped helping to pay for the bills, but ultimately it is the student account because ultimately it is the student's responsibility. So going to Cal Poly students, not only are you responsible for attending the classes, getting the grades, getting the units, and eventually getting the degree, you are also responsible for managing all the payments and making sure things get done on time as they need to be, and facilitating those payments for a six-figure expense by the time you've spent 4 years here. And if you do leave the university and there is still a bill paid or due paid to the university, you're going to own that liability, students. Nobody else is going to own it. It will be on you. And as such, and partly as part of our learn by doing culture here at Cal Poly, we decided that we're only going to communicate with you, the student. Everything we do is done through the student. Students, it's your account, and everything we do is through you. If you want assistance from supporters, and I know they're there to help you, then you are going to have to do some things to make sure your supporters are able to support you, right? Ultimately, all communications that come from our office, that come from the financial aid office, that come from your professors, they only go to you. And as such, you want to make sure that if somebody else needs to see those, that you are the ones that are getting that information to them. Now I'm going to let that one simmer because it's a pretty big concept for a lot of folks to navigate. And just tell you a little bit about me and why I'm here. So I've been here at Cal Poly in the student accounts office since January of 2017. So I'm coming up on my 10-year mark here at Cal Poly. I am the solution support facilitator. That's my role here at Cal Poly in the student accounts office. And basically what that lovely title means is I am responsible for all inbound and outbound communications out of the student accounts office as well as the cashier's office. We're all together as part of the student financial services sector. And I am the one that is responsible for helping anybody that contacts our student accounts office and needs a path to a solution to an issue. That's my job. Now, I don't answer all the phone calls and emails that we receive in our office. It would be a Herculean task that no one human could do. We, at this time of year, are averaging 150 to 200 phone calls a day. And similarly, another 30 to 40 emails every day. That's a lot of service load. One person can't handle it all. Thankfully, we have some incredible student assistants that help us out here at Cal Poly in our student accounts office, and they're there to make sure that you are getting the answers to your questions, the solutions to your problems, and a path to get where you need to go to be a financially successful student and Mustang here at Cal Poly. So, but there's another reason why I'm here talking to you, and that is because I've been where all the supporters are. I've had two kids go to college. They are 32, almost 33, and 31 right now. So it was a few years ago when they went to school. And unfortunately for my pocketbook, they did not go to a state school. They went to a more private institution that costs considerably more than Cal Poly does, even for out-of-state students here at Cal Poly. So unfortunately for me, they weren't nice to my pocketbook, but I've been supporters where you are. I've been in this room getting this education about here's what it's like. You're going to college. What does it look like to pay for it? And there's this mixture of emotions. You see, as a supporter, as a parent, you've raised this young person from nothing to be this person that's going to go out and do whatever they want to do. And they're going to get a great education at a wonderful institution. And it's a beautiful feeling to watch your young person grow up, spread their wings, and go out. But at the same point, especially as a supporter, you're cognizant of the fact that it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And now I just laid the ultra heavy on it that we're going to make the student be responsible for all 6 figures of getting that bill paid. And there's a certain trepidation associated with that. So I'm here for you. I understand where you're coming from. And I'm going to share just one thing right now, and that is from both of those perspectives, I can tell you with absolute certainty, the students have it, they can do it. And the best thing we can do as supporters is to support them in that process and help them accept that responsibility and get that transfer of responsibility into their hands so they can run with it rather than getting in the way of it. All right, let's move on and let's talk about some general resources that we have for you for both students and supporters. And the biggest and bestest and easiest one to look at is the best general resource we have is the student accounts website. And that is accessible anywhere 24/7 by typing in the address bar of any great, whether it's Google or it doesn't matter which browser you're using, type SA, that's short for student accounts, sa.calpoly.edu into the browser address bar, hit enter, and this is what you are going to see. This is our student accounts website, and it's got a lot of great information on it all over the place. We have important dates for the upcoming term. You can see them right across the top. We've got a fee calculator on there that will let you answer a few questions about the student, when they started, what college they're studying in state, out of state, which housing they want to be in, which dining program they're on, right? All of that. You plug in all that information really quick, and it's going to give you very precise numbers of what the bills are going to look like. That's really wonderful, and that's there on our website right below that getting started. You just can't see it on this screenshot. And then we also have really helpful, especially this time of year, the video guides. Video guides are accessed through the top on the main tabs. You can also just do a direct web search for Cal Poly Student Accounts video guides, and you'll get to the page that has these video guides on them. And we have guides for supporters, which is basically a rehash of this presentation. And we have guides for students, which are much shorter. They're usually 2 to 3 minutes long, and they are very specific to a certain task. And we're going to be talking about a lot of things the students are going to need to do or want to do. And those video guides have step-by-step instructions, including screenshots on how to accomplish those tasks. So by all means, make sure you go to sa.calpoly.edu, flag those video guides, because they are going to be one of the greatest resources you have to help navigate the next few weeks if you have questions. All right, so that's a general resource that's on our website. The student accounts also provides for students a really great tool, and it's inside your Cal Poly portal, students. That is called Money Matters. So you're going to go to my.calpoly.edu. That's how you get to your login screen for your Cal Poly portal, my.calpoly.edu. Log in, and right across the top on the main home screen, you'll see a tab that says Money Matters. And when you click on that, you can open it up, and it's going to show you basic account balances. And we'll show you a screenshot in just a moment of what that will look like. We do recommend that you check Money Matters regularly, students. This is financial literacy 101. I mean, I've been around for a while. I've had bills. I've not paid them. I've had bills and I have paid them. And here's the deal. If you ignore your bills, they don't go away. They just get worse. If you check your Money Matters on a regular basis, and for your purposes, doesn't have to be every day, but once a week is really good, because you're going to remember what you saw the previous week, and you can say, wow, it's different than I saw it last time. There's a bill to pay attention to, and you can address it. If you only check once a month, one, you aren't going to remember what you saw last month. It's too long ago. But two, things are going to have popped up, have become due, now are past due, creating a registration hold, and you're going to have adverse consequences because you weren't paying attention. So if I could recommend one thing for students as a lifelong habit, check your Money Matters on a regular basis. Maybe make Monday a Money Matters Monday. Do it once a week. You're going to be really fine. And don't forget, all of our communications are going to go to you, students. They are not going to go to anybody else. We do not have a list for supporters to get on that list. Please don't ask for it, because it does not exist. All right. And make sure that you are also checking out Money Matters tab in your Cal Poly portal, and make sure you are able to receive your Cal Poly email in Microsoft 365. Because if you forward that email off to Google or Yahoo or any other mail server, odds are it will not necessarily always make it into your inbox. But if you're checking it on Microsoft 365 in your Cal Poly portal, Outlook 365, you're going to find it in your inbox, because it's automatically whitelisted when it comes from a Cal Poly email address. Really important. But it is the student account. It's not the family account or parent account. Supporters, what do we have for you? Well, we have 3 ways, actually, that students can keep supporters in the loop. And the first one we're going to talk about is called Share My Information. Now, Share My Information is a reporting mechanism. It's built by our own IT services department. And that Share My Information report is designed to show to supporters through a reporting portlet exactly what the students see in Money Matters. But the students control what supporters can see or not see in their Share My Information reports. It can show balances, it can show payments, it can show pending financial aid. Really important, if you have financial aid, you're going to want to be sharing those Share My Information reports, because that pending financial aid really isn't viewable in other places. And so if you do have financial aid and you want your supporters to understand the aid you have pending, you might want to set up the Share My Information report, students. And it can even show grades. But again, students have complete control over what those Share My Information reports do or do not show. You're checking boxes and saying, yeah, show that. Nope, don't show that, right? That's the students can do it, and it's real time. So if you go in and uncheck a box that was previously checked, the next time the supporter goes into the report, that information will no longer be viewable to them. It is all set up by the student, and that is done through the Share My Info boxes at the bottom of the Money Matters tab of the student's Cal Poly portal. And it is really a helpful tool. It is in the process of being revamped, but I believe that process is complete as of today. But students should be able to go in to share my information and set up their share my information reports for their supporters. They will get then a notification, the supporters will, that there's a report available for them, and they'll get a validation link so they can go in and check out that report. And if you have other questions, the other general resources available to everybody, students and supporters, is our website and student accounts email and our office. We are here 8 to 5, Monday through Friday at that phone number right there. And if you have a question and you've done the video guides and you still have the question, please call us and just be ready with some information you're going to need to know. And we'll talk about that in a moment. And you're welcome to send us an email, but understand we answer phone calls pretty much as they come in. There might be a 2 or 3 minute queue time, maybe a little longer this time of year because things are really, really busy. And we try to, and every once in a while it builds up a little bit, but we will answer the phone call really quick, and we're available 8 to 5. Emails, we do as fast as we can, but they are a slower process, and it can take a couple days for us to get back to you. So if you need an instant answer, call our office. You will get that answer much more quickly. So students, if you call our office, we're only going to be asking for one piece of information, and that is your student EMPL ID. That's a 9-digit number. It begins with a 0. For all of you, it should be 03. And students, you can find that number in your Cal Poly portal. Instead of going to Money Matters, across the top, you're going to look for personal info. Click on that. Right under your name is a 9-digit number, and you can use that and share that with anybody that's going to be contacting Cal Poly. It's better than your full Social Security number, which is the only other identifier we're allowed to use, right? So share that with everybody. And students, I do recommend get that number out. Keep it as a note on your phone if you don't want to memorize it. Totally understand that part. But keep it on your note on your phone, because if you go to an office, you need that EMPL ID, then having to log back into your portal and find it in personal info, scroll around, it takes a lot of time, and you might get stuck with a duo authentication. It's just get it out someplace where you can access it quickly, because we use it a lot here on campus, and it's a good number to have quick access to. But the other number that is very important is one we'll talk about with this law. It's called the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, and it's federal law. It goes by the acronym FERPA, F-E-R-P-A, the acronym associated with the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. And basically what that law says is, students, your information is your information and nobody else's. And we cannot share that information with anybody, not even mom or dad, without your express permission. And as such, how do you give that express permission? It's called authorized release, and it's actually a module that is securely available to students in their Cal Poly portal. So students, you're going to go, probably the easiest way to get there is go to Money Matters in your Cal Poly portal, scroll down a little bit. Below the gold Make a Payment Now button are several self-service options. One of them says authorized to release and FERPA in parentheses. And then click on it. It's going to open that module in your Cal Poly portal, in your student center, where you can enter some information. First off, the name of the person who is being granted that permission. And then you're going to give them a 4-digit access code. You're going to express a date, how long this permission is going to be allowed. It can go up to 5 years from today's date. So you can extend it for a while, so you don't have to keep going back in and renewing this permission over and over. After that, you're going to go to the box below, and you can start adding lines. Each line is going to be one authorization. And understand that each office that I'm talking about has multiple authorizations. So student accounts is listed under student financial services. That'll be the first box. The next box is which authorization. We have 2 of them. So you're going to want a separate line for each of those authorizations. And then the third box is a text box, and you're just going to write in the reason why you're granting this authorization. It's just looking for some text in there. And when you click on the little plus icon on the right-hand side of that first line, you're going to get a new line, and you can do it again. Student financial services, that's us, student accounts, we have 2 authorizations. The financial aid office, they have 3 authorizations. So if you have financial aid and you really want to authorize your supporter to be able to talk to either office when they call either office, you're going to want 5 lines of authorization under each person's name that you are authorizing to receive that information. Now, I skipped over the most important part of all of this, and it is so purposely, and that is when you get to that point Right after you plug in the person's name, you're going to grant them a 4-digit access code. That 4-digit access code is like a PIN. It's 4 numbers. You get to decide what those 4 numbers are. And when you put them in, it will become part of that record. When a supporter calls our office, first question we're going to ask is, what's the student's EMPL ID? Hopefully you've shared that with them. Then the next question we're going to ask is, great, what is your name and what is your 4-digit access code for FERPA authorization? Now, supporters usually get the first part right. They do get the name. Often they even have the EMPL, which is great. Thank you for sharing that. But it's usually that last one, the 4-digit access code, where we start getting stuff like, I don't know, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. And if they don't know what that number is, then we start playing the guessing game, which can add 30 to 45 seconds to a phone conversation. And even then, sometimes we still have to send them off. Well, go talk to your student. They did fill out that number and they need to share that with you, right? And again, I said, we do like 150 to 200 phone calls a day in our office. If every one of them is having the guessing game about the FERPA access code, then we're wasting a lot of time playing a game instead of giving folks valuable information on how they can get solutions to their problems. So please, students, when you are sharing, setting up FERPA and authorized to release, make sure you share that access code with your supporters so they know what it is when they call our office. And again, while you're doing that, make sure you share your EMPL ID with them as well, so they're not throwing around your social security number anytime they call Cal Poly. All right, let's get into some nitty gritty. What to pay, when to pay, how to pay. And here we go. Charges are broken down into 3 basic areas here at Cal Poly, because we have 3 different entities that student accounts post charges for and collects payments on. Those 3 buckets, as we call them, are registration and other fees, which is for registration tuition. It's basically the academic costs. Then we have university housing, which is separate from that. And then campus dining, which is managed by the Cal Poly Partners Corporation, which is a nonprofit that isn't even the state. It's its own entity. It sits over there. So we post charges and collect payments for all 3 of these different entities. And when you pay us $750, and let's say you pay it towards housing, we're going to give that money to housing. If you meant that money to go to dining, but you put it in the wrong box when you did the payment, yes, we can move it. Is it possible? Absolutely. It's an extremely manual process. We have to go to housing and basically say, hey, you know what? They made a mistake. Can we have that $750 back? And then once we get it back, now we got to put it into dining. And that can take several days. If there's a registration hold on the account, we're not moving that hold while we do something manual that would be avoided if you just paid attention and paid the correct box and the correct bucket. So please, when you're making payments, make sure you're paying the charge type that you want to pay, so that if there's a registration hold, it can come off automatically and we can just move forward seamlessly. Remember that we only communicate with the student when we post charges to the account. Students, you all are going to be getting an email from the system on Thursday morning when fees post for registration tuition in full and are fully secured, as well as your housing fees and dining balances are all posted for fall term. That will all be viewable first thing Thursday morning, August the 6th. We will send you an email when fees post in general. The only time we don't is when you're adding or changing classes, or when you're first getting enrolled in a term other than this first one in fall. Because there's so many enrollment changes, and those enrollment changes affect fees. If we did an email every time you did an enrollment change, you would ignore all our emails because you'd just be getting so many of them. So when you are enrolling students, you are putting your classes into a shopping cart. Expect fees to post once you have enrolled in those classes, because that's how it works. But any other time we're posting any fees to the account, we're going to send an email to the student telling you fees are posted. We also do communicate all of this. It's all real time, and it is viewable in Money Matters, also in Share My Information reports, and also in payment portals, all in real time. Now, this is what Money Matters is going to look like for all of you in a matter of a couple of days. This is a California resident student part of the College of Liberal Arts. They are in university housing and campus dining. Don't ask me which plan they're in. I think it's the medium one, but I'm not positive about that. And they got registration and other fees. So that's for fall semester. And then they have housing balance for fall semester, and they have a dining balance for fall semester. All right, that is for the term. That is not when it's all due. It's not all due at once. We'll get to that in a moment, but those are the balances that are on the account. This is before financial aid has posted, right? And we post charges, and then financial aid is sitting somewhere else. It's not applied to those balances yet, so you're going to see the big numbers. And then if you have a bunch of financial aid, it will go in and apply to those big numbers and make them smaller, because we will do that for you when financial aid disperses. All right. As far as when to pay, there are a lot of ways to find out when to pay. First off, general dates are posted on our student accounts website. You just go to sa.calpoly.edu. Remember, I showed you the screenshot, and this banner across the top does show some important dates for the upcoming term, including that for this fall term, fees are past due on the 20th. That means they are due on August 19th. We do have class cancellation. That is not until September 1st. That's after classes have started. So believe me, you want to make sure that your registration tuition balances are being kept up with those due dates. Financial aid will have already dispersed by then. So if you have balances, you want to make sure you're keeping up with those balances, because you don't want to lose your classes when you've already been attending for 7 days. You can get them back, but it's a lot of work. So just keep up with those due dates, especially for registration and other fees. Housing and dining will result in a registration hold. They will not pass due. Housing and dining balances will not result in you losing your classes. All right, so those are general dates there, and they're really easy to see and really easy to find, and they're available for everybody. Inside Money Matters, there's a sub-tab called Unpaid Charges, and that sub-tab is going to show you items due by due date. Unpaid charges by the due date. And you see registration and other fees is due August 19th. It's $1 amount. You can also see that housing and dining is broken into 4 monthly due dates and amounts. All right. And we do that automatically. So this is the automatic version of what you're going to see in your account. Every student is going to have housing and dining for the term broken into 4 monthly due dates and amounts, but they will only have one registration and other fees due date right now automatically. If you want a term payment plan to break that up into 4 payment due dates and amounts, starting on August 19th and then September 19th, October 19th, and November 19th, it's as simple as going in to the Student Center students and then going to financials and clicking on payment plans and enrolling in a term payment plan. They do not cost anything to do. There is no interest costs. There's no fees. But you do have to manually enroll in a term payment plan any term. You want to break out those fees into 4 payment due dates. And if you want to know how to do that, we have a video guide with screenshots and step-by-step instructions on how to do those term payment plans. And it's on the video guides page of our student accounts website. All right. Fees are viewable in Money Matters. They are also due dates are viewable in Share My Information reports and payment portals. If you miss a due date, you will get a registration hold students. What does that mean? It means you can't add or change classes or move off of a wait list. Now for this first term, registration hold's not going to mean anything. So if you miss something, it's kind of like great practice because you're already block scheduled into your classes. Now that September 1 due date for registration and other fees, for class cancellation, that's a different story, and that will not be practiced. So we want to make sure we're keeping things up and making sure registration of the fees is paid up or in a term payment plan and you're up to date with those due dates and amounts. And remember, we do not charge interest. We don't charge late fees. The only compliance tool we have here at Cal Poly to make sure that bills are getting paid in a timely manner is that registration hold. And I got to tell you, it is an extremely effective compliance tool, especially when we start getting into enrollment periods for the next term, which will start in the middle of October. So keep up with Watch Money Matters, keep up with unpaid charges, make sure you're keeping up with those due dates and amounts so that you can avoid that registration hold. One more time, Money Matters is going to look like this in a few days. It doesn't look like that yet. You might want to just go check out Money Matters today because there may be some registration and other fees showing, but housing and dining won't be there. So you can enjoy the much smaller numbers or even the zeros in the case of about 2/3 of you. We have not posted any registration or other fees to your student account and your Money Matters. And again, students see this in unpaid charges. As far as to how to pay the university, well, we have lots of ways you can pay the university. We take money in a lot of different ways. So let's talk about that. We'll take money electronically online with online payments through our Cal Poly payment portals. We'll take it online coming from a 529. You're going to go into the 529 portal and send us the money electronically, but it will get here in a couple of days. We're going to accept payments in person at our university cashier's office. You get instant credit for them once you walk up to the cashier's office and hand them the check or cash. And then we do accept payments by mail, but we only give you credit for that when it's received at the cashier's office and can be manually posted to the student account. So the first and bestest and most safest way to pay us is online through a Cal Poly payment portal using an electronic check. Now, electronic checks are free. We don't charge anything for it. It's going to use a routing number and an account number and what we call ACH protocol transfer requests. ACH protocol transfer requests are a 50-year-old banking transfer protocol. It's been around for an awful long time, and basically any regular checking or savings account will honor an ACH protocol transfer request, and your banking app should have a routing number and an account number that you can use for electronic deposits or electronic checks. That's usually how it's referenced in your banking app. And again, it's free. The second you pay us, you're going to get instant credit for that if it's during regular business hours. And that means that if you go back and refresh Money Matters or you go back and refresh the payment portal, that payment balance will be gone because you got instant credit for doing it. After hours, it works a little bit differently because things do shut down after hours, and we're not going to post those payments till early in the next business day, just so you know. And over the weekend, nothing is going to change if you pay us on Saturday until early on Monday morning. Electronic checks are free, and you get instant credit for them. You can pay us with a credit card or a debit card also through our Cal Poly payment portals. And those do come with an additional fee. It's 2.65%. That is the charge that Visa and MasterCard charge for the pleasure of utilizing their system. And because we are the state, we are not allowed to absorb that fee. So we pass it along. It's an additional transaction fee that's added to your charge, and it is non-refundable. Even if the payment you made to us for some reason should get refunded, that 2.65% fee is something you're paying for the pleasure of using your credit card to get miles or cash back or whatever. So just keep that in mind. And if you're using a debit card and paying 2.65% fee for that, don't. Pay us with an electronic check because you have a debit card. Likely you have a regular checking or savings account, and you can pay us with an electronic check, get instant credit for it, and the money will come out of the bank account the next business day, and you won't have to pay any fees for it. We do have selected 529 accounts on our payment portals. Those 529 accounts, there are about 30 of them. They're listed on our website under how to pay. So you can just go to payment by check or 529 and how to pay page of our student accounts website, and it'll give you a listing of that. They're mostly state-run accounts, the largest of which is ScholarShare. So the big boys like Fidelity, Schwab, I'm drawing a blank on most of the big ones, Vanguard, they're not on our payment platform. But there is another way you can pay us with most of those. But some of the bigger ones are on our platform, so you might want to look into that. It's a $10 transaction fee for using that service. International students pay us with Flywire, but you start the payment on our payment portal and then are redirected to Flywire to finish making that payment from your home country, wherever that might be. Now, most 529 custodians, and Vanguard certainly is one of these, most 529 custodians do allow you to pay us electronically and start that payment from your 529 portal. That would be for supporters who have 529 portals. You can go in, you can say, I want Cal Poly to be paid, but don't pay them by paper check, pay them electronically. And most custodians will honor that. The big one that will not for sure is two of them, Fidelity and Merrill Lynch. Neither of them will pay us electronically. They don't play nice with this system. It's not us. it's them. You're going to have to find a different way. But most 529s do allow electronic payments from the portal. We get those in 2 to 3 business days. As soon as we get them, our cashiers are going to process them, post them to the student account, and you're going to get credit for them at that time. So that's way better than the check in the mail from the 529, which takes 2 to 3 weeks to get here and post to the student account. And we have some pretty fast turnarounds, so just keep that in mind. We do accept cash or check at the cashier's office only. If you can pay us electronically with an electronic check or a credit card or a debit card or a 529 account on our payment portal, the cashiers can't help you with that because you can do it from the pleasure of your home. So we're not going to do that at our counter. And then lastly, we do accept paper checks only in the mail. You don't get credit for them until they are received at the cashier's office, so that they can be manually posted to your student account, which usually happens in the afternoon on the day that the check is received. And then you would get credit for it, and then any registration holds will come off automatically within an hour of making that payment. How do you pay us online for the student? That's easy. There's a giant gold Make a Payment Now button that's sitting right smack dab in the middle of Money Matters in your Cal Poly portal. So go to Money Matters, scroll down a little bit if you have to, look for that gold Make a Payment Now button, click on it. You're going to be in your student payment portal. And that is single sign-on, super secure, and you can go forward from there. But it is a student account. What do we have for supporters? We have supporter payment portals, and they're actually run by the same company that runs our student payment portal. It's called CashNet Transact Illumia. So they've gone through a few name changes. And that company will set up a supporter payment portal, but that is initiated by the student sending an invitation to the supporter. So the student starts in their payment portal, click on My Account, and then add payer invitation, and then they plug in some information, and it's going to send the supporter an invitation by email. Do look in your spam folder because that email comes from our cashier's office, but it doesn't come from our cashier's office IP address. So oftentimes it can find its way into spam, but you have to use the validation link that's in that email and the temporary password that's in that email, supporters. So don't think there's a way to circumnavigate that, but work with your student to make sure that they're sending you that invitation. And then once you have gone through that process and entered your own password after that, then you can use the supporters pay here link that's in the Pay Online box that's on every one of our Cal Poly student accounts web pages. And remember, the student sets that up. We have video guides, by the way, with step-by-step instructions, including screenshots on how to do all of that. Lastly, financial aid. It is offered to you. And right now, if you think you should have financial aid, it better be in your financial aid award. If you're not seeing anything in your financial aid award and you think you should be, you're going to want to talk to the financial aid office. Remember, they are separate from student accounts. They are there in our same area, although their hours are a little more limited. So you do want to make sure you are communicating with them and giving them plenty of time to work through your issues. They control all financial aid prior to disbursement. So that is how big the award is and when it will be dispersed. So they're going to offer you the aid. And once it's offered, free money is going to be accepted for you automatically, students, because who's going to say no to free money, right? You don't have to pay it back. It's free money. But loans, especially, they're not going to accept those for you because they are debt, and we're not going to accept for you the ability to put yourself into debt. So students, you're going to have to accept any loans that are on the account in your financial aid award. Once you've accepted those loans, there are going to be to-do list items that populate in your to-do list, which is in your student center, students. And that to-do list those to-do list items have to be completed. Otherwise, your financial aid can't go out. So if your financial aid is supposed to go out on the 17th of August and it doesn't, one of the first thing to check is there anything on my to-do list that isn't done? Because odds are that is what's slowing down the process. Now, it's not always the case. There may be some other reasons. And if your aid hasn't gone out when it's supposed to, that is a question for the financial aid office because they manage when your aid disperses or is released. And disperse is a term that we use that basically means money leaves the financial aid office and comes over to the student accounts office so that we can apply it to balances. And then when those to-do list items happen, there's going to be entrance counseling for loans, master promissory notes for loans. Some students even don't have loans, but still get selected for verification. You have to submit the documents that are being requested, or your aid won't go out. So keep an eye on that to-do list, students. And then remember, aid is dispersed 1 week before classes begin, never before then, but it is a couple of days before the due date and will apply to balances on the account. We apply aid to balances first to registration and other fees until the balance for this term has been covered. If there's money left over after that, then we're going to apply that aid to the housing balance. And throughout those due dates until the full housing balance for the term has been covered. If there's still financial aid left over after that, then we're going to start applying it to dining balances. And then if it runs out there, you may get stuck with a dining balance. Maybe there's enough to cover all of that. Maybe there'll be a little bit of excess and it will get refunded to you. That's how we deal with financial aid through the financial aid office and into student accounts. If you have other questions, we have a video guide that walks through the financial aid process as well. All right. Final slide in the deck, the most important slide ever. First off, don't take a picture of it yet. By the way, it's not full. Don't take that screenshot. First off, enjoy the zeros. This is a really good thing for supporters to help. Just relax. There are going to be some big numbers that are going to show up, and they will show up starting on they'll be fully viewable by Thursday morning. We're working really hard right now to get everything ready. So starting on Wednesday, they start to post, but please don't call us saying, I don't see this, that, and the other thing. Everything will be there by Thursday morning. We have 6,400 and some odd new students that we have to post fees for, housing and dining and registration and other fees. It's a big lift. All right, so please be patient. Thursday morning, everything will be there. Enjoy the zeros while you got a chance right now. Make sure, students, you're doing authorized to release. Don't forget to share that 4-digit access code. Set up the supporter payment portal so your supporters can support you by making payments on your behalf through their own payment portal without having to get into your Cal Poly portal. Make sure you share those share my information reports. And if you have financial aid, you're probably going to want to set those up so your supporters can see that pending aid before it goes in and applies to balances, which is where we are right now. Accept any financial aid that you need and want, because some of it may be offered but not accepted. So make sure you accept what you need and want, and complete your to-do list items so that your aid can actually disperse when it's supposed to, which is August the 17th. Fees are viewable. It says here by 8/7. We were able to accelerate that by 1 day, and they will be out there for sure Thursday morning. Financial aid disperses in less than 2 weeks now on August 17th. Their fees are due August 19th. Anything that's not covered by financial aid for registration and other fees and isn't in a term payment plan is going to be due August 19th, past due on the 20th. Registration holds will be applied on Thursday the 20th. Classes are going to begin on Monday, August 24th, less than 3 weeks away. Wow, what happened to this summer? And then in September, the first housing and dining payments are going to be due on 9/1. And remember, those are broken up into monthly due dates and amounts. Now, take a screenshot of that one because that is the most important slide I've got in the whole deck. And that is the end of my part of all of this. Thank you so much. You have been wonderful. I'm going to stick around and answer questions that are in the question box after this and do my best. Look forward. If other questions, feel free to contact our office. Just give us a call. We're here for you. We want to give you the support and make sure you are a financially successful Mustang. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you so much, John, for that presentation on paying for college. It's obviously really important information for all these students to know, and probably one of the biggest worries they may have coming into college. But next up, we have Shauna from Student Development and Belonging to present on Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence.
Mute. Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. Hope everyone's having a great day and getting a lot of information. Let me share my screen so I can tell you guys a little bit more about student development and belonging. Okay, let me minimize this. Remove my bar. All right, everyone. My name is Shauna Montemare. I'm with Student Development and Belonging. Use she, her pronouns. I am the current coordinator for Gender Equity Center and APITA Initiatives, which is Asian Pacific, Islander, and Desi American. We like to start off, which if you come to any of our events, you'll see we start off with a land acknowledgement. Cal Poly sits in the traditional lands of the Yaktu Titu Titu Yaktahini Northern Chumash tribe of San Luis Obispo County. The Tahini people have a documented presence in the area for over 10,000 years and have stewarded their ancestral and unceded homelands, which includes all of the city, communities, federal, and state open spaces within the San Luis Obispo County region. These homelands extend east to the Carrizo Plains, toward Kern County, south to the Santa Maria River, north to Ragged Point, and west beyond the ocean's shoreline in an unbroken chain of lineage, kinship, and culture. Just before we start off, we'll start with some community agreements. This is really what student development and belonging is all about. We strive for cultural humility. We want to be open to challenging ideas, including your own, from others, really open conversation, reflect on how your identity informs your perspective. And whenever you think you already know something, just ask how you can take that further. Ask questions, really come in curious, and wonder how am I putting into practice what I already know, and really being open to others. Little overview. I like to kind of just put them all up there. As we go through our presentation, we're defining inclusive excellence, talking a little bit about self-identity, microaggressions, and equitable inclusion at Cal Poly. You are part of this community. This is, as you're in your time here at Cal Poly, we want you to build the community that you want to see. And really, we're just open this, our centers are centered on identity and culture, but it's really about the community and really including everyone in the conversation. So how do we define inclusive excellence? It's the practice of building a community where all students feel valued, included, and empowered to succeed, while embracing the diversity of experience and perspectives that enrich our campus. All of our experiences matter, so we really want to build together and be open to each other. Some key terms you'll see throughout my presentation. Diversity, it's how we differ. It's the recognition and acceptance of different people's social identities. That includes race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, ability, economic class, religion, nationality, among many others, and all those intersectional identities. Many of us will identify with a few different things within this list. So a lot of intersectional experiences that make us all unique. Equity recognizes historical and systematic oppression and acknowledges that different communities require different levels of support to succeed. And achieving that equity may require an unequal distribution of resources to address historical disparities and achieve equal outcomes. Inclusion is more than simple diversity and numerical representation. It involves authentic and empowered participation and a true sense of belonging within a group or structure, and it cannot happen without equity. Just as an example, if I gave everyone the session right now $10 to help buy a $20 book, we would have treated everyone equally, but since some of you may have started with a few quarters, and some of you might have had hundreds of dollars in your back pocket, we would not have achieved equitable results. So some of you be able to buy the book and have money left over, and others still would not be able to afford the book. So it really just puts in perspective how we're addressing those disparities. So how do we know who we are? Just looking at this list in the sun, we all come from different backgrounds, upbringings, cultures, different ways we identify. So it can be religion or spiritual affiliation, age, race or ethnicity, physical, emotional, developmental abilities, socioeconomic status, language, nationality, gender, sexual orientation. So again, looking at the sun, you might find you identify with a few different kind of parts of the sun here. So what we would have done if this was in person is we would have done a pair and share. We all have our own name and our story, how we identify, but also kind of what's the history behind our name. So what I've done in previous virtual presentations is asked anyone who wants to participate to list in the chat, maybe what's the meaning behind your name or your story, or what does it mean to you? And I'll read out a few, but if you guys are willing to participate, I'll give everyone a minute just to kind of think about it. If you can just add in the chat, and I'll read a few of the answers out just to really get to know who we are and looking back at, all our perspectives that we're coming from. So I'm going to pull up the chat so I can see if anyone wants to add. Let's see. Anyone have any something they'd like to share about their name? Okay, if we have Grayson, his name was supposed to originally be Alexander, but now it's the middle name, so it goes by Grayson. Ooh, I love Soleil. I hope I'm saying that right. It's French and means sun. And we have Shakti is Hindu. It means feminine and strong. So yeah, great. Yeah. Layla after the song. Great. So named after a favorite song. That's great. Okay, then we have fifth generation. So that sometimes it's telling our generational story. Victoria is Spanish. It means victory. All right, so we can get a couple more on there and we'll share them. Yeah, thank you so much for everyone who shared. Definitely shows the meaning. Oh, we got Zaina. It's Arabic. It means gift or pretty. Yeah. Molly is Irish roots. Isabella Z because of the Z in my Italian last name. Trust from the structure. So yeah, all these great stories, and really sometimes we're telling generational stories of our culture through our names. So thank you so much for everyone who shared. It just really shows we all have stories to tell and deeper meaning. We'll do one more. Guy means victory and triumph. Great. Thank you so much, everyone who shared. Yeah, I love hearing, it really is what student development belonging is about, is, coming with all of our stories and our full selves and not having to leave parts of ourselves out the door. So thank you so much for everyone who participated in that. So a little bit more about how do we know who we are. Social identity is an individual's concept of self. It's based on a broad sense of perceived group membership. It's often not entirely chosen by the individual, but organized based on societal systems and expectations. So we come in as our full selves, but definitely with different perspectives and maybe from, something that was told to us, a story that was told to us as we were growing up. All right. How do we know who we are? Reason we're talking about social identity is it influences how we see ourselves. It's going to inform the way we see the world around us. It's going to influence how we take in information, experience the world, and it affects our relationships with others around us. So really knowing who we are helps us come in as our full selves, and hopefully it leaves us open to really trying to understand those around us as well. So how do we take those lessons and help build an inclusive campus? It starts with you by engaging with intersectional framework, holding yourself and others accountable. We have resources on campus, Deed of Students, Safer, Title IX, our Student Development and Belonging Centers, faculty and staff, our Student Development and Belonging Center coordinators are always there to answer questions and help you navigate campus life. And we really want you to see this campus as your community. So we are all participating together. We're all there to help each other, and really a lot of resources as you come on campus. And if there's an question, say if you come into our center, we don't have the answer, we'll help you find that resource on campus to see how we can get you those answers that you need. We're going to do one more, what would be a pair and share again if we were in person. But I just want to go back to the chat and see, after even listening to the first part of this conversation, what would belonging at Cal Poly feel like for you? Or, you can do or what has been a time you helped someone else feel like they belong? So yeah, if you guys want to think about it for a second, but come on, let us know kind of what would it feel like to belong at your time on campus, or when's the time where you've kind of opened yourself up and try to help someone else feel like they belong as well. And there's no wrong answers. Yeah. And I'll kind of start this just as someone who's worked at student development and belonging, helping others come into their full selves is really helps me, feel like I belong on campus as well. Just really being part of this community has meant a great deal to me in my time here. So I'd really love to see, as you guys are coming on campus, kind of what you envision to help you here. All right, a strong community and group of friends. Yeah. Let's see. We had, it's going fast now, belonging at Cal Poly, be included in conversations, laughing at jokes, being open to others. Yeah. Friends who care about you and caring about them and your community. Yeah. You can feel that community support when you're in that community with friends and have that strong support system. It really goes full circle. Okay, being comfortable. Yeah, you want to go in and feel like you can be your whole self and comfortable with the people you're around and your surroundings on campus. All right. Anyone else? Anyone else have anything they want to add? Oh, saying hi to every single student. Yeah, just a hi can make somebody feel welcome. Diverse community when we all can come together from different walks of life. Active involvement. Yeah. See, inviting someone to sit with you at the table. Yeah, that can go a long way. Yeah, sometimes it's just waving hi, sitting at a table, or just, laughing and sharing. We definitely find the more we're together, the more we're alike. So thank you so much for all these answers. So yeah, I hope you guys are welcome to go back through those chats too. If there's one I missed, they're kind of going pretty fast, but yeah, scroll through the chat and maybe it'll get you some ideas as you come on campus on how you can be an active participant in that. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about implicit bias. It's not a bad thing. We all have bias. It informs our understanding of the world and how we move through it. It resides deep. We may not even realize that something we're thinking or assuming is a bias because it really is in our subconscious and it affects our understanding, actions, and decisions. And it can manifest as stereotypes and microaggressions. So definitely as we come in and we're checking our own assumptions, we want to make sure that that doesn't manifest into a microaggression, something that's going to hurt someone's journey as they're here on campus and part of the community. A little bit more about the microaggressions. They're brief and commonplace indignities, whether intentional or unintentional, that communicate hostility or negative slights and insults that potentially have a harmful or unpleasant psychological impact. So again, microaggressions, and the word seems small, but they have a big impact on those around us. We are going to watch a video about microaggressions, and for some reason, see if it will let me play it. Hold on, technical difficulty. Let me see how I can play this. Usually. All right, give me 1 second. Not sure why it's not letting me play. All right, give me 1 second as I try to figure out why it won't let me play. Let me try to fix this real quick. I may pull. Sorry about this, guys. Give me 1 second. Oops. May have to skip the video if it won't let me play it. Sorry, guys. Oops. For some reason now it won't let me pull back up my thing. Give me 1 second. Let me fix my. Oops. I'm gonna stop sharing and reshare it real quick and see if I can get this to fix. All right, guys, my PowerPoint is frozen. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this back up.
Shauna, I have the same
Yeah.
video pulled up on my computer. Would you like me to share screen and play this?
Okay, yeah. Oh, there. I got it if you
Oh, go ahead.
let me do it. Yeah, it just froze for some reason on me. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and play this again, and then we'll have you play it if it doesn't work for me.
Okay. And when you share screen, when you're selecting your screen, there's a little enable sound or allow sound on the far right-hand display. You need to make sure that's clicked so we can hear the volume.
Oh, got you. Okay. Let me see. Well, tell me if for some reason you can't hear it. Let me see. Sorry about that. All right, let's see.
People who still don't think that
you hear it?
microaggressions are a problem.
Oh, we can't see your screen. Now you have to share again.
Just
Can you hear
imagine, instead of being a stupid comment,
We
a
can hear. I don't see
microaggression
your screen
is
though.
a mosquito bite. It's a compliment. For people who still don't think that microaggressions are a problem. Oh, you're so well spoken. Just imagine, instead of being a stupid comment, a microaggression is a mosquito bite. It's a compliment. Mosquito bites and their itch are one of nature's most annoying features. For people who still don't think that microaggressions are a problem. Oh, you're so well spoken. Just imagine, instead of being a stupid comment, a microaggression is a mosquito bite. It's a compliment. Mosquito bites and their itch are one of nature's most annoying features. But if you're only bitten every once in a while. No, where are you really from?
Cleveland.
Sure, it's annoying, but it's not that big a deal. The problem is that some people get bitten by mosquitoes a lot more than other people. I mean, a lot more. Whether it's on a date.
Oh, your English is so good.
Excuse me? Going grocery shopping. You know, everything happens for a reason.
I'm just buying apples.
Commuting to work.
So when are you gonna have a baby?
Watching TV.
It's part of our culture and history.
Or just walking down the street with your partner.
I couldn't even tell you were gay.
Mosquitoes seem to pop up everywhere.
John, shopping is so fabulous. Share too.
Getting bit by mosquitoes every day.
Can I touch your hair?
Multiple times a day.
Can I touch it? Can I please?
Is annoying. That makes you want to go ballistic on those mosquitoes. Seems like a huge overreaction to people who only get bit every once in a while.
It's just a mosquito bite. Who cares? Just another angry black woman.
Of course, beyond just being annoying, some mosquitoes carry truly threatening diseases that can mess up your life for years.
Astrophysics? Maybe you should try this challenging major.
Ow, dreams.
And other mosquitoes carry strains that can even kill you.
He looked like he was up to trouble, okay? I felt threatened.
So next time you think someone's overreacting, just remember, some people experience mosquito bites all the time.
You're all so exotic. Wow.
And by mosquito bites, we mean microaggressions.
All right. Let me get this bigger. I didn't want to ruin that, so let me get this. All right. So who we are, and you can see how those microaggressions really have a big impact over time. Oops, sorry, my thing. So a little bit more about who we are, Student Development and Belonging. It's a collective campus resource initiative and centers that serve an active role in creating a culturally rich environment in Cal Poly's campus and in San Luis Obispo. We have our Asian Pacific Islander and Desi American initiatives, our Black Academics Excellence Center, which we call BASE, Dream Center, it's Undocumented Student Support, Gender Equity Center, GEC, Latinx for Academic Success and Achievement, and Men and Masculinities, the M&M Center, Multicultural Center, the MCC, and Native American and Indigenous Cultural Center, which we call NACE, and then we have Pride Center, which is our LGBTQ initiatives. So a little bit more about our staff. We're Student Development Belonging, our professional staff. Wes is our Men and Masculinities Coordinator. I'm the Gender Equity and APITA Coordinator. Angel is our Pride Coordinator. Tasneem, our Multicultural, so MCC Center. Kyle, our Base Coordinator. Jose is our Dream Coordinator. And Cassidy is our NACE. And Jeremiah is La Casa Coordinator. So if you see these logos on campus, this is a little bit, you'll see, you recognize those as you see us post the flyers so that you can kind of recognize each center. Again, if you want to take a screenshot, our Instagram is where we typically post all of our events, and you'll get little updates on what we're having throughout the centers. We have, a lot of fall welcomes coming up, so that's a great way to get introduced to our centers and to learn a little bit more about the different communities. All of our centers have a lot of different resources. So outside of events, campus partner events, we have, academic guidance and support. We're here to answer any questions you have. You can come get printing, snacks, just come in and study, have a place to be in community, or just kind of take some study time. We have free school supplies, health and wellness support, a lot of sexual and reproductive health resources, and gender affirming resources. And just general campus connection. So you'll meet a lot of different friends and other people from your community or just from the greater Cal Poly community. Some fun just pictures we have from our events. We had, our GEMS event was with Gender Equity Center. So we have performances, art. We partnered with Lumina Alliance. So we really celebrated survivors and their stories. We've partnered with different clubs and orgs on campus, a dance team. So we had the Lion Dance team. We've had them come perform at our events. So just a lot of fun, different events on campus. Asian Pacific Islander and Desi American Initiatives shares a center with the Multicultural Center. So the MCC, we're in the UU building. We have Lunar New Year, State of APITA, the state of events, our panel discussions are really student-led, just talking about, different experiences on campus or within the different communities. So really great way to see students advocate for themselves, be in community, and just, talk about those shared experiences. The Black Academic Excellence Center is dedicated to encouraging educational progress of students within the Black diaspora. We cultivate students' development through academic assistance, nurturing positive self-perception, while immersing them in the richness of Black history and culture. They have Welcome Back to Base, MLK Legacy Event, and State of Blackness. Dream Center has Indaki Week. It's really a full week with, they have their state of migration kickoff that they usually have in the UU. They have a monarch commencement. So we have different cultural commencements at the end of the year when you're graduating. Anyone can participate. All you have to do is sign up you can join one commencement or all, but they're open. Whether you've been coming to the center throughout the year, it's open to everybody. The Gender Equity Center, again, we had GEMS, which I shared a picture of. Women's History Month, we have our State of Women, and then we also have different gender equity training and resources. We partner with Campus Health and Wellbeing and SAFER. La Casa has their Latin Heritage Month. They have their own Latinx, Chicanx commencements. They have cafecitos. They're in Building 15. Dia de Muertos is a really fun celebration. So I would just invite, even if you're not part of a community, come. They're for everybody. Check them out. Men and Masculinity Center has Movember. They have this Hot Ones and Wings wellness event where they eat hot wings and kind of go through different questions on a panel and increase the spice level, kind of like a Hot Ones event. So that one's really fun. State of Masculinity, a lot of fun events in the M&M Center. MCC has Culture Fest. That's just really fun, big event. Lots of performances, food. They have their Soul Summit, Polycultural Weekend, State of Swana, State of Mixedness. Some MCC, again, shares with the APITA initiatives in their center. So just, I would invite you to really go in and to see the different events that are coming up with the MCC. Native American Indigenous Cultural Center. It's a space that engages and restoratively heals Native and Indigenous students through decolonial practices and Native knowledge. They have Indigenous Peoples Day, Native American Heritage Month, Indigenous Kitchen. So a lot of fun events within the NACE community. They're if you go past Scout, you'll see in the dorms over there, they're right over there. So they're also share with Dream. So you can, go in, and sometimes when you go into one center, you get to kind of check out what a few different communities are doing. Pride Center is also in the UU building. They have a collective mission to support and empower people of different sexual orientations, gender identities, and expressions to strengthen and unite the Pride community. So again, just some fun pictures of our events. We have, again, small community events within the center, larger events on campus. So if you want to learn a little bit more, you're free to scan the QR code and get a little bit more information on kind of what we have coming up, or if you're welcome just to walk into the center anytime and ask us any questions, come get the resources. But all the coordinators are here to help answer any questions you have, and just really fun way to celebrate different communities, cultures, and identities. So thank you so much for your time. Apologize that it froze on me a little bit, but I really appreciate everyone's patience, and thank you so much. If you want to add any questions in the chat, I'll be happy to answer them for you as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Shauna. That was fantastic.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Um, the Q&A is looking mostly answered, which is great. We've answered 658 questions so far, so that's awesome. We are approaching the very end. We have one last final stretch for y'all to get through. We're going to be switching over the slides to our next presenter. Our next presenter is going to be Jamie Patton. He is kind of on the university admin side, and he's going to be talking to you about what to expect, what you should be coming in, or what you should be, thinking about for this coming year, how to prepare for your first year, how to be a true Mustang. So that's Jamie S. Patton. He's a wonderful fellow, and I believe the slides are all ready if he wants to take it away. There he is.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Aiden, and welcome to our our newest Mustangs. My name is Dr. Jamie Patton. I'm humbled to serve as our Associate Vice President for Student Development and Belonging within the Student Affairs Division here at Cal Poly. I'm in my 9th year of this Learn by Doing experience, and it is remarkable and amazingly very close to the experience that I had at my undergraduate institution. Although it wasn't Cal Poly, the opportunities that I had to learn and grow back on the East Coast definitely put me in a place where I was active as a student. And because of my activism as a student, I had opportunities to continue my education and also give back and be in a different space to support new Mustangs and all Mustangs in their place. Shauna just talked about our Mustangs for Inclusive Excellence. Know that, again, you're welcome here. We have many communities and spaces that are unique, experience of our students bring. She talked about our different spaces or our different living rooms that we talk about. But know that this campus is your campus. It's our hope that you will find your niche. You will find your living room in addition to the classroom, in addition to your bedroom, in addition to the places where you eat your dining room. But know that if we don't have a space, let's talk about it. We now have a space for our Center for Military Affiliated Students. That is something that is not listed on this slide. We have a space for our Guardian Scholars, a space for our students with dependents, and many different areas where, again, you can find the people that you connect with the most. We have over 400 student clubs and organizations, and if we don't have it, you can create it. Take, for example, my friend Nick. Nick came to my presentation a couple years ago, and he came to me and said, "Really, I can really do that?" I said, "Yes." And he didn't tell me what, but he walked away with a smirk. He walked away with a smirk because he was really interested in soy sauce. And so we didn't have a soy sauce club, but that was his passion. So what did he do? He went and found someone else that was interested in soy sauce. And they started a club, literally the Soy Sauce Club, that is one of our 450 student organizations that, again, we didn't have it. It didn't exist, but we knew, but there were a group of students whom that was their interest. Now, I don't know what their goal, ultimate goal is, but it might just be to settle the huge debate about who makes the best soy sauce. There can only be one. But I share that story just to say we want you to make this campus your own. One of the first experiences I had when I got here as an administrator was an opportunity to connect with our Muslim Student Association, and they talked about their experiences without having a proper prayer room or a proper space to pray during the day. According to their faith and their religion, they have to pray 5 times a day, and more than likely three of them happen on our campus, and they shared their experiences with me. And we're always here to not only listen, but to act upon what we're hearing and do something about making this a better experience. So it didn't happen right away, but a couple years later, we were able to identify a space on campus that is now a prayer room, and it provides the Wadu station, the washing station, the preparation area. It provides other amenities for our Muslim students. But one of the things that I love about it, it's not just for our Muslim students. It's a space that any student that's looking for personal meaning making or reflection can visit and have that time and that synergy time to meditate and be with themselves. But more than anything else, I want you to know that you belong here. And belonging, we define it as, or Dr. Strayhorn defines it as a feeling that affirms one is seen, celebrated, and mattered as a valued member by our campus, by a group, and includes your flaws and all. We value and you belong here. So just to be clear, Cal Poly welcomes people of all races, people of all gender identities, people of all religions and spiritualities, and people who are not religious, people from all social economic backgrounds, people who speak any languages, people of all immigration status, people of all family structures, people with diverse abilities, people who are veterans, people of all body types, people of all sexualities, people of all ages. You belong here. Many of you have seen and heard about um, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So hopefully throughout today, you got a chance to learn about the various resources that you will need for your basic survival, just to make sure that you're able to focus on classes. So you got a chance to learn about, where to live, where to eat, where to sleep. You got a chance to learn about safety. So meeting with our Cal Poly PD and other partners across campus and in the community to know, again, that we are a community, but there are measures in place to make sure that you are safe. Then belonging. I really love to see how engaged y'all are via Zoom today, hearing that there were over 600 questions in the chat. Hopefully you were able to make connections. And when you return and when you come to campus in a few short weeks, you'll be a part of Week of Welcome, where you will hopefully find other friends, other people to make connections with, other students that share the same interests in your major or in your extracurriculars. From there, we know it's about self-esteem. As you feel like you belong and you feel safe and all those things below it are met, you can begin to thrive. And then hopefully over the next couple of years, really get into that place of self-actualization. So connecting with our career services, connecting with all of the various different resources to help shape you into the best person that you are, that you will become. Now, if he were to rewrite it, this was written in 1954. If he were to rewrite it in 2026, I think he would include Wi-Fi as a basic need, and thus, we're planning places and making sure everything that we have has a proper modems and different things for you to connect to Wi-Fi. But even more than that, battery life. So know that we're taking inventory on every space, and in new spaces, we're talking about how can we make sure that there's electricity in the couch? How is there electricity in the bench and in the different tables and the different spaces? All because we want to make sure that you can be your best self and make sure that you have all your basic needs, and the needs that you have are met through the services and programs here at Cal Poly. Living the Mustang way. Know that learn by doing is not just a slogan. It's really how you will engage. One Grand Avenue. Know that it's not just a mailing address. It's how we feel about this place. The Mustang way, not just our core values. It's a lifestyle. Why? Because Cal Poly, we're not just a university. We're a community, and as Mustangs, we are united to these principles, honoring those who came before us, and also inspiring those Mustangs who will follow. So when we talk about Mustang Way, we're now furthering it to help you understand what it means to live the Mustang Way. So you know what? We lead with integrity. We lead with integrity. It doesn't matter who's going to see the labor, who's going to see the work, but we do things in a way that if no one knows who that we're doing the work or we're supporting someone, we're going to lead with integrity. We we um we I'm sorry. We strive for excellence. We strive for excellence. So we know that you students and our Mustangs, you wouldn't be here if you weren't interested in being perfect. But we know perfection is really not a thing. But we know if we strive for perfection, we land right on excellence. And that's what we strive to do both inside and outside the classroom. We support one another. So if we see something, we say something. We are active bystanders. I'll say a little bit more about that in the next piece. And then we value community. We value the space that we're in. We value not only our campus, but we respect the campus. We respect the San Luis Obispo community. And every time we have the privilege to wear our Cal Poly shirts, t-shirts, hats, and represent Cal Poly, know that we are and we value community, and that community extends beyond our campus. So we want you to know that these are our shared commitments, and this is how we show up for one another each and every day. So becoming that Mustang, you only have a few short weeks, unlike the people that came to SLO Days in July, early July. We want you to become that Mustang. Why? Because we want you to understand that a part of our core is all about love, empathy, respect. I love talking about this because it wasn't something that was branded by our university communications and marketing department. This was something that came up from a groundswell from our faculty, staff, and students just a few years ago. They said, how do we want to treat each other? How do we want to show up for one another? And it boiled down to these three words. We want to show up in love. We want to show empathy to those Mustangs that might be in some challenging times, might be having challenging times. But ultimately, we also want to respect one another for who we are. It's about being Mustangs united. One of the other things that we talk about, and we're fortunate to have found a national clearinghouse called With Us, talking about being a lifeline. Again, being the person that will step in and be an active bystander when you see someone in a vulnerable situation, when you see someone in a situation where they need help, they need assistance. You might not even know them, but you know that they're a Mustang, they're part of our family, and you just want to be there. That's what it means to be a lifeline. Now, as part of being a Cal Poly student and a student through the CSU, you have to take a couple of mandatory trainings. I'm just going to give it to you the only way I can. They're in your to-do list, and they have to be completed before you come to Week of Welcome. If you do not complete these two mandatory modules, you will not be able to register for your spring semester classes, and/or you will be delayed because there will be a hold on your account. Again, if you do not complete these two trainings, you will be delayed in registering for your spring semester classes. The first one is about sexual violence prevention for students. I would love to say that sexual violence, domestic violence, does not happen on our campus. And I hope that I see the day. I am hopeful for that. But this module shares resources provided by the state of California, the California State University System, in collaboration with Cal Poly about the resources that are available and the ways that we can work together to prevent sexual violence. Another one is alcohol and other drugs prevention education. Another critical training or module that you will need to complete to understand the effects of alcohol and other drugs on your body and potentially on others. You might choose not to engage, and know that all of our students don't engage in alcohol and other drugs. But if you find yourself in a situation, and you do, and you might find yourself in a vulnerable situation, that's a module that will help you be aware of the resources. It might be your roommate, it might be a fraternity or a sorority, a fraternity brother or a sorority sister. It might be somebody in a club organization that might need your help. And it's our hope that you take in and you digest the information from these modules, learn about the resources, and again, learn how you can be that active bystander. And if you see something, you say something or do something. Now, I'm not saying that you need to put yourselves in harm's way, but sometimes it takes a moment. If you see someone being disrespectful towards another human, another Mustang, just to cause a distraction, or just to ask someone, do you need support? Or like in my fraternity, we used to just do a simple thing. It was a head nod to our fraternity brother, say, hey, is everything okay? Or are you good? Actually, we would say, are you good? And that was an indicator, something that was ingrained in us, that if another member mentioned that to us, that we might not be making the best decision. Might not be making the best decision as possible. So again, those two modules, sexual violence prevention for students, alcohol prevention, alcohol and other drug prevention education for students are available on your to-do list. You must complete them before you come to week of welcome, or your registration for the spring semester will be delayed. I'll leave y'all with one more message, especially for students that might not live on campus, or if you're a member of a club or organization. Please be sure when you order from DoorDash or Uber Eats, anything off campus, that you change the physical address. I talked about One Grand Avenue being more than just a mailing address, but in fairness, it is our physical address. And if you do not change it in the different apps like Uber Eats, Grubhub, or DoorDash, your food will be delivered outside of Building 1, which is our administration building. And if it's there before 5 o'clock, they'll lock it inside and it'll be locked in there all night. Or if it's after 5, like these insomnia cookies that were delivered last year during Week of Welcome, they stayed out there for a couple hours. I did go back to check. I didn't eat them, but hopefully they got to the right person. So make sure you change that physical address. Again, I can't wait to see y'all in a few short weeks. My name is Dr. Jamie Patton. I again serve as Associate Vice President for Student Affairs with a focus on identity development and belonging. I have the opportunity to connect with you in a few short weeks during Week of Welcome, during Building Bridges, where we will again invite you to be in community, invite you to be a part of the conversation, invite you to explore your different identities as you enter this new phase of emerging adulthood, as you enter Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo. I thank you for your time and your energy, and I look forward to seeing you in a couple weeks. Go Stangs.
Fantastic. Go Stangs, Jimmy Patton. I like that. That was a lovely presentation. Thank you for being here with us. And thank you all to the 578 of you that are still here. That's pretty awesome. We started with about 790, so we lost a couple along the way, but having so many of y'all, that is fantastic. Just going through a recap of what we heard today, because it has been a lot of information. We had programming about mental health, inclusivity, and the STAB centers offered on campus, as well as the academic transition to college. We talked about how to get involved with the Dean of Students, one community, and your safety within that community, as well as housing and dining, and then paying for college. Moving on from today, slow days, to wow, or from now to wow. We've got a little bit of advice for you and a little bit of dates to keep in the back of your head to plan around. Mustang Move-In is going to be either Tuesday, August 18th or Wednesday, August 19th. This is going to depend on where you're living on campus. If you're an off-campus student, move in at the discretion of your lease to that off-campus housing. But on-campus students, you are going to be hearing a bit more. As we get closer to those dates, I think they might have just gotten announced, or they will be getting announced soon. So if you know your date, lovely. If you don't know your date, just keep an eye out for that to be posted depending on your housing. Week of Welcome is going to start the evening of that second day of move-in. It's either going to start at 4 p.m. or 6 p.m. depending on what time slot you're given. This will also be communicated to you, I believe, the day of check-in, but we'll have that communicated to you somehow. Then first day of classes are going to be starting right after Week of Welcome. Week of Welcome ends August 23rd at about 4, 2, 3, 4 p.m., something like that. So first day of classes are going to be right the next day on that Monday, August 24th. For week of welcome, some stuff happens off campus. This stuff is not paid for through that week of welcome fee, and it's not going to be paid for by your leaders. So we ask that you bring about $40. It's gone. We ask that you bring about $40 for that week of welcome experience just to pay for those off-campus activities, just to make sure you can get the full experience. Looks like we're getting it back up. Sorry about that, y'all. We have one more video to show you, just get you hyped about week of welcome. Dale, if you could play that, I'll come back in about 3 minutes when it's done.
I would say try as many things as you can physically do.
Are you excited to be at Cal Poly? Good answer.
Good, how are you?
Hard for me now.
My experience when I came to Cal Poly, I was a little nervous. I was a first-gen student, so my parents didn't really know anything about college, but they were able to set up my dorm with me, and ultimately it was a safe place for them to be like, okay, bye.
There's a part of coming to college that is scary. Regardless of where you come from and the university you go to, there's always going to be some level of culture shock.
It was definitely strange to be further away from my family than I'd ever really been before.
I kind of got homesick my first couple weeks, but honestly, all that changed after WOW.
I know people joke about it a lot, but it's really true. They keep you too busy to even think about being homesick. I was having too much of a blast.
Let's go!
I had so much fun meeting people during my WOW group.
I mean, I had a total blast.
There was something so special about doing WOW with 20, 30 people and then living with those same individuals on your floor.
I truly believe college is one of those places that your people are out there, you just have to find them.
The club fair is an incredible resource. They have free food too, which I know is a draw for a lot of people.
Very quickly, I just found the communities that made me feel included, welcome, supported. The club that I got really involved in was actually the Country Line Dancing Club.
Chinese Student Association.
I was part of the mock trial club, still am.
I met my best friends through fencing. There's never going to be a downside to trying something new that you've never tried before.
Get out there and do as much as you can.
Sweet. Awesome. That video is always fun to watch. I wish I was a part of it. Unfortunately, I'm not in that video, but a few of my friends are. I know Luis and I saw a couple of my other friends, so love watching that video. Before you go, we've got some more optional activities going into the evening so that you can meet some other peeps here at Cal Poly. We've got me, of course. I'm going to be a current student asking or answering questions just about college, international, going abroad, club, stuff like that. That'll be here. And then we also have games and trivia and some break breakout sessions happening in that Zoom link. I believe either Dale or Kelly is going to drop that Zoom. There it is. Kelly just dropped that Zoom link in the chat. So head over there. We're going to be doing some games, trivia. I think there's like a Jeopardy or like a Blue Kid or something like that happening over there. So I'll see y'all over there. We'll still be answering some Q&A questions if anything didn't get answered, but that's all we have for you all today. Thank you all so very much, and congratulations. You are now officially Mustangs. Thank you all.
All right, thank you everyone for being here. That wraps up our day. You're welcome to head over to our virtual SLO nights and you can connect with some other first year students. Otherwise, you're welcome to log off. If you have anything in the Q&A you want to send us, we will continue to be on for about 5-10 more minutes to finish up those questions. Otherwise, thank you so much for being here. We look forward to seeing you at Week of Welcome.